The gates of the alternate world are about to open. Shapeshifters of all classes, please, prepare yourselves.
I'm back in his body. The weakest crossbow wielder of all time. But now, I will do whatever I can to make things right for both of us.
Our memories will last forever. I'll love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
An electric energy sphere covered the sky of Linhai City in the Earth Dragon Kingdom. Countless monsters from another world invaded the real world, causing humanity to face a great disaster. Quadruped and humanoid monsters, larger than buildings, destroyed houses, cars, and people's lives. But fortunately, humans were not abandoned by the heavens. Marks appeared on the backs of human hands, awakening various special classes: warriors, archers, mages, rogues. Since then, humanity has entered the era of class metamorphoses. Among the many awakened individuals, there were 3 with mythical classes: Alpha, the ghost swordsman from the Beacon Kingdom; Restivu, the hell dragon from the Ephemeral Kingdom; and Quan Jixian, the Frost King from the Frozen Kingdom. Due to the strength of their mythical classes, these 3 kingdoms were always ahead of the others in strategies against the otherworldly threat. Monsters invaded the planet, a man fought on the front lines. It took him 10 years to establish the greatest records in China, becoming the first adept of the 70th world. With his sword bathed in his power, he defeated the monsters that caused devastation. As time passed, increasingly stronger monsters emerged. When the 9 highest-level beasts invaded the world, Xiu Luo, as the 8th class metamorph, defended the battlefield alone. He saved the Dragon Kingdom, but for this he paid a high price, sacrificing his own life. Today marks the 100th anniversary of Xiu Luo's heroic death. The memorial service held in the capital, Dragon City, was attended by many high-class metamorphs from the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, according to statistics, a total of more than 12.5 million people participated in the awakening in our kingdom this year. Under the moonlit night, televisions scattered in the shops of bustling streets broadcasted the news. This is an increase of 11.3% compared to last year, setting the highest record in the past 110 years. Among these, primary class metamorphs account for about 10%, far surpassing the record set the year Xiu Luo was born. Therefore, we can anticipate the birth of the next Xiu Luo. On the calm, few-clouded night, a powerful lightning bolt cut through the skies without warning. A young man in one of the apartments slept peacefully. Changing world, doors to an alternate world are about to open. Class metamorphs, please prepare. Amidst the warning from an unknown source, the young man in his messy bed, where even medicines were scattered, woke up to hear the rest of the warning. Doors to an alternate world are about to open. Class metamorphs, please prepare. The young man awakened, unsure of his exact location. Have I not died already? Where am I? He surveyed the sparsely furnished, dimly lit room, the pictures and posters on the wall. He felt a sudden headache as fragments of memories flooded his mind. Work, family, memories of a hospital, doctor's words. Zhang Yue, your little brother's medications are already 2 months overdue. If you can't afford them, take him home. He had awakened as a beast tamer, arguably the weakest class there was. And finally, the memory of when he had taken medications to end his own life. He, who couldn't save his own brother, didn't think he could be saved either. Yet these memories weren't exactly his own. Sitting on the bed, he analyzed the situation until he understood. He had reincarnated as someone with the same name as him, 100 years after his death, as a beast tamer. He remembered this class. A beast tamer relied mainly on their pets to fight. Moreover, to increase their own level, they could not neglect their pets' attributes. Someone once calculated that to cultivate a powerful beast tamer, enough wealth to overthrow a kingdom would be necessary. For ordinary people, waking up as a beast tamer would definitely not be good news. He now understood. The original owner of this body was someone weak, who had failed in life and taken their own life. Around the room, the furniture, and the picture, before picking up a coat hanging there. But I used to be Shu Luo, the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom. Since I have taken possession of this body and awakened again, I will take care of your responsibilities and regrets, conquering this alternate world where the weak fight for food. He then put on the coat, preparing to leave. Looking at himself in a mirror, he smiled, promising himself and the former owner of that body, "Consider this my gratitude to you." He approached what transmitted the warning, a portal. He was prepared to face it. Open portal. At his command, the portal reacted, spinning and changing its shape. He stepped forward, entering the blue portal. A notification was sent to him. "Dear Class Metamorph Shu Luo, congratulations. The system has detected you have been absent for 36,552 days. Several notification windows appeared for him, showing alerts. Class Metamorph Progress Shu Luo, since last time in the alternate world, 17th world. Offline time reward, 70 points per second. Total reward, 221,066,496,000 points. Congratulations on defeating the level 9 beast wave for the first time and completing the mythical conquest. Unparalleled." As the protagonist received all these notifications, energy similar to that of portals generated an item in the air right in front of him. Reward obtained. 1 unit of magical treasure, Supreme Oracle. The Supreme Oracle has been automatically activated. Congratulations on obtaining permanent buffs. Alternative energy collected during online and offline time in an alternate world increased by 10,000 times. The effect is now active. As the system notifications announced the item's use, a wave of energy hit the protagonist's body. Along with the notification, he was receiving an additional 999 times the energy yield, a total of over 2 quadrillion and 200 trillion units of alternative energy. He was both thrilled and shocked. Millions and billions of energy, the most advanced beast wave from an alternate world. The reward for completing this for the first time is so huge. He had received all the energy, but the notifications had not stopped yet. You have obtained a class reset. Please choose one of the 7 main mythical classes below. A screen appeared above his head with various class options with advanced subtitles. Warrior, Assassin, Priest, Mage, Archer, and Beast Tamer, each with an advanced class of its own name. 100 years ago, I awakened as a high-class warrior, but the strongest main class in that alternate world was actually the Beast Tamer. However, the amount of alternative energy required for someone to advance themselves and their pets was too much, making development difficult. However, analyzing the options, he already had his choice made. Since I have reincarnated and received so many rewards, my first choice will clearly be the Beast Tamer class, Necromancer. With his choice made, he received the notification, "Congratulations on becoming the 4th person in this alternate world to obtain the main mythical class, Necromancer, an advanced class of Beast Tamer." The power of the class emerged in his body, an initial growth of 100 stars. This strength is notably that of a mythical class. Feeling the power of the class, he began to analyze its information. Necromancer, main mythical class of the magical type, the messenger of resurrection from hell, specialist in the power of death. Only death can animate the Necromancer. Magic attack growth, 25 stars. Mana growth, 18 stars. Life growth, 20 stars. Physical defense growth, 18 points. Magical defense growth, 19 points. Besides the basic information and statistics, the class also had some passive abilities. Soul Harvest. When a Necromancer kills a monster in the alternate world, there is a 1% chance to harvest the opponent's soul and transform it into a pet. A pet obtained in this way cannot be traded and can only be used by the one who harvested it, or be used as material for other pets to devour. Undead. Evolution. All of the Necromancer's pets can evolve by devouring pets of the same level, the highest level being mythical. Pets also possess unlimited loyalty. Death reduction. The experience required to evolve the Necromancer's pets is reduced by 50%. The protagonist knew well how the Necromancer worked. The intelligence of common Beast Tamer pets is obtained through missions, and their quality cannot be increased. Unexpectedly, a Necromancer can not only evolve their pets, but also harvest monsters to become their pets. This is definitely a mythical class. He was very excited about the power he had obtained after reincarnating into the future. In my last life, I relied on my high-tier class to clear 70 worlds in just 10 years and become #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. Since I started with a mythical class in this life, I must face each level perfectly until the last world. Not only will I become the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom, but I will become #1 in the world. After receiving all the rewards and choosing his new class, he crossed the portal, entering the first alternate world. Welcome to the first alternate world, Source of Nightmares. Based on your connection location, the system will match you with a safe area called Judgment City. Gentle reminder, fights are prohibited in safe areas. Do you want to continue using the identification, Xiuluo? If not, please confirm your new identification. The portal to the alternate world had taken the protagonist to a city in this world. Each person could use an identifier, different from their real name, when entering alternate worlds. The system asked if he wanted to use his previous life's identifier, Xiuluo. No. Set my new identifier as 0. In this life, I am destined to surpass the existence of Xiuluo, and the only thing that surpasses everything is 0. As he set his new name for the alternate worlds, the protagonist observed Judgment City. It was a city with houses reminiscent of the medieval era, with triangular roofs and colors that evoked autumn and earth. Besides him, many other people had arrived in the alternate world, many for the first time. Is this an alternate world? It looks the same as the real world, it's so mystical. Wasn't it said that there are monsters everywhere in the alternate universe? Where are the monsters? People were conversing everywhere. This is a safe zone then. The monsters are outside. A system voice notified everyone. The first mission of the world has been announced and can be viewed in the mission interface. People immediately started looking for teams to complete the missions, while others wanted to prepare first. 0 viewed the basic information and missions. First world, Source of Nightmares. When darkness covers the land and the slumbering monsters revive, the world will eventually face a disaster. As a survivor, you must break the cycle of judgment, facing each disaster and crushing the darkness. World mission. #1. Please kill a total of 1,000 monsters in the first world. World mission #2. Please collect a total of 10 silver coins by killing monsters or completing missions in the first world. After completing the above world missions, you can activate the dungeon channel for the boss of the first world. Defeat the boss and you can enter the second world. Reviewing the missions, 0 compared them to the first world mission he faced in the past, and they were similar. He thought about buying some equipment before starting the missions. Naturally, there were many blacksmiths and equipment shops in the city. He entered one, where he was greeted by a man named Charles, who welcomed him with his bandana and flashy mustache. The system's equipment shop looked the same as before, only offering some basic 1-star equipment. Seeing his dissatisfaction, the shopkeeper approached with a sly look. "My friend, if you are not satisfied with the quality of these items, I can introduce you to some better ones. However, they will cost a few more copper coins." The protagonist, however, just tossed a bag of coins to the vendor. "Here are 100 copper coins. Give me a 1-star staff." Immediately, he received his weapon and prepared to leave the shop. The people around ridiculed his choice. "Man, the newbie package gives us only 100 copper coins in total, and he spent all of them?" That's true, a 1-star staff can't give you much attack power. It's not as effective as buying a full set of unidentified items. 0 ignored the chatter, simply thanked the vendor, and followed his own path while people discussed. But only higher-ranked weapons can have their attributes refined, in which case the attack power wouldn't increase. A know-it-all responded to the girl who asked this. Refining equipment requires alternative energy, which can only be obtained in small amounts by killing monsters that appear in missions. So it's only used to upgrade precious items. If someone uses it to refine a 1-star staff, I think they must have bread for brains. As the protagonist departed, the people continued commenting on his decision. He spent all the money he had and has no defensive equipment. This guy is going to suffer later. Gee, I don't know which continent he's from, but he seems clueless. It doesn't matter if he's from here or elsewhere, it's tough to progress without money. For new mid-tier class metamorphs, it's really inefficient to spend all the money on just one piece of 1-star equipment. Unconcerned with what people were saying, 0 had his own plan. Regarding the alternative energy that a common metamorph can obtain from killing monsters, it is indeed limited, and it's impossible for them to proceed refining a 1-star item. He was analyzing his 1-star fire staff, level 0, which provided a bonus of 5 points of magical attack power. It's a pity that, unlike them, I'm not lacking in alternative energy. He then began refining his staff, and a notification tab informed him. This refinement consumes 1 point of alternative energy and has a 10% chance to upgrade the item to a green attribute. The higher the attribute, the higher the point costs, and the lower the success rate. The staff glowed with energy as the first refinement succeeded. The system asked if he wanted to continue refining the staff. Yes, continue, don't stop. The staff was refined successively, despite numerous failures, until it reached the highest level, displaying a notification to the protagonist. The number of refinement attempts was 132, with a total of 985 points of alternative energy consumed. Congratulations on obtaining a golden attribute, Herald Staff, Fire. He observed the attributes of the evolved golden-ranked staff. Magical attack power, 26. Additional attribute, Intelligence, 2. Passive ability, Burning. Each time the user attacks, the enemy will enter a burning state that lasts 3 seconds, losing 20 health points per second. With this, he was finally prepared for battle. Now, let the show begin. With his mythical class, his attributes were already much higher than those of common awakeners, and with his strengthened staff, his magical attack now reached 56 points. The first alternate world, Source of Nightmares. Outside Judgment City, numerous battles were taking place. Warriors' swords were lost in the forest, explosions were heard, and several burning locations could be seen on the horizon. There, the nightmare for the new class metamorphs had already begun. It was common to see the Awakeners fighting against wolf-like monsters, which, with their claws and fangs, charged fearlessly at the frightened humans. Is this a low-level beast? It has so much health. I can barely damage it. But if we get hit by them, we'll really die. The enthusiastic newcomers now needed to flee and dodge the beast's attacks if they wanted to keep their lives. At that moment, a burst of magical energy exploded, flying towards one of these wolf beasts. Hitting it right in the chest, the strike dealt tremendous damage to the beast. The attacker was none other than Zero. With his great magical attack power, the spell was much more powerful than those of the other novices. His staff's passive ability also activated, burning the beast, which, with just one attack, was no longer able to fight. The notification appeared. You have killed the level 1 giant mutant rat. Experience gained. 2. Alternative energy, 10,000. You received the bonus alternative energy multiplied by 10,000. Seeing that he had killed the monster with just one attack, even Zero was surprised by the strength of his mythical class. People with common classes needed to form teams to fight, but he could take down a powerful monster like that on his own. The people around who witnessed his feat were impressed. My God, what kind of insane damage is that? Another person noticed something important. His equipment is golden. Could he be an experienced metamorph? Impossible. Who would have so much alternative energy to refine a novice staff at such an early stage? To them, Zero was like a boss. Despite being able to kill certain monsters with a single attack, Zero was not satisfied with the experience they provided. It was too little. He realized that to maximize his experience gain, he needed to hunt only high-level beasts. In this first alternate world, Source of Nightmares, besides mutant rats, there were also level 3 and 4 venomous spiders, level 5 to 7 armored scorpions, and level 8 and 9 wild boars. In addition to these common monsters, there was also the final boss of the first world, the Savage Boar King, level 10. He decided to hunt the level 3 beasts. He knew where they were, in an abandoned factory. The Awakeners he saved, seeing such a powerful player, didn't miss the opportunity. Hey brother, how about forming a team? We have a healer, a damage dealer, and a tank. While one man from the group spoke, the girls tried to seduce Zero to get him to accept. Isn't it better, cutie? You can take us with you? I'm a priestess, I can heal you. Knowing their intentions, Zero immediately rejected them. I don't need a team. Excuse me. Leaving his words behind, he walked away. Though it seemed like a simple phrase, for that team of Awakeners it was very intimidating. Did you see his aura? It was more frightening than those beasts. The healer responded. Yes, but look. The direction he went is towards the abandoned factory. I heard the beasts there are much higher level. It's too dangerous. Does he plan to fight alone? As expected of a boss, they don't follow the usual path. Due to the lack of people hunting monsters in the abandoned factory, there were many more monsters than in the areas Zero had passed through. He quickly unleashed his power like lightning, killing each monster in his path. He defeated both the giant mutant rats and the venomous spiders, which gave much more experience points. Thanks to the 10,000 times bonus, the alternative energy he gained was also very significant. Each venomous spider provided him with a total of 30,000 points. With the amount of experience gained, he quickly leveled up, earning health points, mana points, and attribute points to distribute. He was now at level 2. requiring 250 points to reach level 3. He continued hunting the spiders, rapidly leveling up to level 3, which quadrupled the amount of experience points needed for level 4. With the increased level, it became even easier to kill the spiders, which were much larger than cars or small trucks. Thanks to the constant use of his magic, he gained a new ability. Congratulations, you have unlocked the first skill bar and obtained the starting skill, Fireball. He was very pleased. I never thought the bonuses from leveling up in a mythical class would be 6 times greater than those of common classes. After evolving 3 times, I now have 18 points to use freely. He reviewed his stats tab to decide how to distribute the points. He had 12 points in intelligence, while the rest of his base attributes were at 10 points each. He already knew how to distribute the points. The path to strengthening a beast tamer is similar to that of a mage. Therefore, I should ensure faster spellcasting and stable damage, and then I need an increase in agility. He decided to allocate 8 of the 18 points to intelligence, while dividing 5 points between agility and spirit. He reviewed the skill he had obtained. For a starting skill, it's not that powerful. For those with common classes and limited alternative energy, it's generally not worth evolving. He gave a smirk. For him, the one thing he had plenty of in this world was alternative energy to evolve his equipment and skills. He decided to maximize Fireball without hesitation. Each level up of the skill cost him more alternative energy, but it was very little compared to what he gained from killing a single monster. The skill not only increased its damage multiplier, but also upgraded to rank A, changing its name to Super Fireball, Grade A. He could no longer evolve it unless he underwent a class evolution. Not bad. The damage of a maximum level starting skill reached 140%. After finishing evolving his skill, he checked the progress of the world mission. Based on this progress, if I complete the 2 missions, I could reach level 8. When that time comes, it will be more than enough to challenge the final boss and complete the first world. Reviewing the mission progress, he had already killed 224 of the required 1,000 monsters. At that moment, he heard a sinister voice. "Is someone there?" The voice came from behind a giant wooden door, intricately carved with symbols and designs. He opened the doors and entered a hall. There, he saw a soldier with a severed leg leaning against one of the walls. Above the soldier's head was his name, Carl, and a question mark. It was already apparent, since notifications and attribute tabs had started appearing, that this world was not so different from a game, except for the fact that players would actually die if killed here. Missions, dungeons, and the NPC in front of Zero proved this. The NPC, upon seeing him, began a dialogue. "My wife and children were killed by monsters. Adventurer, can you help me kill those cruel scorpions?" The mission notification appeared. "A mission has been activated. Do you accept the mission, Destroy the Scorpions?" The protagonist reviewed the mission. Most equipment obtained from missions was better than those obtained by killing monsters. He only had a staff, so taking this mission was quite worthwhile. He looked at the mission details. Destroy the Scorpions. Normal mission, difficulty 10. In the Judgment Factory, please kill all armored scorpions, 30 in total. Also, defeat their leader, the Armored Scorpion Emperor. Reward, 1 silver coin, 300 alternative energies, and a random 1-star equipment. At that moment, he heard a voice coming from outside. "Is there something ahead?" He snapped out of his contemplation, looking in the direction of the voice. It seems that monsters aren't the only things around here. However, completing the mission is my top priority now. Several pairs of red eyes could be seen coming from a corner of the hall. It's been a long time since I've seen these intermediate monsters of the first world, the armored scorpions. Those eyes belonged to several armored scorpions. They were called that because their bodies had mutated due to pollution, creating a tough exoskeleton that could absorb a lot of damage. Not only that, but these fearsome monsters also had abilities, armor, and collision. It would be difficult for novices to face them. They activated their armor ability, which reduced the damage from enemies, while charging at the protagonist as expected. But he was ready for battle, excited, using his magical power. He shouted as he attacked the scorpions, "Let's go!" The staff glowed with magical power as Zero advanced towards the scorpions. He cast a fireball which flew through the air, hitting the scorpion's tail near its stinger with intense flames. But the monster was not going down easily. It used its collision ability, leaping towards the protagonist to strike him. Zero, quick on his feet, jumped back to dodge. The ground where the scorpion landed was destroyed, but not the monster itself. Zero channeled his magical power into his staff and launched a counterattack. The The magical energy exploded on the armored scorpion's body. You have killed an armored scorpion level 5. Experience gained, 15 points. Alternative energy gained, 50,000 points. He noticed that although the fireball caused significant damage, it consumed a lot of mana. He continued killing the scorpions, while his staff crackled with lightning as it struck the armored scorpions. The protagonist recalled something. When the number of normal scorpions decreased to a certain point, it caused the armored scorpion emperor to appear earlier. Suddenly, he felt a presence, a heavy aura. "It's here!" At that moment, a scorpion appeared, much larger than the ones Zero had killed. Bursting out of the ground, it destroyed the entire floor of the hall upon its emergence. "I need to take down this big guy before my mana runs out." Mana was gathered into the staff. Zero began his attack on the armored scorpion emperor with a fireball. The skill flew toward the scorpion, which defended itself using one of its pincers. No significant damage was inflicted. The armored scorpion emperor's body was too tough. Enraged by the fireball thrown at it, the armored scorpion emperor retaliated with a physical attack. The protagonist dodged and used the brief moment while the scorpion was occupied completing its attack to counterstrike. How about this? The armored scorpion emperor was engulfed in flames by the protagonist. Due to the enormous amount of damage, it fell. Zero sighed with relief. "I was lucky to immobilize it just as my mana was about to run out. Now I just need to deal a final blow to this boss, and the mission will be complete." At that moment, out of nowhere, a man leaped with a sword towards the protagonist, bloodthirsty in his words. "We're the ones who are going to complete the mission. The armored scorpion emperor will be killed by us." Other people also appeared at the scene, trying to steal the final blow on the armored scorpion emperor. The protagonist easily dodged the attack directed at him. "You finally showed yourselves." Hearing what he said, the man who had his attack thwarted panicked. "Finally? Had you already discovered us?" Zero already knew how this world operated. Some people will evolve honestly, while others will specialize in committing murder and theft in secret. But too bad for you, you chose the wrong target. The enemies I've faced before are 1,000,000 times stronger than you. Magical energy exploded from his body in a golden hue. With his staff in hand, he launched an attack at the man who had tried to kill him. The man couldn't even dodge, paralyzed by fear. The fireball flew at him, burning him to death. The other assassins were terrified. "Weren't you out of mana? How could you use skills? This guy is definitely not a newbie." The protagonist laughed at them. "If I hadn't said that, would you all have revealed yourselves?" He had known from the start that they were there and their intentions. At that moment, a purple energy emerged from the palm of the protagonist's hand. When he killed the armored scorpion emperor, his passive skill, Soul Harvest, was activated. "Do you wish to absorb the armored scorpion emperor as your pet?" The system notification was clear. With his fire staff in one hand and necromancer energy in the other, he felt much more confident. "Seems like my luck is really good to activate the class effect right now. Absorb." At his command, the purple energy in his hand glowed even brighter as it moved towards the body of the armored scorpion emperor. Shadows appeared all over its body, frightening the group that had planned to kill him. "You have received the armored scorpion emperor of normal class as your pet." With this energy surrounding its body, the armored scorpion emperor looked even more sinister. As a boss monster of its kind, it had attributes far greater than awakened individuals of the same level. With the necromancer class effect, the resurrected armored scorpion emperor had infinite loyalty to the protagonist. He was analyzing his pet. The reason why it was so hard for beast tamers to become strong is because their pets needed their master's experience. At the start, when you only have one pet, it requires only half of your own experience to evolve, but when you have many pets, the experience left for yourself is significantly reduced. But for him, experience points were not in short supply. His eyes gleamed with excitement seeing his new pet, full evolution. Instantly, points upon points caused the armored scorpion emperor to evolve. Its armor skill upgraded from rank D to rank A, creating a passive called Iron Body, which reduced damage taken by 30%. The group of assassins went mad witnessing this turn of events. What exactly are you? It's impossible for a normal beast tamer to possess such power." Zero, having completed his pet's evolution, replied, "From the moment I received the mission, I felt people secretly spying on me. Let me guess. You must be assassins hiding while hunting isolated targets. And coincidentally, we took the same mission, so you plan to ambush me at the critical moment and steal the armored scorpion emperor." The armored scorpion emperor had great affection for Zero due to its infinite loyalty, allowing its master to pet its head. One of the assassins was already crying with regret, realizing he had run into a wall of iron. If he didn't flee, he would be doomed. Before the assassin had a chance to escape, Zero gave his command to the scorpion. "Go, friend. Let me see your abilities." At the command, the scorpion advanced, leaving dust behind. It struck the assassin's belly with its pincer, giving him no chance to dodge. However, it wasn't enough to kill him. Barely surviving, he begged for his life. In the face of such a terrifying monster and being, he had no hope of escaping unless allowed. But Zero had no intention of granting it. In this world where the strong hunt the weak, if you want to be predators, you must be prepared to become the prey. These were the last words heard by those assassins before being devoured by the armored Scorpion Emperor. Carl, the NPC, was beaming with happiness upon seeing that the mission he had given was completed. "Thank you for avenging me. From this day forward, I will be your good brother." With the mission complete, Zero leveled up. "Congratulations on leveling up. Your health increased by 30 points, mana by 12 points, and you received 6 free attribute points to distribute. Your current level is 4. 2,000 experience points are needed for the next level." In addition to leveling up, he also received the reward from Carl. The first thing he wanted to do was check the equipment he had obtained. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a 1-star magic necklace. It granted him 5 mana points and could be refined. He also received 1-star, level 5 armored boots, which were also refinable. The boots provided 7 physical defense points and 6 magical defense points. The necklace became extremely useful for him, as he urgently needed to increase his mana. He decided to immediately upgrade it to the maximum, evolving the necklace to the golden grade. He also upgraded the boots to the golden grade. The necklace, resembling crystal fangs, looked great around his neck. Wearing a black outfit with a brown overcoat, he certainly stood out in style. With these 2 pieces of equipment, the Scorpion Emperor and I can level up even faster. While equipping his new items, he received a notification sent to all awakened individuals. "All class metamorphs in the City of Final Judgment, please take note. A secret realm, level 5. City of Final Judgment has appeared in the vicinity of the City of Final Judgment. This secret realm will last for 1 hour. Please go to the secret realm if you wish to challenge it. The first person to clear the secret realm will receive generous rewards." All awakened individuals were shocked by the sudden notification. They hadn't expected a secret realm to appear so soon in the first alternate world. Zero, on the other hand, was interested. "It's not too far. With my current abilities, that first clear reward will be mine." Excitement and anticipation were visible on his face as he declared, fist clenched. After the announcement of the opening of a secret realm, many players were seeking teams to explore it. "Hey, does anyone want to join me? There are rumors that the reward for clearing the initial stage of a secret realm is high, and you could make a fortune." Some people were more cautious about entering the secret realm. "Entering a level 5 secret realm at our level is suicide. We'd earn the money at the cost of our own lives." One of those looking to form a team, hearing the cautious person, responded, "That's why I said we should form a team." The protagonist, who had just left the abandoned factory, finally arrived at the entrance portal to the secret realm. "There are some people looking to challenge the secret realm." At that moment, someone pushed through the crowd. "Get out of the way! This way, President!" Through the cleared path, a confident man dressed in golden armor advanced. Some in the crowd complained about his and his group's attitude. "Who does he think he is, acting so arrogantly and as if he's so powerful?" Someone in the crowd whispered, "Don't you know? That's Liu Yao. He's the son of Linhai's richest man, Liu Yue. The Liu family owns the 3 largest medicine stores in Linhai, and their net worth is in the billions." Hearing the whispers, one of Liu Yao's subordinates said, "That's right. Our Lord Liu has always been high profile. A full set of 1-star equipment for his subordinates cost tens of thousands." While everyone was talking, a woman noticed the presence of our protagonist. "Zhang Yue, what are you doing here?" He had to dig into the memories of the original owner of the body to know who she was. "She's the ex-girlfriend of the body's original owner. Her name is Lin Yue." She approached him with a mocking tone. "A mere beast tamer like you, who can't even pay the rent. Surely you don't plan to enter a level 5 secret realm, do you?" Questioned by someone who should no longer be connected to him, he got angry. "Is that a problem?" The response shocked Lin Yue. "What's with him? He should be begging me for another chance like before." She approached the man in the golden armor. "Only strong men like our brother Yao are qualified to pass through this secret realm. You, of all people, shouldn't entertain such thoughts." With a beautiful girl so close to him, Liu Yao acted arrogantly. Brother, it's tough being kicked aside, isn't it? If you ask me, people should be self-aware and realize there's no point in holding on. Zhang Yue rolled his eyes. She's just a used shoe to me. Take her if you like. As for the secret realm, those with positive intentions are another matter. Lin Yue got irritated. Zhang Yue, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Yao, look at his arrogance. Hurry up and teach this guy a lesson. Threatened, Zhang Yue gave a cold smile. I advise you to value your life first. Lin Yue, though she didn't believe he could do anything, responded, what a bluff. Brother Yao, I know how weak he is. He's just a piece of trash. Liu Yao observed Zhang Yue after his last line. Strange. His rank and class aren't clearly visible. It's as if they're deliberately hidden. He decided not to pay it any more attention. Forget it. I'm in a hurry to enter the secret realm and don't have time to waste with you. I'll spare your life this time. He led his group to enter the portal. Brothers, did you bring your resurrection scrolls? Enter the secret realm with me, and you'll participate in its first completion. Everyone was excited as they shouted under Liu Yao's leadership and advanced into the secret realm. Left behind, Zhang Yue was consoled by a random person. Brother, just give up. We're poor losers who are no better than these rich second-generation people. The protagonist encouraged him to change his mindset. If you also feel like a poor loser compared to others, you should find ways to become stronger. He knew that the current body owner, Zhang Yue, was poor, but that had nothing to do with him, Xiu Luo. The young man didn't take his words seriously. Tisk, are you still pretending? Tisk, did you all hear that? Everyone in the trading industry has a resurrection scroll worth 3,000 wen each. The rest of the people also commented, as expected from the rich second generation. They say you can use up to 2 scrolls in 7 days, which is like having 3 lives. It looks like the first completion will belong to the Supreme Guild. Zhang Yue knew how realms like the one he was about to enter worked. In the secret realm, you basically have to face Lord-level monsters. With my current strength, it's more than enough to handle small monsters, but I'm afraid I might not be able to defeat the final Lord-level monster. But he had a strategy. Unless the armored scorpion and I reach level 5, and I evolve the equipment and skills, we won't have a chance in the duel. Inside the secret realm, Yue annoyed the arrogant leader. Brother Yao, he intimidated me. Why aren't you avenging me? He cast a cold glance at her. There were many people. If someone intended to tarnish the Liu family's reputation and said that I, Liu Yao, killed class mutants on purpose, it would be a huge loss. He patted her on the back in consolation. Relax, I'll make that useless beast tamer kneel in front of you and apologize sooner or later. Hearing these words, she was thrilled. Thank you, Brother Yao, I knew you would treat me better. Elsewhere, Zhang Yue was hunting frantically. While using his staff and skills, he wanted to evolve before entering the secret realm. The pets of a regular beast tamer need to share the same experience as their owner. Slowly, he and the armored scorpion reached level 5. Fortunately, a necromancer's pet evolutions require only half the experience. At the early stages, I just need to kill some small monsters to quickly evolve the armored scorpion. While thinking about the evolutions, his staff glowed with fire, attacking the surrounding monsters to gain even more experience. Some people were watching from behind rocks while he hunted. Guai Guai, isn't that the poor loser who was arguing with Liu Yao some time ago? Turns out he's really powerful. He killed a level 5 scorpion instantly. Guai Guai regretted. Tisk, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have ridiculed him. A few girls approached the protagonist with flirtatious intentions. Young man, can you take us to fight monsters with you? Let's add each other as friends? One of them had more advanced intentions. Brother, can I be your girlfriend? I promise to do whatever you want and never betray you. But all they received was a curt reply. No, thank you. After a while, a warning was issued. Class mutants from the Judgment Citadel, beware. The level 5 secret realm, Judgment City, will close in 10 minutes. Seeing the warning, Zhang Yue began preparing for the final battle. I'll upgrade my armored scorpion's defense. It will serve as a meat shield in front of me while I focus on dealing damage. Thanks to the upgrades, the scorpion would become like a true walking armor. Combined with equipment that restores mana quickly, the fireball skill can create continuous fire, improving efficiency in monster hunting. 10 minutes are more than enough. Inside the secret realm, some people were already incredibly injured. Damn, I was so close to defeating the Scorpion Lord. It was precisely Liu Yao and his group. President, a 7th grade Lord monster. We, a group of 2nd grade mutants, are just here to make up the numbers, aren't we? Lin Yue, with wounds and torn clothes, agreed with the others. Brother Yao, the monsters in this secret realm are too strong. We need to prioritize our lives. Seeing her talk about giving up, another group member agreed. That's right. We should use the resurrection scrolls quickly and leave before the monsters catch us or we'll die. At that moment, they noticed someone on top of a mountain. Who's there? Seeing it was Zhang Yue, they were astonished. You again? You're only at the 5th grade, aren't you afraid of dying? From the top of the mountain, the protagonist laughed at them, which made them furious. What are you laughing at? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Liu Yao went into a rage, and Lin Yue ran to calm him down. Calm down, Brother Yao. There's no way a poor guy like him can afford a resurrection scroll. He's going to die. The other person beside him also tried to calm him down. President, that monster is approaching. We need to get out of here first. Liu Yao used the resurrection scroll to leave the secret realm while cursing. You overestimating fool. You'd better die in the secret realm and save me the trouble of killing you myself. The protagonist observed the notification for entering the secret realm. Welcome to Level 5 Secret Realm Judgment City. Secret Realm missions issued. Defeat the Secret Realm. Guardian. Armored Scorpion Lord. Physical type. Level 7 Lord Monster. He looked at the place where Liu Yao and the others had used their resurrection scrolls to leave. They finally left. I won't have to deal with those annoying brats. Finally, he found the boss monster of the Secret Realm. Here it is. The Armored Scorpion Lord. He looked at the enormous, intimidating scorpion. As expected of the Scorpion Lord. It's different from these small monsters. Its health alone is several times theirs. He then commanded his own scorpion to attack. Let's go. Seeing his pet in direct battle with the Lord, he didn't stand idle, using multiple fireballs to deal damage. The Scorpion Lord, due to its high health and defense, withstood the attacks, counterattacking with its pincers. But Zhang Yue didn't rest, continuously throwing fireballs thanks to his mana regeneration. 6 continuous attacks hit the scorpion's face directly. It roared in fury to attack, but these were its final moves as it was finished off. Thus, it was defeated. A notification appeared for everyone inside and outside the secret realm. Congratulations to Mutant Class 0. The initial completion of the secret realm. Judgment City has been achieved. Black Iron level secret scroll +1. Everyone went wild. Someone cleared it? 0? Who is that? He's so strong he could actually clear a level 5 secret realm. Lin Yue had a sour expression as she spoke to Liu Yao. Just now, everyone was only at level 1 to 3, right? The guardian monster of this level 5 secret realm should be at least level 6 or 7. How did they kill it? Liu Yao's expression was no different. The announcement came a few minutes after your ex-boyfriend entered? Lin Yue, who knew the protagonist, couldn't believe it. Impossible! You also saw that he hid his identity at the time and didn't even have a pet. How could a person defeat a level 7 monster? Liu Yao was convinced. It's true. Some other people must have been involved. To be able to kill the Scorpion Lord, he's not an ordinary person. To his subordinates, he gave an order. I want you to find this person with the identification name 0 immediately. No matter the cost, make him join my supreme guild and work for me. They all shouted in obedience. Yes, sir. Zhang Yue examined the items the Scorpion Lord dropped. The drop rate of Lord monsters is indeed higher than that of regular ones. Copper coins, blueprints, equipment. But the most important is this scroll. He picked up the level 5 secret scroll. Black Iron level can consume 1,000 alternative energy points to upgrade to bronze level. After opening, you will receive a guaranteed amount of silver coins and a Black Iron level reward mission. Several people began sending him messages after the news of the secret scroll spread. Dancing Sword. Secret scrolls are great. Too bad the level is low. Unstoppable. Ah, my lord, there's an emergency in the alternate world. Secret scrolls have only appeared 10 times in the first world. Flying birds. Do you know how generous the rewards for missions within a secret area of a scroll are? Ultimate Warrior. I'm willing to buy the secret scroll for a high price. Send me a private message if you see this. Top Star. 3,000, brother, sell it to me. We can discuss it later. The protagonist was thrilled with the scroll. A secret scroll can be upgraded with just 1,000 alternative energy points. One-click upgrade. Several thousand alternative energies were consumed as he upgraded the scroll. There has never been a king-level secret scroll in the first world. If it were sold on the market, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands. For someone of an ordinary class, this would undoubtedly be a significant amount of money. He was excited as he clenched his fist. But my goal is to get through these alternate worlds. He received the notification. You used the king-level secret scroll, level 5. Received 1 gold coin. Congratulations on obtaining the king-level reward mission. Rescue the survivors. Please complete the task within the limited time to receive generous rewards. He looked at the mission details. Difficulty level 100, rewards unknown, king-level reward mission, just accompanying an NPC. The description was brief. Darkness covers the land, monsters resurrect, and humanity faces disaster. In the first alternate world nightmare source, find the survivor Island and bring her to the safe zone in Apocalypse City. Time remaining 12 hours. If the task is not completed within this time frame, you will fail. and the task will disappear permanently. The protagonist looked at the map where the mission would take place. Berserk Forest, a level 10 map. I'm still level 5. Besides, the wild boars in this forest usually appear in groups, so it might be difficult to deal with them. Forget it, let's find Aelin first. In the forest, a little girl was being chased by wild boars. Her white dress was stained with mud, and her eyes were teary with fear. Suddenly, the wild boar chasing her exploded in flames when hit by a fireball. The girl found herself being embraced by someone. "Brother, did you save me?" It was Zhang Yue. He received the mission progress notification. Survivor Aelin found. Time remaining, 10 hours. Although he had saved her from one wild boar, there were still several others nearby, growling loudly. Is this related to the mission? As soon as I found Aelin, the wild boars in the forest began to get restless. The wild boars attacked them with their charges, while the protagonist fought back with fireballs. They're hard to kill. A mythical class equipped with a golden attribute staff, attacking with rank A fireballs, can't even move them. If Aelin dies here, the mission will fail. He then summoned the armored scorpion to protect him. It would be a better strategy to work as a team. While the scorpion drew the wild boar's attention, Zhang Yue could attack freely with his super fireball skill. The flames flew toward the wild boars, making the forest glow as if it were day. He managed to kill the first of the new wild boars that appeared, earning 40 experience points and 100,000 alternative energy points. It works! Armored Scorpion, let's go. A bit more experience and we can evolve. Various notifications of experience points and alternative energy appeared as he killed numerous wild boars. With his staff, his skills, and the scorpion, he was managing the situation for now. These wild boars keep coming, but my mana is running low. Aelin was worried about Zhang Yue. Big brother, are you okay? The protagonist tried to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you back. At that moment, one of the wild boars hit him with a charge because he was distracted. Getting up, he attacked with a super fireball. Fortunately, my health is relatively high. Otherwise, I would have been knocked out if hit by a wild boar. The armored scorpion can't take much more either. I never thought this reward mission would be so difficult. Finally, he leveled up, gaining more health, mana, and free skill points. Thank God, I finally leveled up twice in a row. As an emergency measure, I'll upgrade the attack first. He decided to allocate his points to attack to kill the wild boars more easily. Additionally, he decided to equip one of the items dropped by the Scorpion Lord, a Battle Lord ring, which increased attack by 35 points and decreased enemy defense by 20 points. A gigantic fireball appeared above Zhang Yue's head. When he launched it, it was enough to kill a wild boar. Great! Compared to needing 7 or 8 fireballs to deal damage, now I can kill a wild boar with just 2. After launching repeated fireballs, the number of wild boars decreased. The accumulated experience points kept increasing until all were defeated. Finally got rid of that group of wild boars. Now, as long as Aelin is sent back to Judgment City, the task will be complete. At that moment, a voice came from behind the trees. Oh? You didn't die in the secret realm? It was none other than Liu Yao and Lin Yue Er, known as Supreme Sun and Supreme Moon. Zhang Yue was already irritated at having to deal with these two again. I don't want to waste time fighting with you two. Get lost. Lin Yue Er encouraged her new ally. Brother Yao, you're a level 5 elite with golden equipment. There aren't many novices who can compete with you now. Hurry up and teach him a lesson for me. Liu Yao, confident, drew his sword. You were lucky last time. I spared your life. Now it's time to pay. The protagonist's eyes were cold as death in the face of the threat. You want to kill me? Bring it on. The knight, clad in full golden armor, charged at him, swinging a sword overhead. Let's see what's more brutal, your words or my sword. His attack struck Zhang Yue hard on the shoulder, but didn't cut. How can this be? The most shocked was Lin Yue Er. This guy is just an unarmed beast tamer. How can Brother Yao not defeat him? Flames began to gather in the protagonist's hand, and he had a slight smile on his face. Are you done? Now it's my turn. With his staff raised, the protagonist summoned a massive fireball as bright as the sun. Seeing such an attack, Liu Yao was alarmed. Wait, I'm the president of the Supreme Guild and the eldest son of the Liu family, the richest man in Linhai. If you're going to shoot at me. Before he could finish speaking, the fireball was launched and struck him. He slowly lost consciousness from the attack. Damn, just one hit! And then he was set on fire until death, disappearing. A notification appeared when Liu Yao attacked the protagonist. Supreme Sun initiated an attack. If the other party is not killed within 10 minutes, you will not receive sin points. Having killed Liu Yao within that time, the protagonist considered him a fool. In another world, the names of professionals are usually white. However, when these professionals maliciously attack others with white names, the attacker will turn gray within a short period. During this time, the victim who resists the attack is in a state of self-defense and does not accumulate sin points. If the victim does not resist and is killed, the attacker's name turns red and they receive 100 sin points. In this case, according to the rules of the alternate world, entering the safe zone is prohibited, and you cannot leave the world unless you kill enough monsters to clear the sin points. Otherwise, expect to die. When a professional dies, they not only lose their level and experience, but also leave behind a significant amount of equipment and accessories. After Liu Yao's death, all his golden equipment fell, and the protagonist seized the opportunity to collect it. Nearby, Lin Yuer was sitting on the ground, her face pale. He killed Liu Yao with one blow. When did he become so powerful? Seeing him approach, she screamed in fright, "Hey, what do you want?" She was thinking of a way to escape. "What should I do? I can only use 2 resurrection scrolls in 7 days. I've already used one to escape the secret realm, so if I use another now, I won't have another chance." She knelt, pleading with Zhang Yue. "Dear, you know what? Since we parted, I've never forgotten you." She thought she would be killed by him, but he merely ignored her and continued on with Aylin. Now Lin Yuer hasn't made a move. If she had attacked Aylin, the mission would have been affected. I can't waste my time with these insignificant people. Kneeling and being ignored, she ground her teeth with hatred while internally threatening, "How dare you ignore me? Zhang Yue, wait for me." The protagonist took Aylin home. "Thank you, big brother. Aylin is going home now." With that, the king-level reward mission was completed. He received his reward, 10,000 experience points, 20 silver coins, and many energy points. Additionally, he received some more rewards. An item, the ice stick, the skillbook ice cone technique, and a normal grade pet. Thanks to the experience points, he leveled up to level 8, now needing 9,500 points for the next level. He took out the ice stick, which was of 2-star quality. It had some energy, but the protagonist had plans to refine it. Refining it 144 times with one click consumed over 22,000 energy points. With such evolution, the ice stick obtained a golden attribute, transforming into the Ice Staff Destroyer. The protagonist examined his new equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more energy is consumed for refinement. Fortunately, no matter how much it is, it's not a problem for me. By the way, in this reward, there was also a pet egg. Looking at the green egg in his hand, he noted that it was just a normal grade pet egg. I also received many common pet eggs while fighting monsters. I'll feed them all to the armored scorpion. Hearing these words, the scorpion's eyes sparkled, and cute hearts appeared from somewhere. Feeding the scorpion with the eggs, various notifications appeared. Your pet, armored scorpion, normal grade, devoured your frenzied boar pet of normal grade. Evolution value increased by 1. The current value is 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10. The evolution value gradually increased until the armored scorpion evolved. It became a silver armored scorpion, elite level. It growled in happiness upon evolving, and its shell shone with silver. Zhang Yue looked at his evolved scorpion. Not bad. A 2-star staff and a silver armored scorpion, along with the golden equipment Liu Yao left me earlier, should be enough to fight the first final boss of the alternate world. But before that, I need to go back and stock up on supplies. Upon exiting the alternate world, he was at home when his phone rang. Answering it, he heard the person on the other end say, "Mr. Zhang Yue, I would like to remind you once again that if you do not pay the 390,000 in medical expenses that your brother Zheng Zhao owes, the hospital will terminate all treatment for your brother." Now with money available, he wasn't going to delay the debt. "Give me the hospital's payment card number and I'll call back in 10 minutes. Hanging up the call, he looked at his items. "I'll sell some more pieces of golden equipment and easily make a few million. Helping the original owner save his brother could also be considered a reimbursement for this body." As he tried to move the items in his inventory, he received an alert. "Warning, these items are bound and cannot be traded or discarded." Reading the alert, he made a sour face. It seems to be the negative effect of the 10,000 times bonus. An alternate world setting is really not a bad idea. He thought for a moment. These items can't be traded, and even if I sell all my existing silver coins, it would only be about 10,000. I need to find a way to make money. He looked at the offers on his phone. "Selling an 8th world gold coin for 2,000 yen. Hurry and buy now." "Who can help train my sister?" "First world novice seeking a trainer, 200 yen per hour plus an additional 100 yen for each level. Is there a powerful professional brother who can help train my sister?" Buying a level 55 to 60 killing weapon at a high price. Must have good quality attributes. Regular trainers charge by the hour, but the money earned is very slow. Among the messages, he suddenly saw one with a different color, from someone named Remuro. "Reward for the first novice from the Linhai City world, a substantial sum of 300,000 yen to hire you as a trainer." The people below complained, There's no such outrageous training partner. It must be a scam. No way. Scammers can't pass the official verification of reward postings in the alternative world forums, right? One person was intrigued by the amount. Isn't that a huge reward? But someone tried to warn. Wow, this post is a life-threatening one again. The one who was warned asked, "What's happening? Can you explain?" The more experienced person explained, "This kind of post appears every year when new professions are awakened, and it's said that everyone who accepts the reward dies without exception." People were shocked. Wow, isn't that frightening? You might earn enough money to live comfortably, but you won't live to spend it. That's so scary. Zhang Yue, who saw the messages and needed money quickly, became interested. A post with a death risk? Interesting. A girl in a room filled with monitors received a call. The protagonist on the other end of the line asked about the conditions for receiving 300,000 yuan for the training job. The girl informed him that the job was to train someone who had recently obtained a class, and that the trainer would need to guide the assigned individual until they completed the first world. To the protagonist, these conditions seemed simple, so he said that it would be fine, whether it was the first world or the second, but he asked for 390,000 yuan for the job. The girl on the other end raised the offer to 400,000 yuan. Accepting the proposal, the protagonist asked when they could start, and the girl stated that the training could begin in 10 minutes. The person would be waiting for him at the respawn point of the final Judgment City. A few minutes later, Zhang Yue arrived at the meeting point. He knew that getting through the first world was one thing, but guiding someone was definitely worth the 400,000 yuan. To him, it was a fair deal, as long as the other party paid. After waiting for a while, he spotted a person completely covered by a cloak. As this person approached, Zhang Yue asked if they were the client. As they interacted for the first time, the people around them seemed to already recognize the person, as they commented, "Isn't that the Calamity Summoner?" Even dressed differently, everyone can tell. As for that weak Beast-Taming, he wouldn't have taken on that mission, right? It seems like money is worth more than life itself. Before the girl revealed her identity, the protagonist proposed that they form a team since he would be guiding her on the mission for the first world. Upon accepting the team formation request, Zhang Yue noticed that she was hiding her class and name. He didn't mind and continued, "To get through the first world, we need to complete 2 prerequisite missions. We have to defeat 1,000 monsters and pay 10 coins. You're aware of that, right?" The girl responded affirmatively. Knowing that she was still only at level 1, the protagonist explained that, due to the rules of the alternate world, it was impossible to defeat monsters 5 levels above your own, even if they had only 1 hit point. At that moment, he drew his newly obtained scepter. "Let's prepare the prerequisites, and in the meantime we'll gain a few levels along the way." With the icy power of his staff, he attacked the armored scorpions, which weren't very high level. Dozens of ice spikes emerged from the ground, striking the scorpions and dealing damage to them. The ability the protagonist had used was one he obtained in his last mission. Although it wasn't as effective for dealing damage as a fireball, it was good enough to be used as a support skill. After freezing and paralyzing the scorpion, Zhang Yue looked at the girl who was standing still and asked what she was doing. He told her to hurry up and finish off the scorpion quickly. The girl extended her hands, causing a purple energy to emerge. She directed it at the frozen scorpion, and when the attack hit it, the scorpion exploded along with the ice, being completely defeated. With the monster defeated, the girl leveled up 3 times at once. Excited and surprised, she didn't notice another scorpion approaching from behind. The protagonist, noticing the danger, shouted for her to be careful as he rushed to defend her. He jumped, pushing the girl to the ground, just as the scorpion struck where they had been standing. To avoid further risk, Zhang Yue conjured a super fireball. The sky above them turned red as an enormous fireball resembling the sun was summoned. The attack hit the scorpion that had been threatening them. Having been saved, still in the protagonist's arms, the girl looked at him with shining eyes, as if she were seeing a knight from a fairy tale. However, Zhang Yue didn't notice and told her to get up, as they needed to defeat more monsters to level up. The duo entered a dark, foggy forest. Zhang Yue, thinking about the payment he would receive, asked the girl how old she was. She didn't respond with words but made gestures with her fingers, indicating that she was 21 years old. Surprised, Zhang Yue questioned why her level was still so low. Everyone awakened at 18, so she should have been able to enter the first world 3 years ago. After being questioned, the girl stopped, prompting Zhang Yue to ask what was wrong. Removing her hood, she thanked him for his help and said he could leave now. She stated that she would pay part of the money soon and asked him not to tell her sister about what had happened. Zhang Yue was surprised, as he thought the girl couldn't speak. He then said that he had already promised her sister he would guide her through the first world, and that it wouldn't be a problem. The girl was shocked by Zhang Yue's decision. Didn't you hear what those people said? I carry the star of calamity, a vein of disasters. You'll keep facing problems if you take me with you. The protagonist asked what she was talking about, curious about this disaster curse. Before she could explain, a few people appeared on the scene. Hey, it looks like the Calamity Summoner is here ruining someone else's life. Just like they said on the forum, if you accept her mission, you'll suffer a horrible death. But those who manage to kill her will receive a huge bonus of experience and alternative energy. A group of men emerged, led by a man in the center who, excited, ordered his subordinates to attack the girl in the name of justice. The girl realized that the group was at least 5 or 6 levels above them, so they wouldn't stand a chance. She told the protagonist to run, as they were only after her. Zhang Yue drew his staff, and an icy energy enveloped him. He scoffed, "Don't I get a say in this? And what about the 400,000? Suddenly, another person appeared, walking towards the two groups that were about to clash. Wow, looks like a battle is about to start. The person who spoke was Liu Yao, followed by Lin Yuer and a dozen others. The group that initially threatened the protagonist recognized Liu Yao's son. Knowing that if he got involved in the battle, they wouldn't stand a chance, they decided to retreat. To save face, the group's leader claimed they were just performing a public service and had no intention of interfering with Liu Yao. Liu Yao ignored the man and told him to shut up. He approached the protagonist as lightning flashed across the dark forest sky. "Oh, it's you. We keep running into each other, don't we?" Zhang Yue mocked Liu Yao, asking if he was there to deliver more gifts. He reminded Liu Yao that he couldn't use the resurrection scroll again for 7 days. Liu Yao, unfazed, waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to capture Zhang Yue and the girl. The protagonist and the girl waited for the enemies to advance, but they just stood there holding their swords. Liu Yao noticed the apprehensive expressions on the protagonist and the girl. Looking back, he saw Hua Chu's actions and smacked him on the head, telling him to grab something else, not the swords. The man apologized, saying it was just a habit. After that, the group surrounded the protagonist and the girl. The next moment, they removed several gift boxes and asked the protagonist to take them. He was confused, not knowing what was happening. Lin Yuer was indignant, asking what the so-called brother Lin was doing. He just told the girl to keep quiet. Liu Yao then hid behind one of the men, waving at the protagonist with a smile. "I know you're not afraid to use force, but I am, so I'd like you to accept these gifts to show my sincerity." He gave a thumbs up. "These are hand-picked gifts that I had someone prepare. They're irreplaceable items. If you join my guild and serve me, then they'll all be yours." The protagonist remained silent, watching Liu Yao, who continued talking about the possibility of negotiating the salary, offering 500,000 per month. The girl was impressed by the amount offered, while one of the subordinates expressed interest in receiving that kind of payment. Lin Yuer tried to take advantage of the situation to humiliate the protagonist. "Zhang Yue, for a poor guy who lives off scraps, that's an amount you could never make in 10 years of work. Trust me, just join our guild and be on the winning side." She imagined that by recruiting the protagonist, Liu Yao would let her have fun humiliating Zhang Yue. It would be like catching 2 birds with 1 cage. The protagonist smiled, saying that he recognized the value of those who were more powerful than him. Then he suggested that Lin Yuer prove her worth through strength, so he could consider the offer. Lin Yuer was furious, calling Zhang Yue insane. She said that the offer of 500,000 was generous, and questioned why a broke guy like him would reject such a proposal. The protagonist simply closed his eyes and commented that birds usually flock together. He mocked Lin Yuer, saying she always acted like someone's lapdog. Zhang Yue then began to walk away, stating that if they weren't going to fight, he would be on his way, as he was a busy man. Lin Yuer was livid, asking if he was really going to leave, and the rich kid just said to let him go. The girl was irritated by his reaction, stating that Zhang Yue wasn't even paying attention to him. Liu Yao was furious, asking if her ears weren't working. He reaffirmed that they should let Zhang Yue leave. After the scolding, Lin Yuer returned to her submissive posture, licking her master's boots. As the protagonist and the girl walked away, one of the subordinates reminded Liu Yao that Zhang Yue had already defeated him before, and that being too generous and ignoring it would only lead to more disrespect from the man. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Yao punched him, asking what he knew. Liu Yao smiled brightly. "Some things are precious because they're hard to obtain. There's no value in things that are easy to get." Lin Yuer approached Liu Yao with a seductive look and asked why his attitude had shifted from bloodthirsty to this new one. He thought for a moment before holding Lin Yuer's face and answering, probably after being defeated by him. He's a broke guy who can't even afford golden equipment. How could a beast, tamer with not so high damage defeat me? This man is more than meets the eye. I must bring him to my side, to my guild, no matter what. Lin Yue clicked her tongue and internally complained that she knew the broke idiot Zhang Yue better. She then vowed that the next time they met, she would make the protagonist fall to his knees. In a more distant part of the forest, the girl thanked the protagonist for helping her. He then said she could save her thanks as he wouldn't get paid if someone captured her. She took a few steps toward Zhang Yue, her voice weak, and said she thought he wouldn't be able to complete the task. The protagonist then asked why she posted the request on the forum if her confidence was so low, and remarked that she might as well not have shown up. He then inquired why she cared about entering the alternate world. While opening some information about the character, the girl stated that the protagonist hadn't understood. She had given up a long time ago, but her sister was different. She then showed information about the special class Disaster Summoner. This class had limitations. Those with the disaster vein could not deliver fatal blows to monsters on their own. They could only progress as a team. However, if any team member was defeated, everyone in the team would return to level 0. And if the disaster summoner disbanded the team, they would be the only one penalized. However, there was a note. This limitation would be broken upon passing through the first world, and those who managed to defeat the disaster summoner would earn a lot of experience points. With this information, the protagonist discovered the existence of special classes, and that if users could overcome the limitations, they would not only instantly awaken to a higher level class, but possibly even to a mythological class. Unfortunately, it was not something an average person could achieve. Those who failed would remain in a cycle of suffering. The girl was sitting with her arms crossed and her head bowed. She explained that even after awakening to this class 3 years ago, she had tried over 100 times, but none of her attempts had been successful. Not to mention how the restriction prevented her from forming a team with anyone with a 10-level difference. Under these conditions, it was impossible to defeat the boss monster of the first world. She only asked the protagonist to leave, but he didn't move. Determined, he stood before her. "What if I told you it's possible? I can help you get through the first world." The girl had a mix of surprise and excitement. She quickly stood up, grabbing Zhang Yue's clothes and asking if it was true. For the past 3 years, breaking the class limitation curse had seemed like a distant dream. Being admired by others and making a name for herself made her wonder if this could be her best chance. The protagonist encouraged her. "We've talked enough. Now we have a world to complete." To get through the first world, a class bearer had to complete prerequisite missions before gaining the right to challenge the world boss. First, it was necessary to defeat 1,000 monsters. The second requirement was to collect 10 silver coins. In no time, the protagonist helped the girl defeat the 1,000 required monsters, and she assessed his abilities and the speed with which he assisted her in the missions. Additionally, they had gathered the necessary money. The protagonist turned to the girl and asked if they could now challenge the world boss, since they had completed the prerequisites. She was startled by the sudden question, but said she was fine with it. The protagonist noticed her expression and asked what was wrong. She gave a downcast smile and said, "It's nothing, just that normal people aren't as strong as you. Someone like you shouldn't have even accepted my request." The protagonist laughed and moved closer to her, saying that he wasn't just a normal person but someone of class. The girl was left speechless, while the protagonist waited for a better reaction to his joke. He thought it would be better to avoid mentioning how he was in real life. Meanwhile, the girl's expression completely changed, shining with admiration for the protagonist. Since they had already met the requirements, they set off to challenge the world boss. On the challenge screen, the protagonist pressed the challenge button. A blazing portal appeared before them, and the system notification indicated that it was loading the first world, where the sector boss of the nightmare source, the Abyss Demon, awaited them. Once the portal had finished loading, the protagonist asked if the girl was ready. She confirmed that she was, and then they walked toward the portal. Upon entering the portal for the World Boss Challenge, a notification confirmed their location. An hourglass appeared, indicating that they had a time limit to fight the boss. They needed to defeat the Berserk Pig King within an hour. Those who failed to defeat the boss within the allowed time would be considered defeated, and would have to restart the world mission from the beginning. The protagonist handed some items to the girl: resurrection scrolls, instant restoration potions, and various high-value items. He stated that although he was confident he could defeat the boss on his own, there were always unexpected factors, so it was better to be well prepared. He decided to use only the armor he had obtained, and what he took from Liu Yao. He also equipped the armor of the Protector on the Silver Scorpion. This way, defending against the boss's attacks wouldn't be an issue. After equipping the armor, the Scorpion became even more powerful with over 600 health points. Finally, after some time, they encountered a large boar with red fur and steel tusks. Dark energy surrounded the world boss, and its eyes instilled fear in those who faced it. The Berserk Pig King roared. This monster was the ruler of the first world, guarding its passage. Those who tried to enter the second world would be crushed into pieces by the Berserk Pig King. The girl muttered to herself, trying to muster courage. Fang Su-yan, don't be afraid. Now is your chance. Although she was trying to encourage herself, she had already faced the monster once in a group, so fighting with only 2 people seemed even more daunting to her. Protagonist noticed her reaction. She appeared disheartened by repeated failures, which frightened her. He then advised her to stay back, providing support or healing the scorpion when necessary. This surprised the girl, who asked what he would do. He smiled and replied, "I'm here just to handle this little piggy." As if provoked by Zhang Yue's comment, the Berserk Pig charged at him. The protagonist did not stand still and cast a super fireball, which hit the boar and created a tower of flames. The boar expelled a gust of air from its mouth, extinguishing the flames and showing that it was in perfect condition. The protagonist, who expected boss monsters to have tough skin, realized that it wouldn't be easy to breach such a defense. Furious, the boar prepared to charge at the protagonist, but the armored scorpion attacked it. The protagonist seized the opportunity to launch continuous fireballs, trying to turn the boar into crispy bacon. Although the boss suffered some damage, it was not as much as he had hoped. The protagonist did not see this as a problem. As long as the scorpion continued to provoke the boss, he believed he could defeat the monster. At that moment, the boar used a wild charge ability, hitting the scorpion and throwing it away. The monster snorted, indicating that it would be a tough fight to win. The protagonist realized that the battle wouldn't be as easy as he had planned. In the next moment, the Berserk Pig charged at him. Fang Su-yan screamed, telling the protagonist to dodge the attack. The armored scorpion growled, ready to attack, but the protagonist asked it to wait. He observed the boar and could see the reflection of the boss in its own eyes as he prepared. The Swine King charged at the protagonist, using its massive body. Zhang Yue stood firm, calm. Seeing the boar come so close allowed him to spot an opportunity to counterattack. Wielding his ice scepter, the protagonist struck the Swine King with freezing magic. Seeing the protagonist attempt to freeze the boss monster, Su Jinyan grew worried. Low-star bosses tend to have 50% resistance to effects. The freezing won't last long. Just as Su Jinyan feared, the Swine King shattered the protagonist's ice magic, entering an enraged state. The girl tried to hide, attempting to warn Zhang Yue that in this state, the Boar King would start using its deadly stomp ability. Although the Boar King broke free from the ice, Zhang Yue wasn't fighting alone. The armored scorpion leapt onto the boss monster, bringing it to the ground. The 2 massive beasts clashed fiercely in battle. Seeing his scorpion join the fight, the protagonist decided to support it. He asked Su Jinyan for help healing the scorpion. Understanding the command, the girl raised her staff, casting a healing spell on the armored scorpion. The scorpion felt its vitality being restored, which helped it confront the Boar King, but it still didn't seem enough. Noticing this, Su Jinyan tried to warn the protagonist that unless they inflicted more damage to turn the tide, the scorpion wouldn't hold out much longer. However, Zhang Yue was prepared for this moment. Raising his staff, he conjured a massive fireball. While facing the Boar King, the protagonist also summoned ice shards to combine with the fireball. As the boar freed itself from the armored scorpion, the protagonist unleashed his attack, a combination of contrasting temperatures, creating the Dance of Ice and Fire spell. The boar collided with a massive ice barrier, accompanied by a surge of flames. In its final moments before becoming frozen barbecue, the boar roared, attempting one last charge. Not even a level 10 2-star boss monster could withstand the heavy bombardment of a 2-star mythic-class golden weapon. The protagonist continued his assault, bombarding the boar with attacks, adding to the massive strike he had just unleashed. Amidst the flames conjured by Zhang Yue, the boar's health steadily dwindled, succumbing to the continuous rain of attacks. Su Jinyan was stunned. She had never seen anyone use those 2 abilities with such mastery. Finally, after the barrage of attacks subsided, the Berserker Swine King collapsed with a loud crash. A glow surrounded the protagonist as he received his rewards, earning a significant amount of experience and energy for defeating the Boar King. Additionally, he obtained 12 silver coins, some meat, and an active skill book that sacrificed part of his defense to increase his attack power, a skill he decided to keep, selling the other items. Moreover, Zhang Yue acquired 2 pieces of equipment, which he equipped on his armored scorpion. A light also enveloped Su Jinyan. A notification congratulated her on breaking her class restrictions, the curse she had lived with for so long. Tears began to well up in Su Jinyan's eyes as she wondered if she was dreaming. She couldn't believe she had managed to surpass the status of the Summoner class, let alone evolve into an epic core class, the Taboo Sorcerer. Notification windows appeared within the dungeon and throughout the city, congratulating Zero and Su Jinyan for defeating the first demon of that world, the Swine King. People who read these notifications were astonished to see that a group had completed the first world in less than half a day. They were even more shocked to learn that the group consisted of only 2 people. Amidst the crowd, someone recognized one of the names. Su Jinyan? Isn't she that girl with no combat skills who was dragging everyone down? The one who always needed others to carry her in missions? Are you telling me the person with her defeated the boss monster alone? That's insane! Now Su Jinyan and Zhang Yue stood before 2 portals, one red and one blue. Having completed the first world, the second world, a fortress besieged by the undead, was unlocked. They could enter the second world whenever they wanted. The red portal in front of them led to the second world, while the blue portal was a return portal. Zhang Yue decided to take the second portal to resolve some matters first. Seeing the protagonist step into the blue portal, Su Jinyan asked what he was doing. Before disappearing completely, he simply replied that he was going to collect his payment. As the protagonist left, Su Jinyan reread the boss completion notification, disbelief growing on her face as she realized that the young man before her was the mysterious figure everyone had been talking about, the infamous Zero. In the heart of Linhai City stood a massive structure known as the Fan Building. Inside the building, a young woman gazed out over the city through a window, only to be interrupted by someone informing her of an incoming call. The caller was none other than Zhang Yue, who, stating that the job was done, asked her to transfer the payment. Su Jinyan's older sister told him to wait until she could confirm the details, after which she would send the money. She sighed, noting that the mission had only been accepted half a day ago. This made her suspect that, given how quickly the other party was trying to claim the reward, there might be some sort of fraud involved. At that moment, someone burst into the room. A jubilant Su Jinyan entered, shouting excitedly, "Sister, I did it! I did it!" Seeing Su Jinyan's happiness, her older sister couldn't help but smile as well. Su Jinyan ran toward her with open arms, embracing her. "Not only did I free myself from the Calamity Vein, but I also evolved into an epic core class, the Taboo Sorcerer." Seeing Su Jinyan's advancement, her older sister was overjoyed. An epic class was incredible, as their family had never witnessed a class metamorphosis of this level before. Curious, she asked how many people had been sent to help Su Jinyan, only to be stunned when the young woman revealed that just one person had aided her in completing the mission. Shock flashed in Su Jinyan's sister's eyes at the sudden revelation. She quickly returned to her desk, asking Su Jinyan if the person who helped her was the rumored Zero. With Su Jinyan's confirmation, her sister quickly opened the internet to read the comments. She bit her nail with an excited smile on her face as she saw that Zero and Su Jinyan had broken the record and become the fastest group to reach the second world. If she could get the 2 of them together, it could elevate the status of their family and their group in the country. Making a decision, Su Jinyan's sister declared that they would hold an executive meeting immediately. She was determined at any cost to recruit Zero into their Misty Rain Pavilion so they could complete the second world before anyone else. Back in his rundown apartment, the protagonist received a call from the hospital. The person on the line confirmed they had received the payment, assuring him he could contact the hospital if he needed anything in the future. Seeing the payment had been received as promised by the contractor, the protagonist left his brother in the care of the doctors, vowing to do everything in his power to cure him. At that moment, the hospital representative revealed that his brother's condition was more severe than expected, requiring months of observation and incurring costs of around 40 to 50,000. The protagonist sighed, realizing he would need to spend even more money, regretting slightly that he hadn't accepted the offer from that scoundrel Liu Yao. After finishing the call with the hospital, he received a mysterious phone call. Putting the phone to his ear, he heard a proposal. "Sir, would you be interested in joining the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild?" In a large building, a meeting was underway, gathering several executive members. Su Jinyan's older sister and the guild's deputy master, was on the call with the protagonist. She offered him health insurance coverage, a base salary of 30,000, and performance bonuses for his achievements. The protagonist smiled, as the offer came at the perfect time. To Su Jinyan and Su Jinya's delight, he agreed to join their guild. However, he quickly tempered their excitement by stating his condition. They could request his participation in major events, but they would not be allowed to interfere with his personal freedom. The 2 sisters fell silent, concerned. One of the executives broke the silence, voicing his indignation. "What kind of demand is that? Joining a guild means dedicating oneself to its cause. If everyone acted according to their own freedom, what's the point of a guild?" Hearing the executive's objections, the protagonist issued his ultimatum. The offer was declined. In the tense atmosphere that followed in the meeting room, the man at the head of the table remained silent for a moment. Before speaking, He asked Jinya if the person on the phone was indeed the one she wanted to recruit at any cost. This man was Su Chen, the CEO of the Su Foundation. Jinya firmly stated that Zero was the class metamorphosis player who had broken a century-old record, defeating the First World boss and conquering the First World in less than a day. She strongly believed Zero was the prodigy of the century and insisted they couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Su Jinyan stood confidently, telling her uncle that Zero was something extraordinary. Jinya then suggested they accept his terms for now and renegotiate once Zero officially joined the guild. Her younger sister agreed, stating that Zero would participate in guild activities and that his demand didn't necessarily mean he would act entirely on his own. Su Chen closed his eyes, furrowing his brows, and finally accepted the sister's decision. However, he warned that if Zero refused to comply with orders later, they would have no other choice. Still on the call, the protagonist analyzed the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild a bit. They were only among the top guilds in the Long Kingdom, but that would be enough since the monthly salary and bonuses should also cover the medical expenses. He put the phone back to his ear. The guild had accepted his terms and asked when he would be available to stop by the office to formalize the agreement. However, the protagonist stated that he preferred to work from home instead of from the office. Since they were in the same city, the time zone wouldn't be an issue, not even for logging into the world. Sujinya was surprised by the protagonist's statement, which led her to ask if she couldn't accept that. The young woman quickly agreed, saying they could go along with the terms. The protagonist smiled and was finally able to hang up the call. After the negotiation, Zhang Yue stretched. Now that he didn't have to worry about money, it was time to make progress in the alternate world. When attempting to access the alternate world, Zhang Yue was given the option to enter the first or second world, and of course he chose the second, the fortress besieged by the undead. A red energy emerged, opening a portal for him to finally enter the second world. Upon passing through the portal, the protagonist glimpsed a large fortress, shrouded in the darkness of night and a faint mist. He received a notification, informing him about the history of this world. At the end of times, when the world met its end, humans influenced by darkness mutated. The mutated humans besieged the fortress like zombies, while the Norden people, the lucky ones, tried to survive. Zhang Yue would have to cooperate with other survivors since, with the fortress being invaded, there was nowhere else to run. The missions of this world were also presented. Pass through the secret realm and participate in and succeed in repelling 3 waves of monsters. Since the minimum level required for the secret realm was level 15, the protagonist decided to level up a bit first. As for the second mission, he would need to wait a while. While planning what to do, an NPC began shouting, "Prepare yourselves, the next wave is coming soon." The NPC, with a question mark above his head indicating a mission, was named Captain Norris. The captain was frustrated because the zombies were attacking Norden, and they didn't have enough weapons to protect their fellow soldiers. The protagonist realized that although Norden was the safe area in the second world, it was constantly being invaded, which kept the atmosphere tense there. Seeing the protagonist approach, Captain Norris began the dialogue. "Young knight, a battle is about to start at any moment. Could you go west of Norden and collect materials so we can forge our weapons?" Faced with the first mission, among the 10 he knew, Zhang Yue knew this would be the most difficult one, as it would consume a lot of time fighting targets at levels between 11 and 20. He would need to collect 100 units of 3 specific types of cores to deliver to Captain Norris and complete the mission. However, since the mission was the most difficult, it also meant it would be the most rewarding. Once the mission was completed, nearly the entire world would be as well. Anticipating the bonuses, the protagonist accepted NPC Norris's mission. The protagonist headed to the outskirts of Norden, toward an old military supply base that was on fire. Several zombies wandered through the streets in the flames, eagerly awaiting their next prey. Zhang Yue advanced slowly, with his staff in hand, accompanied by his armored scorpion. Using fire magic, the protagonist attacked the first zombie, causing additional damage thanks to the ice staff. With the first zombie falling, the others were alerted. They were fast and ran toward Zhang Yue. As it caught fire, the first zombie advanced. With the enemy so close, the armored scorpion also positioned itself for battle. The large scorpion used its crushing body and magic to deal with the zombie. However, contrary to expectations, it caused little damage. Clicking his tongue, Zhang Yue quickly realized the reason for this. The zombies seemed to have resistance to fire. The protagonist decided to take a different approach. A quantity of ice quickly began to form in his hand, and with the ice staff, Zhang Yue prepared to hunt the zombies, curious to see how long they could withstand. The protagonist commanded the silver-armored scorpion to provoke the zombies. With the order, the scorpion advanced, grabbing the first zombie with its claws. The armored scorpion, equipped with items that Zhang Yue had obtained from fighting the Boar King, was much more powerful. The protective ability it possessed also helped. There was no way the zombies could bring down this monster. The armored scorpion held the zombies with its pincers, making them easy targets. The protagonist cast his ice magic again, and attacking the zombie held by the scorpion, decided to see what would happen upon contact between fire and ice. A large amount of ice appeared around the flaming zombie, defeating it and granting the protagonist experience and energy. Along with these rewards, Zhang Yue received a few bronze coins, a not-so-high drop rate. After seeing what was to come, the protagonist advanced. Quickly, he defeated several zombies, leveling up while receiving more coins. After much effort, the protagonist managed to obtain 50 fire cores, half of the required amount for the mission. It would still take a long time to finish this mission, especially with the extremely low drop rate. The protagonist scratched the back of his neck, realizing he was starting to get hungry. He decided to log out of the alternate world and eat, planning to continue from where he left off the next day. However, at that moment, Zhang Yue went on high alert. A loud roar broke the silence, making him raise his guard. It wasn't just a roar, but two energies began to distort the space, making the protagonist believe that the waiting time for the boss monsters had finally arrived. The two energies and the roar gave way to a large humanoid being with horns and thorns, the level 14 boss monster, the flaming ice zombie overlord. Zhang Yue was glad he hadn't left prematurely. Boss monsters were extremely valuable, and he hoped to obtain good equipment or skill books from the dozens of meters tall monster in front of him. The flaming ice zombie overlord found the protagonist, while seeing him smile. Zhang Yue was beginning to grab his staff again, while the zombie overlord roared fiercely, creating a strong gust of wind that spread out. Zhang Yue wasn't intimidated by the roar, but the giant zombie attacked him the next moment. Large amounts of frozen energy spread out, trying to freeze the protagonist's feet, and he quickly realized how bad the situation had become. The flaming ice zombie overlord attempted to trap Zhang Yue's feet so he couldn't move, and attacked with another ice spell, the ice pendants. The protagonist was hit, losing a few hundred health points. Raising his magical staff, he didn't stay still, creating a large fireball and imbuing it with ice magic, to use the same attack he had used against the Boar King. The attack struck the zombie overlord, causing some damage, but it was not enough to shake him. Zhang Yue gritted his teeth. A zombie with two elements, fire and ice, while he could only use abilities from those two elements, made the damage significantly weaker. Realizing that he wasn't strong against that zombie overlord, the protagonist summoned the armored scorpion, which immediately began attacking the giant zombie. Zhang Yue was surprised by the amount of damage the scorpion took. In the next moment, an energy began flowing from the zombie's hands. A magic circle was formed, generating several ice cones. The elite monster's attack flew towards the scorpion, dealing significant damage. With the armored scorpion defeated, the protagonist would need to wait 3 hours to revive it. He also suffered a level drop, along with the loss of 10 loyalty points from the pet. However, by activating the Necromancer effect, the time for the scorpion's resurrection was reduced to 1 hour, and the penalties were negated. The zombie overlord didn't stop attacking. It extended its hands, creating a large energy ball and aiming at the protagonist. Zhang Yue gritted his teeth. The monster in front of him was on another level compared to the boss monsters from the first world. At that moment, a large lightning bolt struck the zombie overlord, interrupting its attack. The protagonist looked back and saw Su Jinyan, who had arrived suddenly. The young woman was focused on helping the protagonist, ready to use crowd control on the monster so he could continue attacking. The protagonist liked the idea and drew his ice scepter. The next moment, he continued to attack the zombie overlord with his fire and ice attacks. "Even if you resist my attributes, I won't stop." The giant zombie roared as it was hit, unable to advance due to the crowd control effect caused by Su Jinyan. Taking advantage of the elite monster being immobilized, the protagonist conjured a large fireball and launched it at the monster. After the protagonist's fireball attack, Su Jinyan was impressed. Wanting to be even more helpful, she cast a damage spell. Gathering energy at the tip of her staff, she attacked the giant zombie. Light Ray. Large amounts of energy fell upon the elite monster, which roared as it suffered significant damage. The protagonist glanced to the side. Impressed, the girl had 3 abilities with an incredible connection between them. He wondered if this was the power of the taboo sorcerer class. Putting aside her thoughts on Su Jinyan's class, the protagonist continued to attack the elite monster. Energy emanated from his core as he conjured fireballs and ice pendants. Once again, the protagonist's attack hit the zombie overlord, causing it to roar. Su Jinyan didn't stand still. The young woman continued to support Zhang Yue, helping the duo to gradually, but steadily, reduce the monster's health points. The myriad of colors from the sorceress's attacks, combined with the fire and ice attacks from the protagonist, finally brought down the flaming ice zombie overlord, granting bonus experience to the duo, who now formed a team. From the elite monster, several pieces of equipment dropped, making the teamwork rewarding. The protagonist thanked Su Jinyan, suggesting they split the rewards evenly. However, the girl refused the offer, stating that she was only there to complete a mission and that their meeting had been a mere coincidence. Additionally, she explained that she hadn't thanked Zhang Yue yet for saving her. The protagonist hesitated, mentioning that Su Jinyan's sister had already given him a reward as thanks, but the young woman replied that the two handled their matters individually. For the first time, Su Jinyan introduced herself, asking for the protagonist's name. Zhang Yue thought for a moment before shaking the girl's hand and revealing his name. The protagonist then asked if the young woman would like to form a team with him to complete their missions more efficiently, as they were both now in the same guild and had several tasks to accomplish. Curious, Zhang Yue asked the girl about the effects of her class. Having broken her curse, Su Jinyan's eyes shone. All of my crowd control abilities will be enhanced with taboos, and their effects will last 30% longer. Also, all of my abilities will have a 30% reduction in cooldown time. The protagonist now understood why the elite monster, the zombie overlord, could barely move after Su Jinyan arrived. Forming a team with her would certainly make progress much easier. Su Jinyan followed the protagonist, asking where they were heading. He replied that they were going back to Norden and could regroup in 10 minutes. As they walked alongside Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan remembered her promise, feeling warmth in her heart. She had told herself that she would marry whoever broke her curse. However, she shook her head hastily, trying to forget that thought, feeling embarrassed. After returning to the fortress, the protagonist examined the items he had obtained. There were 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book. He decided to sell the 1-star item and equip the 2-star ones. The protagonist's new boots gave him 10 agility points, a significant increase. He then moved on to the next step, as he needed a stronger damage skill. He began refining continuously, with various notifications appearing around him, until at some point, he acquired the skill Super Flaming Bullets, a rank A skill that could summon 3 fire bullets with a 5-second cooldown. The protagonist clenched his hand, feeling the power of the new skill. With it, combined with his current speed, he felt he would be untouchable. After finishing his preparations, the protagonist received an invitation to join Su Jinyan's guild. Accepting the guild invitation and having prepared his equipment and skills, he was now ready to continue evolving. The protagonist went back to defeating the flaming zombies, now using his new skill Flaming Bullets, a damage-dealing ability. Su Jinyan was amazed at how Zhang Yue defeated the zombie with just 1 strike and complimented him. The protagonist also praised Su Jinyan for her intelligence and control, highlighting how she always used her crowd control skills at the right time, also complimenting her equipment. Su Jinyan was delighted by the compliments, revealing that it was her sister who had arranged the equipment and that she had said they suited her class. Upon hearing this, the protagonist sighed. It was great to be carried by someone like Su Jinyan was. As they headed for another fight, Su Jinyan asked the protagonist if he was hiding the effects of his equipment, wondering if he had mythical items, as his attack damage was so high. The protagonist smiled, claiming it had nothing to do with his equipment, but with his mythical class. Su Jinyan found it hard to believe the protagonist's words, saying that typically, when shapeshifters from mythical classes appeared, they were accompanied by strange phenomena. However, none of that had happened this year, and there were no records of any new mythical classes. The protagonist smiled again, saying she could believe him or not. Obviously, he was an exception to the rule, as the awakening of his class had not happened in a normal way. The protagonist then assessed that they had already obtained the ice and fire cores. Now they just needed the poisonous cores to complete the mission. At the moment the two were about to head to the lair of the poisonous zombies, they received an alert. A guild general was calling everyone to a major event. Everyone was required to be in the city within 10 minutes, and those who didn't comply would be expelled. Reading the notification, Su Jinyan wondered what Chenjun was doing, startling everyone with a sudden announcement. Hearing the girl's complaint, the protagonist said that this Chenjun seemed like someone with authority asking who he was. Su Jinyan explained that Chenjun was the master of the Linhai City Branch Guild. Chenjun's father and her uncle were sworn brothers, and that was how he obtained his current position. After learning who had sent the notification, the protagonist called Su Jinyan to return to the city since they needed to participate in the guild's activity. Meanwhile, a giant zombie was roaring as it attacked a group of people. Striking the ground, it created a large shockwave, spreading its energy around and sending several people flying. As people were thrown away, an ambush of arrows occurred. A fierce battle was happening between 2 human groups as they tried to defeat the large monster. A man, holding his companion, shouted at Lin Yao, "We were the ones who found the boss first. You can't just come and try to steal it from us." Seeing someone complain to him, Lin Yao yelled back, "Power belongs to those who have it, understand? You're just a small guild, and today we're going to destroy you." While the two argued, a large magical circle of fire appeared in the sky. Several fireballs fell onto the battlefield. Seeing what was happening, the rich kid became furious and asked who dared to stand in his way. With his staff resting on his shoulder, the protagonist stepped forward, glaring at Lin Yao. "It's you again, isn't it? This time you're attacking my guild over a boss." An hour earlier, the monster was being attacked by a guild. With archers and tanks, they were trying to deal with the monster in an organized manner. However, the boss monster seemed too strong for them to handle. One of the warriors in the guild became worried and tried to warn the guild leader that, without crowd control, it would be risky to attack the boss head-on. The captain, who was armed with a bow, questioned what the warrior was afraid of. They just needed to wait for Su Jinyan, maintaining formation and reducing the number of monsters as much as possible. While all the commotion was going on, the protagonist arrived with Su Jinyan at the battlefield. The girl was easily recognized, as she was famous by her nickname, the Ice Queen. Someone commented that they had heard she recently unlocked her class limitations, while another person noted that the man with her was the one who had helped her, which was surprising since he appeared weak and thin. Hearing all the comments, Su Jinyan felt embarrassed and asked Zhang Yue not to listen to them, as she wasn't an Ice Queen. The girl was irritated by the comments, and even more annoyed with herself for what she had said. At that moment, the guildmaster recognized Jinyan. However, upon seeing the man by her side, he became extremely irritated, asking what she was doing alone with him. Irritated, the young woman replied that it was none of his business who she was with. Chen Jun, the guildmaster, got angry, stating that it was natural for him to be concerned, especially if people had ill intentions toward her. Su Jinyan verbally confronted him, saying that she could easily tell good from bad. Changing the subject, she wanted to know what the emergency was. Chen Jun informed her that the zombie fortress had been updated and the boss monster had appeared. Su Jinyan and the protagonist exchanged glances, and as the protagonist moved ahead of her, she remarked that the zombie king didn't reappear very often. If they managed to defeat it, it would be a great bonus for their guild. In front of Su Jinyan, the protagonist invited her to move forward, as it was their duty as guild members. However, the protagonist was stopped from advancing by Chen Jun, questioning why he couldn't proceed. Hatred and jealousy were evident in the guildmaster's expression. "A mere beast tamer managed to sneak into our guild, hoping to steal our shadows. Don't think too highly of yourself." Many people were surprised to hear that Zhang Yue was a beast tamer, as they had heard that this class was difficult to evolve. They looked at the protagonist's equipment and automatically assumed he was poor and was trying to join the guild just for financial gain. Several people started agreeing with the guildmaster, stating that it would be a waste to spend the guild's precious resources on him. Su Jinyan became angry, stating that no one knew who Zhang Yue really was. The protagonist smirked maliciously, saying that since Chen Jun was the guildmaster, he was the one who had the final say. Irritated, Su Jinyan threw herself at the protagonist, declaring that if he stayed behind, she would stay with him. Chen Jun was surprised by the girl's behavior, stating that he was only concerned about potential unforeseen circumstances due to Zhang Yue's apparent weakness. In the end, he agreed that Zhang Yue could advance, but he was not to interfere and should keep his resurrection scroll prepared. Chen Jun dragged Su Jinyan with him, stating that with her crowd control, they could deal damage without any problems. Being led away, the young woman told Zhang Yue to wait for her, promising she would be back soon. The protagonist didn't mind much, as he knew after analyzing the level 15 boss that this guild wouldn't be able to defeat it. Even with Su Jinyan's help, even with their large numbers, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated. He decided to wait aside to see what would happen with the 5th best guild. Soon after, Liu Yao's guild arrived to intervene. Back to the present, after the protagonist made fire rain down on the enemies, everyone was impressed by the power of the beast tamer. Liu Yao confronted the protagonist, asking why he had joined the Cloudy Rain Pavilion. The annoying Lin Yue was also present. Upon seeing the protagonist, she became furious. "Zhang Yue, you bastard! Brother Yao graciously extended his invitation for you to join the Supreme Guild, but now you're serving as a dog for Cloudy Rain Pavilion? I never thought you'd sink so low." At that moment, a large amount of energy condensed in the sky. A powerful strike landed on Lin Yue, causing her to scream until she went silent. To the protagonist's amusement, Su Jinyan remarked that now she would keep quiet. Looking at the protagonist, Liu Yao became irritated and asked how much Cloudy Rain Pavilion was paying Zhang Yue, saying he would pay double, or even triple, offering him the position of vice leader of the guild and CEO. Seeing someone trying to take Zhang Yue from her, Su Jinyan became furious. "How dare you try to steal him from us right in front of us?" The protagonist didn't care about Liu Yao's offer. "I am a man of righteous integrity. As long as I'm in Cloudy Rain Pavilion accepting its missions, I can't just jump ship like that. But no one knows what the future holds. When the time comes, we'll talk again." Traducer para Ingles. Liu Yao felt hopeful. He smiled, stating that the Supreme Guild would always welcome Zhang Yue with open doors to receive him. Thus, Liu Yao called his guild brothers, saying they were leaving. The members of Liu Yao's guild couldn't believe what was happening. One of them questioned, stating they were about to defeat the boss and asking if they were going to give up now. Liu Yao became extremely angry. "Boss? Who cares about that now? Look at the bigger picture, you idiots!" In the next moment, Liu Yao turned his back and left, dragging one of his annoying members with him, leaving behind Zhang Yue and the members of the Cloudy Rain Pavilion Guild. Su Jinyan thanked the protagonist for resolving the situation, but he declined the credit, simply stating that he had done what he was supposed to do. Interrupting their conversation, the boss monster attacked the ground near them, extremely enraged. The protagonist looked up and saw the King of Despair zombies, a monster many times larger than the elite monster he and Su Jinyan had defeated earlier. Not only was the boss's appearance terrifying, but the mace it carried was as well. Facing this monster, the protagonist drew his staff and showed a confident expression. "Let me take care of this from now on." The protagonist began the fight by launching a super fireball at the boss monster. The powerful attack pushed the boss backward thanks to the impact. Seeing the protagonist's skill, the guild members were shocked by how strong he was. With just one hit, he had reduced the boss's health by a third. They couldn't believe that a beast tamer could do that. The protagonist called Su Jinyan to join him, and she quickly responded to the invitation. A huge amount of flames enveloped the boss monster as it roared. The protagonist had raised his staff high, releasing a massive amount of flames to attack the king's zombie. The large volume of flames gathered, and the protagonist used his skill, Super Fire Bullet. A massive explosion occurred, spreading the flames to engulf the boss monster and the surroundings, reaching the sky. The king zombie seemed to be frying when suddenly it shook. As the protagonist turned his back, the king zombie fell, shaking the ground beneath it. Large amounts of experience were earned from defeating the king zombie of despair, and the protagonist received a bonus for delivering the final blow. The guild members were stunned, so shocked that an apple could fit in their mouths. They wondered where the guy in front of them had come from. They couldn't believe how quickly Zhang Yue had defeated the boss, far beyond how the Supreme Guild had been terrified of him, and how young Master Liu Yao had acted in front of the protagonist. Ignoring all the comments, Zhang Yue reunited with Su Jinyan, who thanked him, stating that if it weren't for him, the Supreme Guildmaster would have stolen their boss. The protagonist didn't accept all the credit, simply stating that he was doing his duty as a member of the guild. In front of the protagonist, the guild members were in awe, seeing him as a role model to follow. In the Northern Fortress, Su Jinyan clung to the protagonist's arm, not letting go. She was happy to walk beside him through the streets like that. Chen Jun, who hadn't witnessed the situation personally, was angry, asking why they had returned. At that moment, one of the guild members reported to the guildmaster that Lady Su and the Beast Tamer had managed to repel the Supreme Guild and finish off the boss. Chen Jun was extremely angry at the protagonist. "Are you serious? You had to wait for us to be weak to intervene? No matter who you are, if you don't listen to the guild leader's orders, then I have the authority to expel you." With the man shouting and pointing his finger at him, Zhang Yue grabbed Chen Jun's finger, confronting him. "I clearly remember you ordered me to stay aside." The guild member who reported to Chen Jun couldn't believe Zhang Yue was attacking the guildmaster's finger. The protagonist confronted Chen Jun directly, stating that he had ordered them to defeat the boss, so the mission was complete. Su Jinyan stepped forward, telling Chen Jun that if it hadn't been for Zhang Yue, they would have lost to the boss long ago, and he should be recognized for his achievements. The various guild members agreed with the young lady. Annoyed, she called Zhang Yue to leave, as they still had more missions to complete. Chen Jun was left behind, seething with anger. Gritting his teeth, he ordered one of his subordinates to keep an eye on them and report any weaknesses of Zhang Yue back to him. A fog hovered over the area where the poisonous zombies lingered. In front of such fog, Su Jinyan covered her nose as the smell was too strong. The protagonist pointed out that the poisonous zombies were on another level compared to the fire and ice zombies, and they needed to be cautious. The young lady curiously asked if these monsters had any kind of attack power. The protagonist then warned that they didn't have elemental properties but possessed dangerous abilities. The poisonous zombies had a skill called Poison Sting. Those who attacked them or were attacked by them would enter a poisoned state that couldn't be removed for 6 seconds. The effect made the target lose 6% of their health per second. Su Jinyan's eyes watered with fear. Pulling her from her moment of distress, the protagonist mentioned that she would need to stay alert and heal frequently. Before they proceeded, Su Jinyan suddenly called out to the protagonist, handing him a reward for completing the guild's mission, a pair of boots. Sometime later, a large amount of energy gathered. Su Jinyan was using her group control magic to trap the poisonous zombies, allowing Zhang Yue to attack. With Su Jinyan's command, after using her ability, the protagonist attacked. With his staff, he cast a spell that hit 3 zombies at once, defeating them. Su Jinyan was impressed with the damage Zhang Yue caused, which allowed them to defeat several monsters at once. With things going more smoothly than expected, the duo ventured further into the foggy forest. As they walked, the protagonist had a feeling that something was happening behind him, as if someone was following them. Just as Zhang Yue had felt, Chun Jun's subordinate received a report and informed him about what Zhang Yue and Lady Su were doing, commenting that a friend of his had said the two were quite friendly with each other, joking around and everything. Upon hearing what his subordinate said, Chen Jun exploded in fury, even biting his own shirt while stating that ever since Su Jinyan had achieved her new class, she hadn't even smiled at him. By his side, the subordinate suggested that if Chun Jun wanted to expel Zhang Yue from the guild, he would need to separate him from Lady Su first. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of them. It was a message from Norden. All class-shifted metamorphs around Norden were warned to be cautious, as a horde was about to invade the city in 30 minutes. The horde would be at level 13, so precautions should be taken. Chen Jun saw this as an opportunity to get what he wanted. Smiling sinisterly, he said to his subordinate, "How dare he steal my woman? I'll find a way to make sure he doesn't stay in the pavilion of Misty Rain. I won't make it easy for him." Chen Jun's subordinate tried to warn him, saying that they had resurrection scrolls and that PK was disabled in safe zones. He wanted to know what the boss was planning to do. With a manic grin, Chen Jun explained a rule. Once the horde arrives, those protections will be disabled for class-shifted metamorphs. We'll use that to take him down. While defeating the monsters, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan collected various coins. Since the horde would arrive in 30 minutes, the young woman wanted to wrap up the hunt so they could return. However, in a moment of surprise, a venomous zombie attacked the protagonist. Su Jinyan quickly moved to assist, preparing a spell with her staff. But before she could cast her magic, the protagonist defended himself, using his staff to push the zombie's head away. The protagonist fell to his knees, causing Su Jinyan to worry about him. She tried to approach, but he stopped her to prevent her feet from getting wet in the river. He sighed and agreed with her that they should leave immediately. Back in the city, both Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan completed their mission of collecting cores from the 3 types of zombies. They received equipment rewards and a significant level boost. The protagonist leveled up to 17, and she reached level 16. The girl was excited about leveling up, even more so because she had gained 2 level 15 pieces of equipment with a 2-star rank. Curious, she asked about his progress. The protagonist revealed he was level 17. Meanwhile, he was strengthening his armored scorpion, stating that if he weren't sharing his experience with his pet, he could easily have reached level 20. Curious, the young woman asked if Zhang Yue would refine his equipment, considering the horde was approaching soon. Following her suggestion, the protagonist inspected his new gear. He had acquired armor with explosion resistance and a golden attribute, capable of blocking up to 50 points of damage, and it was particularly effective against zombies. Additionally, he also obtained boots with the same effect. Zhang Yue was confident that with these 2 pieces of equipment on his level 15 armored scorpion, no one in the second world would be able to touch him. After upgrading his gear, Su Jinyan, excited, took the initiative to head out and face the horde. However, at that moment, she received a notification. Her guild was looking for her. The message called her to the guild office as they needed her for something. It also mentioned that her sister was there, and everyone was waiting for her. Upon hearing that her sister was waiting, the young woman wondered if something bad had happened. She apologized to Zhang Yue, stating that she had to attend to some family matters, meaning he would have to face the horde alone. The protagonist didn't mind and urged her to go ahead, reminding her that once the event started, they wouldn't be able to leave the world. The girl was concerned about the protagonist since, although the horde consisted of level 13 monsters, there were many of them. She urged Zhang Yue to be careful. The protagonist thanked Su Jinyan for the warning and waited for her to pass through the portal to leave. As soon as Su Jinyan departed, a notification from the city of Norden appeared. "My brave warriors, the zombie horde has arrived. Prepare yourselves." An announcement in the sector was displayed in the sky for everyone to see. It warned that until the waves of monsters were repelled, shapeshifters of all classes would be unable to leave the alternate world. Additionally, during this time, Norden's protective barrier would be deactivated. A note in the event information stated that the event would end as soon as someone defeated 50 zombies and survived the waves. A massive gate appeared in the center of the city, dividing the world. With its opening, the zombie horde advanced, invading Norden. The zombies quickly surrounded multiple shapeshifters, their numbers overwhelming when attacking in groups. As the battle began, the protagonist recalled that the zombie horde wouldn't stop. They would attack relentlessly for 1 hour before retreating. All anyone had to do was defeat 50 of them during that time. At that moment, A guild notification appeared before the protagonist. The members of the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild were looking for him, requesting his high damage-dealing abilities. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he would join them shortly. As he walked through the city streets toward the designated location, the protagonist encountered several defeated shapeshifters lying in alleyways. In a dark corner, a duo watched Zhang Yue, laughing as they realized the idiot was heading toward the location as planned. Chen Jun asked his subordinate if he was sure Zhang Yue's defense wasn't high. The subordinate confirmed, noting that while Zhang Yue had impressive damage output, he seemed injured after being ambushed by a zombie. This led the subordinate to assume Zhang Yue had invested most of his points in damage, neglecting his defense. The subordinate informed the guild leader that 12 archers were positioned on the rooftops, ready to ambush. He assured Chen Jun that this would be enough to break through Zhang Yue's presumed low defense. Chen Jun laughed maniacally, declaring that once Zhang Yue lost his first life, another subordinate would be waiting at the respawn point to ensure he wouldn't last a second. As he gazed out the window, Chen Jun seemed deranged, vowing to destroy Zhang Yue for daring to approach the woman who should have been his. Approaching the designated location, the protagonist sent a message announcing his arrival. Suddenly, more than a dozen arrows were fired at him from the rooftops. The protagonist swiftly summoned the silver-armored scorpion, which skillfully blocked the arrows aimed at its tamer. Chen Jun's jaw dropped as he turned to his subordinate, demanding, "Didn't you say Zhang Yue was just a weak beast tamer?" The protagonist received a notification stating he had been intentionally attacked by class shapeshifters. As a result, for the next 10 minutes, he would not be penalized for defeating his opponents. With a sinister glare, the protagonist scanned his surroundings and declared, "Are you done with your little show? Because now it's my turn." The protagonist counterattacked his enemies with everything he had. Fireballs were launched, taking down archers, while the armored scorpion struck others with its massive pincers. With the protagonist leading the charge, the enormous scorpion appeared imposing. Together, they quickly defeated those who had dared to attack them. The protagonist's expression was terrifying as he glared at his attackers. Chen Jun couldn't believe how strong Zhang Yue was. He angrily berated his subordinate, demanding an explanation. "What the hell is going on? You said Zhang Yue's defense was low!" The protagonist kept up his assault, sending fireballs that exploded near the duo. As he entered the building where they were hiding, his silhouette was shrouded in smoke. "Did you really think you could ambush me with such a cheap trick?" Chen Jun gritted his teeth at the question. The protagonist revealed that he had known all along since defeating the Zombie King boss, that Chen Jun had been watching him, looking for a chance to strike. Chen Jun was stunned, asking if Zhang Yue had intentionally pretended to have low defense to bait them into letting their guard down. The protagonist chuckled, replying that he had nothing against Chen Jun. He just wanted to see what he would do. Suddenly, Chen Jun pulled out a bow and arrow, asking if the protagonist had figured out his intent to kill him. Stretching out his hand, Zhang Yue's staff unleashed a torrent of ice. The ice quickly froze Chen Jun's bow and arrow, shattering them into tiny blocks of ice. Chen Jun's loyal subordinate stepped forward, declaring that Zhang Yue had raised his weapon against his superiors. He rallied the guild members nearby to attack. One guild member obeyed, charging at the protagonist, but a small fireball formed at the tip of Zhang Yue's staff. The fireball flew toward the attacker and exploded. Chen Jun couldn't believe the protagonist had managed to defeat an elite-class assassin, demanding to know who he was. Amid the flames, the elite-class assassin screamed in agony. In the end, the protagonist answered Chen Jun's question. "Who am I? I'm someone you shouldn't have messed with." After respawning, Chen Jun received a notification stating he had been defeated by 0 Necromancer class. Chen Jun's remaining allies were shocked, asking if they had just faced the guy who cleared the first world in less than half a day. They were confused about the meaning of the Necromancer class, questioning how Zhang Yue could be anything but a beast tamer. Faced with the barrage of questions, Chen Jun fell to his knees, practically in tears. However, his sobbing turned into rage. He had realized why Zhang Yue's identity was always concealed. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In the real world, at the Su family estate, which was being drenched by rain, a heated discussion was unfolding. Su Jinyan was furious, yelling at several people, "I never agreed to this! I never liked Chen Jun!" The man seated at the table, exuding an air of superiority, calmly told her there was no issue, as feelings could develop over time. Jinyan's uncle added that he had prepared something for her. A suitcase was opened, revealing numerous energy potions and mythical-grade treasures that would increase alternative energy by 100 points within a month. Additionally, there was a golden outfit, an item called the Devil's Garb, forged by a legendary level 30 blacksmith. It was a 3-star item that could enhance control effects by 30%. Her uncle explained that he had spent 5 million on the potions, while the Chen family had invested 8 million in finding blacksmiths to craft the outfit for her. The man declared that Chen Jun was his only son and would eventually inherit the company. Thus, once they were engaged, she would have access to everything he owned. Su Jinyan thanked her uncle for his generosity, but firmly stated that she wanted to make her own decisions. As her uncle glared at her, another man interjected, scolding Jinyan for speaking such nonsense in public. He reminded her that the Su family had invested heavily in her development and demanded to know how she could defy them so openly. At that moment, Jinyan's older sister, who had been silent until now, displayed a cold expression. Placing a reassuring hand on her sister's shoulder, she addressed their uncle. "Uncle, please understand that my sister is not a bargaining trophy to be traded. No one should make decisions for her," she continued, assuring Jinyan that she would always stand by her in her pursuit of happiness. Interrupting the sister's heartfelt moment, both Chief Chen and Su Jinyan's older sister received phone calls. Answering their phones, both looked elated as they learned what had happened to Chen Jun at Zhang Yue's hands. Chief Chen exclaimed that his son had been given the guild leader position in exchange for the Chen family's sponsorship of the Su Foundation. He demanded to know why one of their men was now turning against his son. Although trying to pacify Chief Chen, the man who had previously intervened was visibly sweating. Chief Chen stood up in a rage, huffing as he declared that if anything had happened to his son, he would personally take action. After the man left, the girl's uncle questioned what had happened to the guy they had employed, asking if they realized how much the Chen family had invested in them as a major shareholder. Su Jinyan was the first to respond, stating that there must have been a good reason since Zhang Yue wouldn't attack his guildmates without provocation. The girl's uncle grew furious. He started shouting, demanding that Zhang Yue be brought to him immediately. He declared that he would make Zhang Yue kneel and apologize to the Chen family, or he would be expelled from the guild. At that moment, Su Jinyan's older sister received a call from Zhang Yue. She answered hastily, asking where he was and if he had truly sent Chen Jun back to the respawn point. Smiling as he spoke on the phone, the protagonist calmly stated, "I'm leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion right now." Su's older sister was ecstatic, asking the protagonist if Chen Jun had been the one to provoke him first. She pleaded with him not to act impulsively, promising that she would prove his innocence. However, the protagonist didn't want to dwell on the matter and asked her to let it go. He ended the call. Cutting ties with the pavilion was the best decision. Chen Jun was narrow-minded and had powerful backing. After today's events, Chen Jun would undoubtedly seek revenge. Rather than dragging the situation further, it was better to sever ties completely. The protagonist sighed as he continued on his way. To cover his monthly medical expenses, he would now need to earn money by selling materials. To obtain high-grade materials, he had to clear the second world as quickly as possible and advance to the third. Returning his focus to the third world, the protagonist recalled that he still needed to survive 2 waves of undead and clear the dungeon to complete his missions. Among the tasks required to clear the second world, successfully participating in 3 waves and completing the dungeon, the protagonist had only made progress with the first so far. He recalled the map of this world, which had 3 dungeons. The Mortal Lands was the highest level dungeon, offering relatively advanced materials. At his current level, Zhang Yue believed he could handle level 20 monsters from this dungeon alone. As he was lost in thought, a group of people interrupted him. Leading the group, a man smiled maliciously and asked the protagonist if he wasn't the famous Beast-Tamer from the pavilion. The protagonist eyed the man, sensing trouble, and told him to leave. But the man grinned maniacally, stating he wasn't going anywhere and asking Zhang Yue what he planned to do about it. Another man beside the troublemaker, emboldened by their numbers, challenged Zhang Yue, trying to intimidate him into backing down. The protagonist quickly realized they were trying to provoke him on purpose. He asked them how much Chen Jun had paid them. The leader of the group smiled nervously under Zhang Yue's intense aura, admitting that he had guessed correctly. Referring to Chen Jun as president, the man revealed that their boss had promised them 5,000 coins, a resurrection scroll, and a bonus for defeating Zhang Yue. Hearing this, the protagonist smirked and remarked, "It seems Chen Jun is really taking me seriously." The protagonist refrained from making a move, even though it would have been easy. If he attacked, his name would turn red, marking him as a sinner. Clearing the sin would prevent him from logging out, entering safe zones, or initiating boss challenges, effectively trapping him on the second map. At that moment, Liu Yao suddenly appeared, doubling the group's offer. He proposed a mission for them to attack the pavilion president, offering an additional 50,000 as a reward to whoever landed the final blow on Chen Jun. Hearing the offer, the group was stunned, asking who this man was to make such a bold proposition. As Liu Yao radiated confidence, one of his subordinates introduced him. "This is the young master of the Liu family, Liu Yao, the most influential figure in Linhai City." Upon learning Liu Yao's identity, the group hurriedly accepted the mission and left to fulfill it. They departed, Liu Yao remarked to the protagonist that he had heard about his situation, noting how Chen Jun was broadcasting to the entire world his intent to make sure Zhang Yue couldn't take a single step in the alternate world. The protagonist sighed, replying that Chen Jun just talked too much. Liu Yao, addressing him as brother, said the pavilion underestimated people and encouraged Zhang Yue to value himself more. Liu Yao even offered to protect him from such people. Turning his back to the talkative Liu Yao, the protagonist replied that they could discuss it later, as he wasn't interested in joining any guild at the moment. Liu Yao's subordinate questioned why he kept spending money chasing after Zhang Yue when the guy didn't even seem grateful. Liu Yao defended the protagonist, stating that having suffered under the pavilion's hand, it was natural for him to avoid guilds for the time being. He mocked the blind idiots in the pavilion, adding that their behavior explained why they only ranked 5th. As the protagonist walked away, he reflected on the situation. He had thought leaving the pavilion would avoid further conflict with Chen Jun, but it was now clear the man would continue targeting him to preempt future problems. After some time, the protagonist reached his destination. Many players seeking better rewards tended to form teams to tackle the lower-level areas of the place. However, they often overlooked the Dark Lair, a location that rarely attracted attention. Upon arriving at the lair, the protagonist encountered a sealed gate guarded by an NPC, the Mage Morn. The mage held a glowing gem as he initiated a dialogue with the protagonist. "Brave adventurer, are you here to challenge the Cadaver Nest dungeon?" The protagonist confirmed the NPC's question. Due to his smaller size, Morin made the shining token float towards Zhang Yue as he continued their conversation. That was a standard token for the Cadaver Lair. It could be refined into a golden token, which would evolve the dungeon into a secret dungeon. The protagonist knew that the probability of a secret dungeon appearing was very low, and it required an incalculable amount of energy, which was why no one attempted it. However, the protagonist wasn't concerned about probabilities or energy consumption. Using his nearly infinite points, he began refining the token, anticipating that a golden token would soon emerge. Elsewhere, far from where the protagonist was, the screams of pursuers echoed through the forest as they hunted Chen Jun. Chen Jun couldn't understand what was happening. He had paid that group to carry out a mission, and now they were chasing him instead. Hiding behind a tree with his loyal follower, Chen Jun heard the man mutter that this was likely Zhang Yue's doing. The subordinate reminded the guild leader that he couldn't use the resurrection scroll for the next 5 days. Therefore, he had to wait until the cooldown ended before he could start leveling up again. Slamming his fist against a tree, Chen Jun cursed the protagonist, vowing not to let him escape. Suddenly, a notification appeared for all players in the second world. It announced that a player with a hidden name had evolved the Dark Cadaver Nest dungeon, turning it into a secret dungeon available for the next 2 hours. The notification invited everyone to challenge the secret dungeon, offering an additional bonus. All players defeated inside would receive 1 free resurrection. Chen Jun celebrated, as if the heavens were on his side. With a free resurrection, he could clear a level 15 mini-dungeon. He quickly ordered his subordinate to gather all guild members and fetch some rare equipment. While taking down monsters with his expensive gear, Liu Yao smiled as he saw the notification. Like Chen Jun, he also couldn't revive, so the free resurrection was perfect for him. Slaying the last monster in his path, Liu Yao gave a command. His men were to assemble all guild members and head to the Dark Cadaver Nest dungeon immediately. Inside the dungeon, the protagonist had already defeated numerous monsters. One of the current world's missions required him to clear a dungeon. On top of that, the rewards from the secret dungeon were bound to be significant. With the resurrection bonus, he was certain a particular person would show up at the dungeon. As Zhang Yue thought about this, a sinister aura began emanating from one of the defeated monsters. The creature rose furiously, and the protagonist watched it with excitement. Zhang Yue thought his plan was proceeding smoothly. Now all he needed to do was defeat the dungeon boss first. Skill bombardments were happening in the secret dungeon. The protagonist, after defeating the boss, ordered it to behave, or it would meet the same fate as the subordinates. At this moment of superiority, Zhang Yue received a notification that a large number of people had entered the dungeon. The protagonist knew that a secret realm with free resurrection was a great opportunity for Chen Jun and the others who couldn't use resurrection scrolls. At that moment, 2 guilds were arriving at the dungeon, each with a different goal. Zhang Yue was aware of the arrival of both. However, the protagonist's target was not the 2 guilds, but a single person. Therefore, he didn't want to involve the 2 people he knew in this. Using the token that was given to him, the protagonist used the rule modification function. The token glowed, indicating that Zhang Yue, as the bearer of the token, had 3 chances to modify the rules of the Dark Dead Realm dungeon. While the protagonist decided which rules to change, the battle between the 2 guilds and the monsters was taking place. Chen Jun wanted Su Jinyan to stay close to him, but she ignored him. The girl found him very annoying. She was planning to look for Zhang Yue, but if it weren't for her uncle, she wouldn't care about the fate of the guild's cowards. Suddenly, a notification appeared within the dungeon. The bearer of the Golden Secret Order had altered the rules of the secret realm. The free resurrection mechanism was cancelled. Return scrolls to the city were disabled, and no one could leave the dungeon midway. Additionally, defeating metamorphosized class mobs with white names would no longer grant sin points. The secret realm was now locked. Along with all the altered rules, a secret mission was generated. Participants needed to defeat 500 zombies, a number based on the number of people, and defeat the guardian of the secret realm, the dark undead leader. In front of the massive notification, Chen Jun was stunned, asking if the dungeon bearer had gone mad, questioning if they wanted everyone to go to the lobby by changing the rules so suddenly. At this moment, Chen Jun's loyal follower hypothesized that the person who had activated the secret realm was Zhang Yue, who had intentionally lured them there. Faced with the possibility, Chen Jun argued with his subordinate, unwilling to believe it. Nonsense! How could he be so lucky to refine the Golden Decree, which has such a low probability? Or do you think he has hundreds of thousands of alternative energy points to play with me? At that moment, Su Jinyan commented that it seemed like the rules had really been altered, so that someone could be targeted. Chen Jun refused to believe it, stating that Zhang Yue must be afraid of so many competitors, and therefore wanted the reward for the first clear all to himself. Chen Jun beamed with confidence, striking a heroic pose. He told Jinyan not to worry because he was there with her. Therefore, it didn't matter who had changed the rules. He would help her get through this secret realm. 500 zombies would be easy to defeat. Faced with Chen Jun's meaningless bravado, the young woman muttered to herself that it would be better if he helped himself instead of trying to help her. Despite his heroic words, Chen Jun surrounded himself with people. He arrogantly stated that they needed to defeat the boss and claim the reward for the first clear, so it would belong to the Misty Rain Pavilion. While Chen Jun spoke, one of his subordinates reported that there was someone ahead of them. However, Chen Jun didn't believe anyone could be faster than their guild. At that moment, a voice that startled Chen Jun and excited Su Jinyan echoed inside the dungeon. "Hey, you finally arrived?" In front of the pavilion's group, the protagonist was sitting on top of the boss monster, holding his staff. His gaze directed at Chen Jun was one that wanted trouble, while he stated he had waited long enough. Su Jinyan, excited, asked what Zhang Yue was doing there, as she had planned to look for him. Chen Jun gritted his teeth, asking the protagonist if he was the one who had unlocked the secret realm and where he had obtained the Golden Decree. The protagonist got off the monster, asking Chen Jun if he was trying to find ways to defeat them since he was now right in front of him. Chen Jun was very scared. He had entered the dungeon only because of the free resurrection, but he didn't expect to fall into someone else's trap. Hiding behind his subordinates, Chen Jun asked the protagonist if he thought he could take him on. "I'm supported by the Chen family, one of the top 3 aristocratic families in Linhai. Even Su Chen, the head of the Su family, has to show some sincerity when he sees me. What do you think you're doing, challenging me?" Angry and scared, Chen Jun turned to Su Jinyan, asking the young woman to use her control to restrain Zhang Yue. However, the young woman didn't obey. "Zhang Yue used to be part of our guild, but how did you treat him? You were the first to attack him, so don't blame him for wanting to defend himself. I won't support you this time." Seeing Su Jinyan's refusal, Chen Jun turned to the guild members, ordering them all to attack Zhang Yue. Guild members, however, didn't want to attack. They were facing someone who had defeated the boss monster alone, while their own levels were low. Faced with the refusal to attack, Chen Jun tried to calm the group's fear, stating that they still had their resurrection scrolls, and therefore should attack. He also offered 5,000 coins as compensation for each one. Desperate, Chen Jun shouted, claiming he didn't believe Zhang Yue could handle an attack from a sea of people. Some people began to question whether the 5,000 was worth it. Finally, a few people who still had their resurrection scrolls moved forward, attempting to attack the protagonist. The protagonist smiled, demoralizing the guild that was attacking him. Compared to the waves of level 9 monsters, the Misty Rain Pavilion is nothing but ants. Before the men advancing against him could attack, the protagonist zipped past them with great speed, leaving a trail of light behind. After stopping his movement, the protagonist waited. In the next moment, several damage amounts appeared above the heads of the men he had passed. Multiple notifications stating that he had defeated several people appeared constantly, but no sin points were added to him. Inside the dungeon, the protagonist didn't have to worry about anything he did against the metamorphs with clean names. Seeing the protagonist standing still, Chen Jun ordered another wave of subordinates to attack, taking advantage of the distraction. However, before the group could move forward, a giant armored scorpion appeared. Faced with such a beast, the men who were advancing trembled. However, one of them appeared confident, believing the opponent was just a regular armored scorpion. As he attacked the scorpion, his sword shattered against the creature's tough exoskeleton. The man wondered what was happening. He He was a level 14 warrior who had invested all his points into strength, but he couldn't even scratch the scorpion. Seeing the situation, the protagonist snorted and stated that it would be strange for idiots to defeat the level 15 elite scorpion, which had 2 level 15 defensive attribute golden equipment. At that moment, several arrows flew towards the Pavilion Guild, forcing them to defend themselves with shields. Someone, excited, claimed that for each one they defeated they would earn 20,000. Caught in the ambush, those who didn't know that Liu Yao's guild had invaded were confused. The protagonist, aware of the entire situation, remained silent, simply waiting for the events to unfold. Suddenly, another group advanced toward the protagonist. However, Zhang Yue simply stood still in front of them. Everyone passed by him, ignoring him and attacking Chen Jun's men. Liu Yao finally appeared on the scene, trying to intervene in the situation to favor Zhang Yue. Placing his hand on his waist, the rich young man told the protagonist to stay calm. As with him there, the rotten fish were nothing. The protagonist looked at Liu Yao, irritated that he was meddling in his business again. Chen Jun was surprised by what was happening. He confronted Liu Yao to understand the meaning of his actions, since they had never targeted anyone from the Supreme Guild. Liu Yao looked at Chen Jun with a mocking expression, stating that he had only heard that he liked to use money to solve his problems, and he wanted to see who had more money between them. Liu Yao pointed at Chen Jun and his group. "I'll give you a chance to get rich. I'll give 1,000,000 to whoever defeats the guildmaster." Upon hearing about the 1,000,000, people were tempted. At that moment, Chen Jun quickly stopped them from thinking about betraying him, stating that anyone who dared to attack him would become an enemy of the Su and Chen families. As Chen Jun tried to prevent them from attacking him, a strong pressure hit the dungeon. People were frightened, and their reactions worsened when they saw a giant monster now standing, emanating a powerful, crushing energy. The protagonist knew that in some worlds, when a territorial lord's or a boss monster's life was reduced to a certain point, they would become berserkers, in an enraged state, and that was what was happening at that moment. The dungeon boss began to arm itself as a notification appeared for the people in the dungeon. The undead lord had become a berserker, and evolved into a 3-star boss, level 19. The huge monster now seemed to have created armor around its body, while its hands held a shield and an axe. Liu Yao was terrified upon seeing the boss. No one had told him that the boss could evolve. The dungeon boss began to roar as it swung its axe. When it attacked, it destroyed the ground in front of it with a single blow. With the boss becoming a berserker, the exit from the secret realm was forcibly opened. Now, all the metamorphs could leave at any time. Seeing this notification, Chen Jun felt as if the heavens were blessing him. As Liu Yao stared at the boss, Chen Jun raised his bow and shot, aiming. "Liu Yao, weren't you an expert at pretending? Today I'll make you pay." Chen Jun's arrow was shot, hitting the shoulder of the dungeon boss on the side where Liu Yao was nearby. The arrow caught the attention of the undead tyrant, who upon noticing Liu Yao's presence prepared to attack. Liu Yao looked up, frightened. With such a strong monster against him, he could only ask someone to save him. The boss swung its axe, but at that moment, the protagonist summoned the silver-armored scorpion to turn the situation around. The giant scorpion successfully blocked the undead tyrant's attack. The protagonist felt relieved, seeing that it was enough. The monster had changed after its evolution, which made Zhang Yue surprised to see it dealing significant health damage to the armored scorpion. At that moment, Chen Jun was opening a portal to escape. He looked toward Zhang Yue, mocking him. "Trash! You wanted to catch me? Wait 10,000 years, have fun. I won't be with you on this." The protagonist ran toward Chen Jun, intending to stop him, but at that moment, a noise came from another direction. The tyrant monster had managed to push the scorpion back, almost defeating it completely, and was now advancing toward Liu Yao. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He could use his teleportation once to catch Chen Jun, but in the process, Liu Yao would be hit by the boss. The protagonist changed direction, advancing toward Liu Yao, attacking the boss with ice cones along the way. The ice cones spread out, forming a large ice layer that almost completely covered the giant monster. Grabbing Liu Yao's arm, the protagonist urged him to move. In the next moment, the giant monster managed to break through the ice layer and attack toward the two, who narrowly dodged it. The protagonist was frustrated because the ice cone skill, which he had used, was of grade A, but it only caused about 100 points of damage. This showed how tough it was to face a 3-star, level 17 boss. But the protagonist didn't give up. Using his agility to find opportunities to strike, he continued to move around the giant monster. Seeing Zhang Yue attacking the boss alone, Liu Yao quickly ordered his men to join the fight to help him, but one of the subordinates was embarrassed, stating that if they joined the battle, they would only be a hindrance. As the battle continued, the protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing the monster was also quite fast. He had to pull back to avoid being hit, but at that moment, another attack from the boss came toward him, putting him in a difficult position. The attack quickly approached the protagonist, but suddenly an energy fell upon the boss, confining it as it roared. Su Jinyan had joined the battle. With determination in her eyes, she called out to Zhang Yue to fight together. She would be the support, and he the damage dealer. The protagonist moved quickly, conjuring a large amount of fire with his staff. Several fireballs flew toward the giant monster, which was now confined in its movements. The Supreme Guild members were stunned by the duo who were facing a 3-star boss on their own. Liu Yao realized that the girl fighting was the second daughter of the Su family, the confined mage. He was impressed by how incredible an epic class user was. However, after praising Su Jinyan, Liu Yao didn't want to fall behind and tried to tell the protagonist that if they worked together as a team, the boss would be defeated even faster. Liu Yao seemed like a star, claiming that he needed to bring both Su Jinyan and Zhang Yue to the Surprise Guild. However, even his loyal subordinates didn't believe this was possible, especially when it came to the second daughter of the Su family. While Liu Yao was showing off, the boss monster was furious from the attacks of the protagonist. Despite its roars, the boss couldn't move. As Su Jinyan kept its movements confined, the protagonist stared at the boss. Fortunately, its health was already extremely low after everything they had done. Knowing this, Su Jinyan instructed the protagonist to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, the protagonist did not attack. He whispered something for Su Jinyan to hear. "I am the anonymous player of the secret realm." Su Jinyan didn't understand what the protagonist meant, but soon realized he wanted to maintain his anonymity so he couldn't deal the final blow to the monster. The girl raised her staff, gathering a large amount of energy. In the next instant, she cast an attack spell, Flame Light. The boss monster was hit directly by the young sorcerer's spell. Su Jinyan's attack swept the monster from the dungeon, ending the secret realm. At that moment, several people began to level up. An announcement was made for the city of Norden, congratulating the player with the nickname Su Jinyan for completing the secret realm, receiving a level 15 realm scroll as a reward. Everyone present was extremely excited as they had survived and leveled up. Liu Yao jumped on the protagonist to thank him. With the annoying rich kid's excitement about him, the protagonist grew angry, stating that if it weren't for him, Chen Jun wouldn't have escaped. The protagonist was now waiting for more bad things to happen, as Chen Jun had managed to flee. In response to Zhang Yue's complaint, Liu Yao asked what they should do next. Trying to solve the problem with money, he asked the protagonist if he would accept $1 million as compensation. The protagonist, in response, questioned if Liu Yao had anything other than money. Thinking it was a serious question, Liu Yao revealed that he dreamed of gathering the strongest users to create the strongest guild in the world. Confidently, Liu Yao stated that, because of this, Zhang Yue should join his guild, as the Liu family owned the largest medicinal company in Linhai City. If Zhang Yue joined them, he would have endless access to medicine. Faced with the proposal, the protagonist told Liu Yao to leave. But for the first time, Liu Yao seemed serious for some reason. "Brother, you should listen to what I have to say. Our Liu family has connections with the best blacksmith family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Su family, and with the mage family, the Guanshang family." What caught the protagonist's attention in Liu Yao's words was the mention of the Su family, the blacksmiths. Liu Yao stated that his father and the head of the Su family were old friends, so as long as they had enough materials, any equipment they wanted would be forged. All they had to do was ask. The protagonist thought for a moment. Unlike simply buying, having equipment forged by blacksmiths was much better. Liu Yao seemed like a puppy begging for Zhang Yue's attention, saying it was fine if he didn't join the guild right now. He would accept just being added as a friend, and if there was any equipment Zhang Yue wanted, he would help him obtain it. Finally, the protagonist accepted Liu Yao's suggestion, making Liu Yao extremely happy. Thus, the protagonist bid Liu Yao farewell, and along with Su Jinyan, they left through a portal. After the protagonist and the young woman left, some people began talking about the second daughter of the Su family, who had awakened an epic class at the spawn point. They commented on how talented and beautiful she was, wondering what kind of man could compare to her. At that moment, some people appeared at the spawn square, including Chen Jun, who joined the conversation, praising Su Jinyan as the strength of the Misty Pavilion. Beside Chen Jun, his loyal subordinate commented that since Su Jinyan had defeated Zhang Yue, she had also survived. Realizing this, Chen Jun cursed, admitting that they had underestimated their opponent, who knew how to use the secret realm to set up an ambush. Chen Jun was determined to do whatever it took to defeat the protagonist once and for all. However, his subordinate stated that Zhang Yue's power seemed very strong, especially with the Supreme Guild now behind him. Standing up, Chen Jun declared that others could do the job for them, since they were unable to. The subordinate was surprised to understand what the guildmaster was suggesting. The two remembered how, in the past year, some users had been trapped in the third world, at least level 30. Chunjun believed such people would bring prestige to his Chen family if they accepted a request. Chunjun looked around manically, telling Zhang Yue to wait and see, because if he could pass through the third world, he himself would eat manure. In an area of the forest, Su Jinyan was following the protagonist, asking if he would turn her into an enemy because Chunjun was chasing her. The protagonist stated that everyone should be responsible for their own actions, and that he only had one enemy, Chunjun. Despite this, Zhang Yue warned that if the Misty Pavilion insisted on helping Chunjun, he wouldn't mind having more than one group as enemies. Quickly, Su Jinyan denied that they would help Chunjun, stating that they wouldn't be enemies of Zhang Yue. The girls said that like Zhang Yue, the person they both hated most was the same. Taking the equipment she had received from the boss monster, Su Jinyan said that Zhang Yue had given her the opportunity to deal the final blow, so the rewards should all belong to him. The protagonist didn't think the equipment was that bad. He could use it along with the skill books to significantly increase his damage and health. Suddenly, a notification appeared. A new monster horde would be invading the city of Norden again in some time. This time, the horde would consist of level 15 monsters. The duo went on alert upon seeing the announcement. Although Su Jinyan was worried, the protagonist was excited, as once they passed this horde, the world mission would be complete, and he could move on to the third world. Hastily, Su Jinyan said they should pack up and prepare, to which Zhang Yue agreed. However, at that moment, a woman ran toward the protagonist, passing by Su Jinyan. "Zhang Yue, I already know I was wrong. Please, can you forgive me?" The woman who had run up to the protagonist was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Liu Yaer. In front of Liu Yaer once again, the protagonist asked what she wanted. Liu Yaer revealed that Liu Yao no longer wanted her. This revelation made Su Jinyan angry, asking if now that the rich boy didn't want her anymore, she was coming after Zhang Yue. Liu Yaer admitted that she thought Zhang Yue was poor, but stated that every woman wanted a peaceful life with a rich man. She tried to convince the protagonist, calling him Brother Zhang, saying that he seemed strong now and had a clear path ahead. She wanted to put aside the problems they had and stop shining, as she believed she could make him happy. The protagonist gave a slight laugh at Liu Yaer's request, while Su Jinyan felt uncomfortable, telling Yaer to have more dignity. At that moment, a roar came from the forest, and a mist began to spread. Liu Yaer tried to take the protagonist back to the city, as the horde must be arriving, but the protagonist refused. Su Jinyan stood up, ready for battle. She was thankful for having meditated a bit after leaving the secret realm, as now they could face the monsters. The protagonist looked at Yaer, remembering that she had said her path was clear now. He then asked why he should have her by his side and told her to leave. Liu Yaer couldn't believe that Zhang Yue hadn't fallen for her charm. He had changed, as he would never have said such a thing to her in the past. At that moment, the zombie horde began to advance. Su Jinyan used a radiant magic skill to cast her spell on the monsters, slowing them down. She quickly warned the protagonist that there were too many undead, and that she couldn't control them for long. To help the young woman, the protagonist summoned the armored scorpion. The large scorpion jumped in front of the girl, attacking the monsters she controlled. The protagonist didn't stand still. Raising his staff, he conjured a fireball. The fireball began shooting at the zombies, quickly defeating them. At that moment, a voice called out for the protagonist. Liu Yaer, who had been caught by the zombies, was pleading for him to save her. Su Jinyan was ready to help the girl, but the protagonist stopped her. Zhang Yue said that Yaer couldn't be saved. If Su Jinyan went with her, she would only drag her down. Attacked by the zombies, faint specks of light shimmered around Liu Yaer. The protagonist was surprised by what he was seeing. Su Jinyan realized that Liu Yaer must have already used up all her chances to revive. The protagonist left Liu Yaer behind and called Su Jinyan to go with him. As they didn't have time, they needed to deal with the horde. Although he didn't want to show it to Su Jinyan, the protagonist had some memories of Liu Yaer in his mind, who was now gone. Inside the city, the horde had already invaded long ago. Several guilds were trying to fight against the monsters to complete the mission. A lot of time had passed, so Su Jinyan asked why the horde hadn't been finished yet. The protagonist told her not to worry, as there could only be a maximum of 3 waves per day. Now that the third wave was nearly over, they just needed to wait for the horde to be defeated. The protagonist was observing the progress of the second world mission. He had just gained a lot from the secret realm earlier, but to enter the third world more quickly, he needed to find a secret passage. Opening a portal, the protagonist told Su Jinyan that the horde was almost finished and that she should rest for a while. The girl was surprised because the protagonist was going to another place, but he simply stated that there was something he needed to do. Su Jinyan was even more curious and wanted to follow the protagonist to see what he would do. In another part of the second world, there was the Dead Zombie Hospital, a level 17 area. Before the horde finished, the protagonist wanted to complete the secret realm on the way. Entering the hospital, several zombies noticed the protagonist's presence. Even inside the building, he summoned the armored scorpion. The large scorpion appeared, and together with its master, the duo advanced to gain some experience points. After a while, many coins had been dropped by the monsters defeated by the protagonist. Zhang Yue had completed the hospital alone, gaining a lot of experience points, as well as equipment, which leveled him up to level 20. He had completed the second world mission, and with that, the second world boss was activated. Now he had to defeat the boss to proceed to the third world. The protagonist was happy to reward the armored scorpion so that it could become legendary in the future. The protagonist reviewed his new gains. He had acquired skills and new equipment, as well as a boost in attack and health points. Once the horde was defeated, he could prepare to face the final boss of the second world. The protagonist had acquired the Supreme Lightning Magic skill, an A-grade magic that summoned a lightning bolt to strike a single enemy. He had also obtained the Purgatory Center, Demon Slayer. While organizing his things, the protagonist received a message. Su Jinyan was notifying him that the horde had been defeated, asking if Zhang Yue wanted to fight the second world boss at that moment. Another person also sent a message, Liu Yao, stating that he had received the news that the world boss was a level 23-star boss and that he wouldn't be able to defeat it. The protagonist thought for a moment. Having a control mage would help a lot in achieving victory, but the problem was Liu Yao. However, since he had been helpful a few times in the fortress, the protagonist decided to bring him along as well. Responding to both, the protagonist told them to meet him in 15 minutes, and that he would proceed with them after that. Outside the city of Norban, a meeting was taking place. Suyan was surprised to see that the leader of the group they were meeting had brought so many people. Liu Yao, who was at level 17, laughed at the girl's surprise. I know you guys are practically invincible compared to the boss, but in any case, this is still the final boss of the second world. It's better to be prepared for anything. Zhang Yue didn't mind much, letting Liu Yao do whatever made him comfortable. A notification appeared, asking the group if they would like to enter the second world's boss stage. The protagonist gathered energy, raised his hand, and shot at the accept button. In the next moment, a large portal appeared in front of them, the portal that would take them to the boss monster. Before them, the gate to the second world's boss was activated. The protagonist then called everyone to move forward. At his side, Suyan nodded in agreement. Liu Yao also coordinated his guild, calling them to follow their leader. Thus, the group consisting of Zhang Yue, Suyan, and Liu Yao's guild advanced into the second world's boss stage. Inside the stage, an apocalyptic scene unfolded. Buildings had collapsed, and the few still standing bore cracks and signs of damage. Amidst it all stood the level 20 boss monster, which the protagonist's group quickly spotted. The boss monster was the Undead Emperor, a level 20 3-star physical magic boss. Wearing a mask, it concealed its large fangs, long ears, and long hair that matched its beastly appearance. Liu Yao's guild was impressed by the monster's size. Compared to the wild boar they had encountered in the first world, this one was on a completely different level. Some were even worried about facing this level 20 monster, as they had struggled against a level 17 one. Taking the lead, the protagonist told everyone to stay back. He would advance alongside Suyan and advised her to keep some distance, as getting too close to the boss could be distracting. The protagonist summoned the armored scorpion, giving it a chance to shine. Enveloped in dark energy, the scorpion emerged. Facing the boss monster, it let out a roar, displaying its strength. Previously, in the secret realm, the horde of undead had given the protagonist's pets a lot of experience, along with some eggs. The gap between the armored scorpion and the boss was now much smaller. The Emperor's eyes gleamed red as he glared at the scorpion and its master. Humans, would you also like to taste the bitterness of defeat? The armored scorpion didn't let the boss monster joke around and attacked swiftly. The protagonist moved as well. With his staff, he cast the Super Fireball spell, making a small sun appear above his head. The Super Fireball crashed onto the boss, who roared in fury. The protagonist praised his new equipment. It had truly increased his damage output. Because of that, the monster seemed only slightly stronger than the ones he had already faced. The boss monster, however, was unfazed by the attack from those he considered mere insects. With its claws, it struck the scorpion, pushing it away. The Emperor was brimming with confidence in his power. Let me show you my strength then. The Emperor's hand reached toward the ground, creating a wave of tentacles that stretched toward his enemies. The tentacles grew in size, shattering the ground, splitting the earth, and shaking the terrain beneath the protagonist and Liu Yao's guild. But the armored scorpion wouldn't allow the Emperor to attack so freely. It charged forward, but with a swift motion, the Emperor struck first. The armored scorpion was sent flying. As the scorpion crashed near him, Liu Yao quickly ordered healing spells to be cast, knowing that the scorpion was their strongest tank. Healing magic was swiftly conjured, restoring the armored scorpion's health along with that of the other wounded members. The gigantic boss monster lunged at the protagonist, relying on its massive size and strength. However, before the Emperor could even threaten Zhang Yue, the armored scorpion dashed forward to intercept him. Su Yan provided support with her magic, and thanks to her, the boss monster was immobilized. Enraged, the Emperor roared, "You despicable humans! You can only rely on these inferior spells!" As Su Yan maintained her spell, she urged the protagonist to hurry, as she wouldn't be able to restrain the monster for much longer. Two energies coursed through the protagonist's body as he taunted the Emperor. "We're not despicable. You're just too weak." A barrage of attacks struck the undead Emperor, unleashing a torrent of damage. Liu Yao was astonished by what he saw. A quarter of the level 20 3-star monster's health had vanished instantly, thanks to Zhang Yue's high damage spells. Gripping his staff, the protagonist channeled all his mana to finish the battle with his next attack. The heavy clouds moved across the sky, bringing forth a storm. Without warning, a powerful blue lightning bolt struck the Emperor. As the lightning dissipated, the boss monster collapsed, showing no signs of resistance. Liu Yao was in awe of the protagonist's attack. "Brother, you are absolutely incredible!" Beside him, Su Yan reacted with the same excitement. "That's true. Zhang Yue, did your damage increase or something?" The protagonist didn't respond to the duo, instead focusing on what was unfolding before them. The ground cracked open, dragging the boss monster downward. At that moment, a notification appeared for everyone. The second world's boss was being punished by the heavens and the earth. The ground where the boss monster lay collapsed, giving way to a sea of lava. In the next moment, the small peaks that had formed as footholds for the humans also crumbled. The boss monster was swallowed by the lava but let out a final threat. "Cursed human race, I will drag you all to hell with me." Liu Yao clung to the protagonist's leg, frantically asking what they were going to do. He was desperate, knowing they had no resurrection scrolls. On the other side of the lava river stood the portal to escape, but it was too far. They wouldn't have enough time to run. The protagonist noticed that the armored scorpion was perched on one of the remaining earth pillars and quickly devised a plan. With one hand, Zhang Yue grabbed Liu Yao, and with the other, he held on to Su Yan. Without time to explain, he hurled them toward the armored scorpion. "Use all your strength and throw them to the exit over there." The armored scorpion obeyed the protagonist's command, catching the duo as they were flung toward it. Liu Yao was in a panic, thinking Zhang Yue was messing with him. However, just as the protagonist had ordered, the scorpion tossed Liu Yao and Su Yan toward the portal. The two passed through, returning to the outskirts of Norbin City. Su Yan sighed in relief, having feared the worst inside. Even so, she remained worried about Zhang Yue, as the exit would disappear soon. Meanwhile, the armored scorpion remained by the protagonist's side, standing before the lava river. The pet grabbed Zhang Yue with its claws as he issued his next instructions. "Throw me with all your strength to the other side. I'll protect you at the same time." The scorpion followed his command, launching the protagonist toward the portal. As he was healed mid-air, Zhang Yue gave the order for his pet to return. At the exact moment the scorpion vanished, the last remaining earth platforms began to sink into the lava. The protagonist sprinted toward the portal. However, midway, a blast of lava surged forth, blocking his path. Zhang Yue realized he was in trouble. His escape route had been cut off, but he reacted quickly. Drawing his staff, he fired multiple fire bullets at the lava. Outside, Su Yan was growing anxious as the portal started to fade. Liu Yao was crying, convinced that Zhang Yue had sacrificed himself to save them. Suddenly, something shot through the portal, shocking them both. The two looked back, excited to see the protagonist alive. Zhang Yue had landed behind them, wearing a confident smile. The duo rushed toward him, asking if he was okay. He reassured them, saying he was just a little scorched from the explosion. Several area-wide announcements rang out, congratulating Zero, Su Yan, and Supreme Starburst for defeating the second world's boss monster. Liu Yao's eyes sparkled as he read the notification. "Thank you, brother. This is all thanks to your hard work. I'll give you 500,000. No, 1,000,000 as a reward." The protagonist sighed, stating that now that the mission was complete, he would head home to rest. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yan called out for him to wait. She warned him that Chen Jun had left the pavilion and that he should find a way to take revenge. Because of that, she urged him to be careful. Zhang Yue accepted her advice and bid them farewell. After he left, Liu Yao turned to Su Yan. "Little sister, I noticed your control skills. They're not just precise, they're insanely precise. How about we head to the third world together to level up since we conquered this challenge?" Despite the invitation, Su Yan declined. Liu Yao didn't push further, simply saying that he hoped they could work together again soon. Su Yan chuckled at his remark. "The connections between people really are interesting. We never got along before, so I never thought we'd become friends so quickly." The third world was called Approaching Death. In this world, countless tombs stretched across a desolate land where a massive skull lay buried. Breaking the silence of the night, a hand rose from the earth, like an undead awakening. That hand belonged to a member of Liu Yao's guild, who pulled himself up upon entering the third world. Boss, there's a lot of activity here in the safe zone of the third world. Everything around here is just graves and burial sites. Liu Yao, who had also emerged from a grave, called his guildmates, the first to arrive in the third world, to start leveling up, aiming to become the top guild in Jining province. At that moment, a foot stomped on Liu Yao's hand. He yanked his hand away and cursed. Damn it! Who's the blind idiot that dares step on me? Before him stood a man dressed in black wearing a skull belt. The man stared at Liu Yao and asked, Are you Liu Yao of the Supreme Guild? There's someone named Zhang Yue who travels with you, isn't there? Bring him here. Liu Yao got up, scoffing at the man. And what makes you think you're so special? Why do you believe I'd bring Zhang Yue to you? One of Zhang Yue's companions leaned in, whispering that the person in front of them was likely an old-class user who had been trapped in the third world. He then asked if they should really summon Zhang Yue. However, Liu Yao snorted, not caring if the man was an old-class user. He still wouldn't sell out his brother. Seeing that Liu Yao refused to cooperate, the man reached for his sword. You won't cooperate? Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The man attacked Liu Yao, but the strike became translucent, passing through him without causing any harm. The man's companions questioned why the attack hadn't worked, while the man himself wondered if newbies were under protection. He couldn't understand how they had defeated the second world's boss when they hadn't even reached level 20 yet. Liu Yao patted his own body to check if he was unharmed and sighed in relief. The player protection applied when there was a level difference of 10 or more. His companions urged him to use this opportunity to escape. The bandit leader smirked, stating that escaping wouldn't be that easy. At that moment, several bandits attacked Liu Yao and his group, dealing damage. Unlike their leader, the attackers were level 25, meaning they were strong enough to bypass the protection. Liu Yao fell to the ground, and one of his companions recognized the group before them. Boss, these are the mercenaries who place and collect bounties on people. The leader of the mercenaries grinned maliciously and ordered Liu Yao to summon Zhang Yue immediately. He warned that if Zhang Yue didn't show up, Liu Yao should prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue was at home talking to the hospital. The staff assured him that the medical fees he paid earlier had been received, telling him not to worry. They would take care of his younger brother. The protagonist thanked the hospital staff and ended the call. He then looked at a message from Liu Yao, thanking him for everything that had happened and sending him the agreed compensation. With the hundreds of thousands he received, Zhang Yue didn't have to worry about hospital fees for a while. Just then, his phone rang. Concerned, he answered the call. On the other end, a member of Liu Yao's guild was desperately screaming for help. Inside the third world, the bandit group had captured Liu Yao. At that moment, one of the bandits alerted the leader that someone was approaching. Zhang Yue was walking toward them. Despite his slow pace, his face radiated pure fury. The protagonist gripped his staff firmly and commanded, "Release Liu Yao." The bandit leader turned his gaze toward Zhang Yue and asked if he was really Zhang Yue. "Someone paid a hefty price for your life," the leader stated. "Only if you survive will your friend be freed." Liu Yao was stunned to hear this and immediately offered 100 million to each of them in exchange for his release, revealing that he was the son of the richest man in Linhai City. One of the bandits thought it was a good deal, but their leader grew furious. "Do you want money or do you want to live? Lord Gu's backing is too powerful. We can't afford to offend him." They then turned to the protagonist. Seeing that he was just a beast tamer, the leader ordered one of his men to finish him off. Instantly, the bandit activated his charge ability, slicing through the wind as he lunged toward Zhang Yue. However, his blade never found its mark. Zhang Yue sidestepped effortlessly, dodging with a minimal movement. In the next instant, magic erupted from the protagonist's staff, freezing the bandit solid. Encased in ice, the bandit stared in shock, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Another bandit, desperate after witnessing what had happened to his companion, rushed forward, threatening the protagonist's life. The staff in Zhang Yue's hand glowed, and in the next instant, fire bullets shot out, turning the bandit into a roasted corpse. Zhang Yue's gaze remained resolute as he stared down the bandit leader. The man couldn't comprehend how this was possible. He refused to believe that a beast tamer had just defeated a level 25 warrior. Activating his abilities, the bandit leader moved at lightning speed, appearing behind Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue barely noticed his movement, and because of that, he was struck. A notification popped up. He had been attacked by a class user named Not So Cold Assassin, taking nearly 1,500 points of damage. The protagonist quickly retreated, gripping his staff tightly. The assassin was surprised that someone had survived a slash from his blade, but he remained unfazed. He immediately lunged again to finish Zhang Yue off. Zhang Yue analyzed the level 30 assassin. His speed seemed slightly higher than Zhang Yue's own, and the second attack was already too close, making it difficult to dodge. At that moment, the protagonist summoned the armored scorpion. With its massive pincers, the beast blocked the assassin's strike. The scorpion roared furiously at the assassin, but the assassin evaded the beast and turned his sights back on the protagonist. The bandit was confident that he would defeat Zhang Yue, who realized he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. However, just then, a flash of purple flame struck the assassin, freezing his movements. Su Yan had paralyzed the bandit and quickly asked the protagonist if he was okay. Seeing another person join the fight, the bandit realized things were going downhill. In front of him, the protagonist raised his staff, channeling a massive surge of golden energy. "Now it's your turn!" The bandit's eyes widened, his face filled with shock and fear. A gigantic fireball materialized in the protagonist's hands, crashing down onto the assassin. Flames engulfed the bandit. He couldn't believe that his opponent, just a level 20 beast tamer, had enough damage output to overwhelm him, a level 30 assassin clad in full golden armor. After dealing with the bandit, the protagonist thanked Su Yan for always showing up in times of crisis to help him. Su Yan, excited, said it felt like they were connected by fate. In reality, she had been constantly monitoring Zhang Yue's online status, and thanks to that, she had been able to create this opportunity. Liu Yao joined them, apologizing and thanking the protagonist for saving him. However, Zhang Yue wasn't looking for gratitude. The assassins were still after him. Su Yan deduced that Chen Jun was likely behind this, as he had been acting suspiciously lately. Given the situation, she asked Zhang Yue what they should do. Before he could answer, Liu Yao interrupted, asking if she knew those people. Su Yan responded immediately, "Of course I do. They're a group of mercenary assassins." She then explained, "This mercenary assassin group is actually a small guild of killers that established itself 10 years ago. It's said they have more than 50 assassins, but none of them are above level 30. Liu Yao was shocked. 10 years in the underworld and they still hadn't reached level 30? He couldn't understand how that was possible. The protagonist pointed out that reaching level 30 required a second-class advancement. The fact that none of them surpassed level 30 seemed like they were exploiting some kind of bug. One of Liu Yao's guild members reported to the leader that these bandits had been pillaging the third world for a long time, making a living by robbing newly arrived class users. For years, they had hoarded equipment and skills that should have been reforged into different attributes, making them quite strong. What puzzled Liu Yao the most, however, was that thieves steal for money, yet they had ignored his offer of a high price for his life. This led the protagonist to suspect there was another reason. Perhaps they were being forced into it. Zhang Yue knew that even though they had failed this time, they would strike again. Liu Yao grew worried. "What should we do? The level difference is too great. There's no way we can defend ourselves." Then the protagonist remembered something. Liu Yao had mentioned that his family was close to the legendary forging family, the Xiao family. Zhang Yue asked if they could help by crafting some equipment. Liu Yao was curious about what kind of gear Zhang Yue wanted. The protagonist patted him on the shoulder and said, "Any equipment below level 20 will do, but it must have one condition, the demon heart effect. The faster we get it, the better." Liu Yao didn't think getting that equipment would be a problem, but he was curious about why Zhang Yue specifically wanted it. The protagonist didn't elaborate much, simply saying, "Our survival depends on it." Meanwhile, inside a massive corporate building, someone was furious about how a level 30 assassin had lost to a level 20 Beast-Tamer. The true leader of the mercenary assassin group, Shasho Pei Chi, better known as Assassin Page, assumed that his subordinates had been careless and walked into a trap, but he assured the man in front of him, his boss, Chen Jun, that there was nothing to worry about. He would handle the matter personally. Chen Jun glared at Pei Chi with a menacing expression. "Don't disappoint me again, you know the consequences." Pei Chi lowered his head in agreement. Inside the third world, the protagonist sat with his staff emitting a strong light. He conducted a self-assessment. At his current level, facing a mercenary group would be suicide. Zhang Yue examined the world's information and the missions he needed to complete. This world, once a thriving human capital, had been devastated. The survivors had no choice but to migrate into tombs to escape the attacks. The first mission required players to increase their tomb's defense value to 2,000 points from the initial 300. The second mission required the completion of a quest with a difficulty rating of at least 300 points. Inside the tomb, the protagonist suddenly felt everything tremble. He received a notification. His tomb had taken 88 points of damage. In this third world, increasing a tomb's defense was possible by defeating monsters, completing missions, and clearing dungeons. Zhang Yue knew that every night, Kaiser attacked the third world indiscriminately for 10 minutes. If a class professional failed to return to their tomb, or if their tomb's defense dropped to 0, they would be instantly killed. At this moment, everyone, including the assassins, was returning to their tombs. Because of this, Zhang Yue saw an opportunity. With a plan in mind, he just needed to wait for Liu Yao. The equipment arrives. Suddenly, Zhang Yue received a message. Liu Yao contacted him, informing him that the requested equipment was ready. As the protective dome formed over the tombs, Liu Yao rushed to meet the protagonist. Handing over the equipment, Zhang Yue admitted he hadn't expected it to be delivered so quickly. Liu Yao smiled brightly, explaining, "My father is good friends with the head of the Xiao family. Since it was urgent, they prepared it quickly." Zhang Yue took the demon heart staff in his hands. This was truly a weapon worthy of a legendary blacksmith. Its effect was remarkable. When the user's HP was full, they were immune to fatal damage. Assassins on the move, Liu Yao immediately asked if the protagonist was planning to confront the assassins, as he had received word that they were targeting his guild outside the safe zone. However, Zhang Yue had other plans. Just then, a notification from the Sacred Light Cemetery appeared. "Kaisar will attack in 5 minutes. Return to your tombs immediately." Reading the warning, Liu Yao ordered his men to return to their tombs. At that moment, Liu Yao noticed the assassins approaching. The protagonist, however, told him to stay calm. This was a safe zone. They wouldn't be attacked here. One of the bandits mockingly ran his finger across his throat in a threatening gesture. "You little bastard. Let's see how long you can hide. The moment you step out, I'll make you suffer miserably." Zhang Yue, however, ignored them completely and told Liu Yao to go to his tomb. Liu Yao then noticed something strange. Zhang Yue was heading in the opposite direction of the tombs. "What are you doing?" Liu Yao asked. The protagonist only left him with a warning. "Don't leave the Sacred Light Cemetery until I return. If necessary, go back to the second world to grow stronger." Then, without another word, Zhang Yue stepped into a portal, leaving the others behind. The shadow awakens. Watching the protagonist disappear, Liu Yao couldn't help but wonder what he was planning. Suddenly, a powerful shadow spread around the dome covering the tombs. From within the darkness, a being emerged. Its eyes glowed with a mix of red and yellow, and its demonic body towered even larger than the protective dome itself. The protagonist walked through a red desert until he found what he was looking for. Up ahead stood the gravedigger Lifa, clutching a cross. "The hateful ruler Kaiser is returning to defile our Sacred Light Cemetery." The protagonist approached the gravedigger and asked if he needed help. Lifa flinched upon seeing the adventurer. "You arrived just in time. Can you go to the city west of the Sacred Light Cemetery and eliminate that skeleton army?" An army of skeletons was marching in a single direction. The gravedigger pointed toward them, stating that once they were destroyed, Kaisar's power would weaken. The protagonist accepted the mission, declaring that those skeletons would no longer be allowed to terrorize them. Lifa thanked the adventurer, hoping for good news. Mission received. The mission awarded 440 points and required the protagonist to defeat 300 skeletons of each of the 4 types within a 3-day time limit. Although this wasn't a normal quest, its difficulty exceeded the Second World's Undead Catastrophe mission. During Kaisar's invasion, once someone left the Sacred Light Cemetery, their only fate was the grave. Kaisar unleashed waves of energy that struck the entire region. The protagonist's tomb was damaged, but he raised the demon heart staff and shielded himself. Thanks to his new staff, he avoided instant death. He was relieved to have requested the staff from Liu Yao. Its effect was perfect for resisting Kaisar. Kaisar's lethal power. Kaiser's ability dealt instant total damage, regardless of how many HP points the target had. However, the Demon Heart Staff's enchantment granted immunity to this very ability. The protagonist had discovered this interaction by accident in his past life while exploring the 4th world. In the 3rd world, such an item could only appear if forged by a skilled blacksmith, thanks to Liu Yao's connections to a legendary blacksmith. This time, the equipment was even better than in Zhang Yue's past life, and if it hadn't been so expensive, he would have gotten one sooner. Fear and tension in the cemetery. Watching the cemetery's exit from afar alongside his companions, Liu Yao was terrified of Kaisar. At that moment, one of his subordinates spoke up. "This is only the beginning. If we can't leave to level up, once the tomb defenses hit 0, we'll be doomed." Just then, the group of bandits who had previously confronted Zhang Yue appeared. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Liu Yao," one of them sneered. "Are you just going to stay in the safe zone and never leave? Afraid that if you step out, you'll never make it back to the 3rd world?" Behind the man, an assassin addressed their leader. "Boss Chen, we need to take this opportunity to level up." Chen gritted his teeth and growled, "My only mission is to capture Zhang Yue." However, Shasho intervened, promising to protect Chen, as long as he didn't dare lay a finger on someone named Cheeky. Chen smirked. "That depends on how obedient you are. If you behave, your daughter will be fine." Then, turning back to Liu Yao, Chen gave a chilling farewell. "Hand over Zhang Yue as soon as possible, otherwise you won't live to see the night." Liu Yao clenched his fists, furious at these high rankers who looked down on them. Su Yan's urgency. Just then Su Yan appeared, running toward Liu Yao. "Where is Zhang Yue? I have something very important to tell him." One of Liu Yao's subordinates spoke up first. Zhang Yue took the equipment our boss gave him and headed for the fields. Su Yan was stunned. She had thought that was impossible. Members of the Supreme Guild murmured among themselves. They had assumed Zhang Yue wanted the new equipment to deal with the assassins, but instead, he only wanted to resist Kaisar's attack and then escape from the assassins. Another guild member despaired. "He left us behind in the cemetery to face our end." Liu Yao snapped at them, telling them to stop spouting nonsense and not to doubt Zhang Yue. Yet the guild members couldn't understand. How could Liu Yao have such unwavering faith in Zhang Yue? At that moment, the protagonist sent a message to Liu Yao, asking for a favor. When Liu Yao received the message, he was moved. "Look, Brother Yue is looking for me. I told you Brother Yue would never abandon me." Su Yan, however, was irritated and jealous, wondering why that idiot Zhang Yue had asked Liu Yao for help and not her. She didn't want Zhang Yue to keep acting like this. She wanted him to believe that she was stronger and more reliable than Liu Yao. Liu Yao passed the information to the protagonist, telling him that Chen Jun had already joined the Third World, gathering several high-level mercenaries to protect him. Liu Yao also informed him that Chen Jun was using someone's high-ranking daughter as a hostage to force the mercenaries into fulfilling their missions. With the information shared, Liu Yao asked the protagonist if he could tell him where he was. Zhang Yue then revealed that he was in the City of Death. Su Yan left to try leveling up. According to the data, most of the monsters in the city were between levels 25 and 28. Given their levels, it shouldn't be enough to handle such monsters. As Su Yan thought about this, a hand emerged from the ground. A zombie rose up, attacking Su Yan. At that moment, someone acted quickly, using a cone of ice technique. Zhang Yue saved Su Yan and she blushed as he hugged her. With the demon heart, the protagonist attacked the zombie with great power. Su Yan was amazed to see that Zhang Yue had returned to save her again. The protagonist had defeated a skeletal warrior, a normal monster of level 25. In one part of the cemetery, one of the assassins was talking to the other. "Brother, isn't our mission just to defeat Zhang Yue? Why did the boss personally bring Chen Jun to level up?" The assassin replied that it didn't matter what Chen Jun was doing. As long as he paid them, he could do whatever he wanted. He said that once Zhang Yue showed up, he would personally take revenge for what he had done. At that moment, the assassin saw someone walking away, wearing a hood. "Are you trying to escape? Not in your dreams!" However, before the assassin could reach the hooded person, they managed to escape. The hooded person joined Liu Yao and the others. Liu Yao asked if they had been seen. The companion was excited, saying that the assassins were just cursing Zhang Yue. Liu Yao thanked him, saying that he didn't need to do anything else and that the money would be deposited into his account, asking him not to say anything about what had happened. One of Liu Yao's employees asked him why he was helping Zhang Yue, stating that if they cooperated with the assassins, maybe they would lift the blockade against their guild. However, Liu Yao said that Zhang Yue wanted them to wait in the safe zone. Liu Yao was questioned again, but he angrily shouted, "Enough! I trust my own judgment. Zhang Yue is definitely someone worth helping." The protagonist was with Su Yan in the ruined city. She was curious if he had evolved again. The protagonist had indeed evolved, but only by one level, as the evolution was happening slowly. Su Yan, however, didn't believe that evolution was slow, as she hadn't seen him for a day or two. The protagonist analyzed the tomb's defense. In the beginning, it could only withstand 3 attacks from Kaisar, which meant that the people in the sacred cemetery, if not eliminated by the mercenaries, would be eliminated by this god. Snapping out of his thoughts, the protagonist asked Su Yan if she had any potions. Since it was urgent, he wanted however many potions she had. Using the market price, he offered 20% more as a bonus for Su Yan. Su Yan opened her inventory, handing over several potions and asking if those were enough. She was relieved, as her sister had prepared those potions for her. At that moment, the girl asked why he needed so many potions, to level up faster and increase his strength to defeat the mercenaries. The protagonist confirmed her suspicion, stating that he needed to be stronger than them in 3 days. Su Yan was surprised at how quickly the protagonist wanted to become stronger. There was a limit that humans couldn't surpass in the alternate world. She didn't believe that he thought he could handle it in such a short amount of time. However, the protagonist knew he needed it. That's why Su Yan decided to help him, as the monsters would be high level, and it would be dangerous. Su Yan beamed with excitement to help Zhang Yue, telling him not to worry, as her sister had given her a new set of equipment, which increased her attack and defense. The protagonist smiled, realizing that was why Su Yan shone so brightly. Everywhere she went, she always did something extravagant. Putting that aside, he accepted her help, stating that they would redo the battle strategy. He knew that with Su Yan's help, their efficiency would be much higher, but still, his priority would be to protect her. The protagonist was slowly progressing with the mission given by the gravedigger, having defeated a little over 100 skeletons out of the more than 1,000 required. Based on this, it would be a difficult battle to complete this mission in 3 days, level up his levels, and improve his equipment. The protagonist remembered that, in this third world, there was a secret kingdom at level 25, the Skeleton Island. Just like in the secret kingdom of the second world, he could level up faster there. Zhang Yue believed that, with the reward from the Secret Kingdom scroll and completing this mission, it would be enough to achieve his goal. As they looked at the map, Su Yan became excited to follow the protagonist and conquer this secret kingdom. Since the protagonist knew the location of the secret kingdom, they went directly to the portal. The duo remained alert as they passed through the portal, with Su Yan being impressed. They appeared on an island with a dense forest and a massive stone skull, whose eye sockets glowed with a sinister red light. Inside this secret kingdom was also the NPC mage Lao Rui. The protagonist went to speak with the mage, who started the conversation. "Protector, are you here to help this old solitary man face this place full of monsters?" At the question, the protagonist nodded. The mage then smiled, asking them to take a badge, saying he hoped they wouldn't meet their end due to recklessness. The item the protagonist took was the Skeleton Island Secret Kingdom Command Order. For every skeleton defeated by the bearer, they could earn 10 chances to refine it, with each refinement costing 20 alternative energies, and the possibility of obtaining a golden mission. Su Yan observed the protagonist, noticing that his face seemed a bit strange, which led her to think that the secret kingdom might be a little too difficult. The protagonist revealed that the initial order from the secret kingdom had a chance to be refined into a golden order, so they would need a little time. However, Zhang Yue looked at Su Yan with a confident look. "Don't worry, the one thing I never lack is alternative energy." From there, the duo advanced to defeat level 25 skeletons. With Su Yan's control power and Zhang Yue's attack spells, they began to make progress. The protagonist checked the order after they had already defeated many monsters, but it seemed to remain unchanged. However, he didn't want to give up and called Su Yan to continue. At that moment, the action order in the protagonist's hands changed to a golden hue. He was congratulated for evolving the Golden Order of the Skeleton Island Secret Kingdom, being instructed to use the Golden Order to evolve the kingdom, or it would disappear in 2 hours. Observing the Golden Order, the protagonist revealed to Su Yan that the chance of obtaining this refined item was less than 1 in 10,000, so they were lucky to get it so quickly. Su Yan was relieved that the protagonist's alternative energy was sufficient for them to keep trying to refine the order until they succeeded. The protagonist calculated the time and realized that the god of the afterlife would be there soon. They needed to accumulate some defense value so that a single attack in the safe zone wouldn't be a major problem. The Golden Secret Order would expire in 2 hours, so they needed to go to the Secret Kingdom first, which would also help avoid a confrontation with the god Kaisar. Some equipment only appeared in high-level dungeons. With them, Zhang Yue and the others would have a better chance of defeating the mercenary group. The protagonist used the Golden Secret Order to evolve the Skeleton Island Kingdom into a hidden secret kingdom. Because of this, he won 5 coins as a prize, along with a Necromancer equipment selection box. A mission was also unlocked. They needed to defeat 40 skeleton warriors and also the guardian of the secret kingdom, the skeleton general Hera. While watching the gate, Su Yan asked why they were stopping. The protagonist, however, asked her to stay alert as they were getting close. As soon as the protagonist finished his words, an undead knight appeared. He was the skeleton general Hera, a level 26 physical type monster lord. Along with the general, several soldiers revived by dark forces appeared, obeying the general's command to eliminate the invaders. At the general's command, the skeletons advanced with their swords and also with their bare hands. The protagonist stepped in front of Su Yan to protect her. They've joined forces, and with the support of the skeleton general, they're much harder to deal with. Let's lure the squad of skeleton warriors first and defeat them one by one. The protagonist and Su Yan quickly moved, attracting several skeleton warriors to chase them. Su Yan was worried about how much longer they needed to run. The protagonist answered the girl, asking how many people she could control while unleashing all her power. Su Yan, however, didn't know how many, as she had never tried. At that moment, the protagonist stopped fleeing, using his staff to gather firepower. He planned to attract the monsters while Su Yan found a place to hide and control as many skeletons as she could, so he could defeat them. The protagonist launched a huge fireball at the skeletons, drawing their attention to himself. The skeletons seemed to have barely taken any damage as they passed through the smokescreen created by the explosion. The protagonist stared at the skeletons and then signaled for Su Yan to be ready. With the protagonist's signal, Su Yan used her abilities, surrounding the 4 skeletons with her control magic. She quickly asked Zhang Yue to deal with them, as she wouldn't be able to hold them for long. The protagonist used his magic, combining firepower with lightning power. The massive energy cannon struck the skeletons with a wave of heat and electricity. The general was furious with this outcome. He prepared to charge on his horse while making his declaration of revenge. "I will use your blood to wash away your sins." In front of the protagonist, Hera's stats appeared. They were very high, and currently Zhang Yue's abilities were on cooldown. If the general hit him, the entire mission would likely fail. Su Yan shouted, trying to snap the protagonist out of his thoughts. Her area control magic drained a lot of energy, and she wouldn't be able to hold much longer. The general rode forward, pointing his large spear at the protagonist. Su Yan quickly used her control magic to try to stop him, but the guardian monster seemed too fast, to the point that the protagonist clicked his tongue in worry. Dodging the general's attack, the protagonist grabbed his staff, confident that at the distance he was, the knight spear wouldn't be as effective. In the next moment, the combination of the protagonist's fire and lightning attacks merged with Su Yan's power, hitting General Hera. With all that power pressing down on him, the knight collapsed, cursing the humans. Seeing the result of the battle, the protagonist apologized to Su Yan, saying that he had used too much energy earlier, but had tried his best not to deliver the final blow. Su Yan found the protagonist's effort impressive, and he asked her to do him a favor. Su Yan was surprised by the sudden request. At that moment, General Hera began to rise again. Outside the portal, there was a group of mercenaries. One of the henchmen was the first to speak. "Boss, your resurrection scroll is still in the repair cycle. Why do you insist on staying here outside the secret kingdom?" The boss then stated that the secret kingdom had been activated and the rules had changed, blocking outsiders from entering. He would find out who the hell thought that they could steal the first conqueror's reward for this secret kingdom. The mercenaries wanted to speak, but Chen Jun told him to be silent. He scoffed, saying that what they needed to do was unite to defeat anyone who came out of the portal. At that moment, a silhouette appeared from the portal, along with an announcement in the area congratulating Su Yan for conquering Skull Island, the first level 25 secret kingdom. Chen Jun was shocked, wondering why Jinner had conquered the secret kingdom. Seeing the girl emerge from the portal, he quickly went to speak with her, asking if she was the one who activated the hidden secret kingdom of Skull Island. The girl confirmed it, and Chen Jun was desperate, asking why she had blocked the entrance, pleading for her to let them help. However, Su Yan ignored him, stating that she didn't need any help, and that the secret kingdom was hers, so she wanted all the rewards for herself. Su Yan told Chen Jun to back off, saying she didn't want to talk anymore. Chen Jun didn't care, doing what the girl wanted to make her happy. At that moment, a shout made Su Yan stop. "Wait! Normally people wouldn't know, but according to the rules of the Skull Island Secret Kingdom, the one who activates and conquers the secret kingdom for the first time would receive a scroll with a generous reward. You didn't enter the secret kingdom alone, did you?" Su Yan returned to speak with the mercenary, stating that she and her friend had formed a team and that he had opened the secret kingdom and taken the reward. Revealing this, she asked if there was a problem. The mercenary asked where her friend was, and Su Yan replied that she had already left. She turned away with a look of disdain. "Chen Jun, your people seem to be investigating me as if I were a criminal." Chen Jun became concerned about offending Su Yan, pleading with her not to be angry, explaining that the guard was someone he had hired and didn't know anything about it. Quickly, Chen Jun tried to smooth things over, inviting Su Yan to dinner later, but the girl simply snorted and told him not to follow her. Chen Jun, irritated, reminded the assassin that he had told him to keep an eye on Zhang Yue. He questioned him, asking if he was sure that the guy had stayed in the safe zone because someone had told him they saw Zhang Yue trying to leave, but since they were guarding the exit, he had turned back. Chen Jun was pleased, as it was already the third night, and if Zhang Yue didn't leave by midnight, with Kaiser's attack, the defenses of his tomb would fall to zero. He was confident that both Zhang Yue and Liu Yao would be practically defeated by dawn. After leaving Chen Jun behind, Su Yan went to the forest. There, she searched for the protagonist and found him behind a rock. She was already worried, thinking that Chen Jun's men had found him. Approaching the protagonist, she asked how he knew that Chen Jun was outside, as he had said earlier. The protagonist pointed out that Chen Jun had hired many assassins, so by now, the strongest ones from the third world should be among them. Once the announcement of the first conquest of the secret kingdom went out, with Chen Jun's personality, he would definitely try to steal the reward and take it for himself if he could. Su Yan finally understood why Zhang Yue had left the final blow to her, to hide his identity. The protagonist apologized for not being able to reveal his identity at that moment, as it was to avoid problems. He asked her to consider it as a favor. Su Yan got nervous at receiving a favor from the protagonist, assuring him that it was fine, as she was already happy to help him. While they were talking, the protagonist invited her to go back and take a look at the spoils they had obtained. The first item they found was a super magical shield, ranked A in quality. It granted mana to create a magical shield that absorbed damage for the caster and allies within a 30-yard radius. The protagonist didn't think this was a bad item. They had also obtained a box to select a Dark Knight set. The protagonist was confident that once they avoided Chen Jun's group and completed the mission, they would reach level 25, and that would solve their current dilemma. Suyan knew that the enemies were at level 30 and asked the protagonist if reaching level 25 would be enough, questioning if she should use her connections with her sister if necessary. The protagonist gently patted Suyan on the head, asking her not to worry, as he would take care of it. Receiving the pat, Suyan turned bright red. She quickly stepped back, changing the subject to cover up. By the way, I also got the reward scroll when we completed the first conquest. Shouldn't we open it? Missions in another world were generally divided into 3 types: normal missions, hidden missions, and reward missions. Among them, hidden missions had the smallest chance of appearing but were the rarest. Reward missions had the greatest certainty, but most of them were related to monetary rewards, so they weren't as objective as hidden missions. Suyan believed that this was a good opportunity to earn money to cover the potion costs from the previous days. With that, Suyan activated the reward mission scroll, causing a brilliant golden light to rise into the sky. The girl wondered what had happened, as when the light disappeared, a dense mist appeared. Within the fog, it was possible to see a being. A notification appeared. The reward mission had been updated, revealing a boss on the current map, the Golden Skeleton King, a 3-star physical monster at level 28. Suyan was congratulated for the great hidden opportunity, asking if she would like to evolve the completed mission and fight against the Reaper for the rare hidden mission to hunt the Golden Skeleton King. Suyan was surprised and asked the protagonist what that meant. He then explained that she could choose to evolve the mission, forfeiting the original rewards, and that if she didn't, the scroll would be as good as nothing. Under normal circumstances, Zheng Yue would definitely choose to evolve the mission. However, if Chen Jun appeared, everything they had worked for could be lost. Suyan was surprised. Hidden missions are rare and hard to get. Why hesitate? Let's take advantage of this opportunity before Chen Jun and his people show up. The protagonist smiled, agreeing with her. They then accepted the evolution of the mission. They were congratulated for evolving the hidden mission to defeat the Golden Skeleton King. The mission's reward was enhanced, offering much more experience points, as well as gold and energy. A full knight set with all 7 pieces would also be given, with the user's class able to be chosen. Skill books would also be provided, as well as elite pet eggs. Suyan was shocked, as the experience had doubled. She was also impressed with all the other rewards. However, the protagonist thought it would be problematic with just the 2 of them fighting to defeat the boss within an hour. At that moment, the duo heard a voice. "We're rich now! We found a boss!" The protagonist quickly covered Suyan's mouth and pulled her to hide. Chen Jun had appeared, celebrating the great rewards they would get from defeating that monster. He was shocked as he approached the boss and realized that it was level 28 and 3 stars, as this monster might be able to defeat them with a single hit. Looking closely at the monster, it was evident that it was dozens of meters tall, wearing full golden armor and a red cape. Chen Jun quickly gave an order. "Hey you! Weaken it and leave the final blow for me!" The bandits were surprised, as this clearly meant they would be sent to the spawn point. However, the leader of the bandits did not retreat, calling for Old 2 and Old 3 to tank and grab the aggro. He coordinated for the healers to take care of buffs and heals. Thus, he stated that he and the other assassins would focus on dealing damage. With the coordination given by Shashu, all the bandits advanced to attack the Golden Skeleton King. Shashu swung his sword, attacking the giant skeleton. However, the large skeleton also retaliated with a roar. The powerful blow from the Golden Skeleton King hit the ground, making several assassins retreat. Shashu quickly ordered the healers to use a debuff on the boss, and they swiftly executed the command. A powerful spell landed on the Golden Skeleton King, weakening it. Hidden, Suyan asked the protagonist if he planned to let the bandits fight first to wear out their stamina. The protagonist then revealed his strategy. Imagine a praying mantis watching the cicada without realizing that the bird is behind. Upon seeing their leader eliminated, everyone raised their swords to attack. However, they were interrupted because they received a message from him. He quickly warned them, "Qi Qi is back. Zhang Yue's people rescued her. I made a promise and I must keep it. Whoever opposes him will be immediately expelled from the guild." Shocked upon seeing the leader's message, the group looked towards Zhang Yue. They approached him, though without the intention to attack. Xiao Yao looked panicked, but Zhang Yue reassured him. In the next instant, everyone knelt before him. "We are willing to be punished too. Don't place all the blame on our leader." Xiao Yao was surprised by the unexpected gesture. Zhang Yue's gaze was solemn as he warned, "As citizens of the Dragon Nation, you should be targeting those from the outside, not your fellow countrymen." Eliminating your own people is not proof of skill. Protecting your family and defending the nation, that's what makes you a true survivor. Turning to leave, Zhang Yue instructed them to warn their leader that they would have to pay in a different way. All the economies and materials lost by the Supreme Guild over the last 2 days must be returned in double. And from now on, you will be responsible for helping everyone in the Supreme Guild grow in the Third World. The group was excited to hear that the punishment would only be economic. Zhang Yue stepped through a portal, leaving Li Xiaoyao behind. The guild's vice leader could now understand why their leader valued Zhang Yue so much. Arriving elsewhere, everyone was impressed by the skeleton that followed Zhang Yue, as if it were his pet. The Shadow Skeleton King, of rare rank, was much more impressive than Zhang Yue had expected. The growth statistics were higher than those of normal professions, although its skills were still limited. Remembering that the mission reward was 2 skill books, he made the skeleton learn them. The first skill was Fatal Provocation, which attracted monsters within a 30-meter radius, reducing their damage for 10 seconds. The second skill was Ultra Light Strike, a supersonic attack that dealt damage and ignored part of the target's physical defense. Like energy, the skills entered the Skeleton King's head. At that moment, the player Su Jinyan, with the nickname 400K, rushed over to find Zhang Yue. Curious, he asked where she was. Gasping, Su Jinyan asked if he had eliminated Chen Jun, but he denied it, stating he hadn't had the chance because Pei Qi had done such a thing first. Su Jinyan was relieved he hadn't done it, and revealed the reason. He is the only son of Chen Tianqi and highly protected. Whoever eliminated Chen Jun, Chen Tianqi will go after. Zhang Yue was surprised, especially that Jinyan had helped him even knowing this. This made him smile cheerfully. You really are loyal. The girl, however, complained to him, saying she had even lost a resurrection and dropped a level because of him. To compensate her, Zhang Yue suggested, "Go home. Tomorrow night I'll take you to the Third World." Speechless, Su Jinyan accepted the deal. Upon returning home, Zhang Yue sighed, relieved to finally be able to take a break. However, he soon saw that an unknown phone number was contacting him. Pei Qi had called to thank him, but surprised him. "How did you get my number?" Pei Qi revealed he had asked the second lady of the Su family, and thanked Zhang Yue for giving them a new chance. Looking at his daughter, he told Zhang Yue, "Qi is all I have. I'll do anything for her. That's why I lost my head and let someone use me." Thus, Pei Qi declared, "Let's start over. After helping the Supreme Guild, we'll go back to climbing and stop making surprise attacks in the Third World." Zhang Yue was relieved by his decision. So the night passed and the next day arrived. Zhang Yue woke up to someone knocking on his door. Hearing that it was a delivery, Zhang Yue was confused as he hadn't ordered anything. However, he was soon surprised to see what was being delivered. A letter, which read, "Hello, we are looking forward to seeing you at the professional tournament." Shocked to discover that someone knew his real identity, Zhang Yue wondered if it could be another reincarnator. At that moment, a message arrived for him, telling him to quickly look at the news. The first news Zhang Yue found was about the 100th professional tournament, which was about to begin. The second, however, shocked him. A guild headquarters had been attacked. 42 people were eliminated, including a child. In the shock visible in Zhang Yue's eyes, he knew it was about Pei Qi, his daughter, and the guild. The news stated that the attack had happened at 6 in the morning. Soon after that time, he had received the mysterious letter, wondering if there was a connection between the two things. He grabbed his hoodie, covered himself, and decided to leave, as it was no longer safe. After taking 3 taxis, walking through the city center 3 times, and crossing several residential areas, Zhang Yue didn't notice anyone following him. He then went to a brokerage firm to rent a house. He met a woman who volunteered to show him houses in the nearby communities. The first house shown to him in the Shia yachting community was in a very popular area due to the nearby businesses. Taking a walk through the wooden-floored house, Zhang Yue agreed to rent it, which made the young woman extremely happy. "I will prepare the contract immediately. The price will be reasonable and your roommates are also good people." At that moment, Zhang Yue received a call. Su Jinyan had contacted him to find out if the plans they had made were still on. Revealing that he was renting a house, Zhang Yue confirmed they would meet soon. Having decided where to live, the protagonist was now ready to conquer the Third World. That night, Su Jinyan waited for Zhang Yue. Several other professionals approached her, inviting her to their teams, but she refused, always saying she already had teammates. One team insisted, wanting to see where her teammates were, since she was alone. At that moment, with a severe look, Zhang Yue approached. "I am her teammate." Su Jinyan was happy to see him, but the team in front of them disparaged him. "Just you? A tamer with less damage than a priest, worse defense than a rogue, and slower speed than a mage." The group insisted that Su Jinyan team up with them, but a man in golden armor intervened, shouting, "You dare try to steal my brother's woman?" Seeing their guild leader act so agitatedly, Xiaoyao asked him not to cause trouble for Zhang Yue. Realizing his mistake, Liu Yao just looked at the group with disgust and told them to leave. Smiling, Liu Yao apologized to Zhang Yue for being too quick with his words. While Jinyan smiled, Liu Yao introduced his guild partners. Xiao Yao had been called to provide support, and Shen Yi, who accompanied him, was a healer. Zhang Yue didn't ask them to do much, only to protect themselves on the battlefield. Thus, he and Jinyan walked ahead, while the trio followed. Jinyan vented to Zhang Yue, demonstrating anger at Chen Tianqi, who hadn't even spared a little girl. The protagonist sighed as investigations were not simple, and the evidence might not be convincing about who the real culprit was. Fearfully, Jinyan stated that Chen Tianqi's next target could actually be Zhang Yue. However, Zhang Yue reassured her, stating that he would be able to protect himself. While watching the couple talk, the trio from the Supreme Guild wondered if it was really necessary. As they approached the city exit, Zhang Yue asked the three, "Are you ready?" The three confirmed in unison, and the team invitation for the World Boss Challenge was sent by Zhang Yue. Everyone confirmed, and a portal gathering all the energy from the surroundings began to form before them. The portal revealed a dark place, where everyone headed. The quintet received a welcome to the territory of the third world boss, the world of the fallen dark god. The dark, arid place caught Liu Yao's attention, as it didn't look special at all. However, soon innumerable bats emerged in the crimson-toned dark sky. Among them was a being with an enigmatic aura. Black wings extended from its back, as did horns from its forehead, on a muscular and imposing body, at least dozens of meters tall. Surprised, Liu Yao didn't think that monster would be easy to deal with. Frowning, the protagonist activated his detection skill. He discovered the stats of Kaiser, the 3-star magic-type boss. His magic attack reached 1180, he had 60,000 HP and numerous skills. Despite being more powerful than the previous boss Zhang Yue had faced, with 2 pets and a good set of equipment, Zhang Yue believed he could win. Kaiser roared furiously upon seeing the invaders of his domain. Instantly, skeletons began to rise from the ground, while the bats stirred in the sky. Zhang Yue immediately summoned the Skeleton King and the Skeleton Warrior, ordering them to attack. Using the Shadow Sword skill, the Skeleton King raised spikes that pierced the enemy skeletons. The Skeleton Warrior also brandished his sword, diving into the battle. Extending the call, Zhang Yue launched flame missiles. They fell upon the common skeletons, turning a vast area into lava and decimating them. Seeing such power for the first time, Shen Yi was speechless, stating that he could handle the boss alone. Zhang Yue ordered the rest of the team to deal with the minor skeletons and be careful, especially Liu Yao, who could no longer revive. The group nodded, and Xiao Yao looked around searching for his master. Liu Yao, however, had heeded Zhang Yue's advice and hidden far away in the mountains. Zhang Yue advanced into the battle, ordering the Skeleton King to use provocation to attract Kaiser's attention. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Warrior was tasked with containing the enemies along the way. The Skeleton King jumped toward the monster Kaiser, and right in front of its face launched a powerful punch. Shen Yi was even more shocked to see the Skeleton King resist the boss monster's attacks. Immediately, Zhang Yue used his staff to stack flame missiles and ice circle spells. The attacks rained down on the monster, burning and freezing it in tandem, causing critical damage. While continuing his healing work, Shen Yi stated in surprise, "Even a level 33-star boss is nothing before Brother Ye." Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yao asked him to act more seriously. Zhang Yue and his 2 pets advanced towards the head of the giant monster. Kaiser roared, opening its mouth as he saw them approach, but it couldn't avoid the final blow. 49,000 experience points were guaranteed by the boss's defeat, with even more bonuses due to the team formation and the final blow. Zhang Yue then landed on the ground. While the regional announcement was shown to everyone, Holy Light Cemetery. Congratulations to Player 0 for defeating Kaiser, the world boss, and conquering the third world. Just like the announcement about him, announcements also appeared for Su Jinyan, Xiao Yao, Liu Yao, and Shen Yi. Liu Yao celebrated with Zhang Yue for defeating the boss so quickly, as they were the first group to conquer the third world. The protagonist then asked the group if they planned to go straight to the fourth world. Even having helped them defeat the boss, Zhang Yue reminded them that their strength was still insufficient to face the common monsters of the next world. Therefore, it would be better for them to level up first. Su Jinyan and Liu Yao exchanged glances and decided to accept Zhang Yue's advice. Leaving the world through a portal, Zhang Yue returned to his new home, deciding to rest before conquering the fourth world. However, as soon as he sat on the bed, he felt something soft and jumped up, hurriedly getting to his feet. Unexpectedly, in Zhang Yue's bed, a woman with purple hair and a purple dress was sleeping. The woman spun from side to side on the bed while talking in her sleep. "Let go of me. I'll go back by myself." Zhang Yue had to cover his nose because she reeked of alcohol. Walking out of the room, Zhang Yue called the real estate agency, complaining, "Hey, is this the shared apartment you found for me?" The woman on the other end confirmed, reminding him that the roommates would be easy to deal with. Confused, Zhang Yue asked when she had said that. This time it was the woman who complained, "Please don't pretend you didn't hear. We're honest in business. We don't hide anything. I found a good place, and you didn't say anything against sharing the apartment. Zhang Yue realized that due to his haste, he ended up not discussing the details. Stating that he didn't like shared apartments, he asked her to find another place to rent. The woman agreed, asking him to say everything he wanted next time, and advised that she would call back when she found a good place. Through the crack in the door, Zhang Yue took one last look at his roommate before ignoring her. Returning to an important topic, he recalled the professional league mentioned in the letter he received. It would take place half a month from now and would have municipal, provincial, and national preliminaries, culminating in the World Championship. The strength of a nation was measured not only by its progress in conquering the other world, but also by its league ranking. This time, Zhang Yue swore he would break his own record from his past life. Touching the symbol on his wrist, he opened the portal to the other world. His goal was to reach level 30 to be able to participate in the league. Before entering the portal, however, he received a message, a plea for help from Liu Yao. In the land of shadows of the third world, Liu Yao stood before 3 girls. One of them questioned him. "If you can't do it, say so," another agreed. "We're wasting time here. We need to finish our quests." Liu Yao roared, "Stop! A man cannot say he can't? My companions couldn't defeat this map, but my big brother definitely can." At that moment, Zhang Yue appeared, asking what was going on. One of the women questioned him upon seeing him. "Just a scrawny tamer? You expect him to help us?" Flattering Zhang Yue, Liu Yao asked him to help them. Smiling, the protagonist asked, "Are you carrying girls on quests?" Grinning, Liu Yao begged him to help him not lose face. He revealed that they had faced a 2-star, level 27 skeleton boss. Even sending 10 companions, they had failed. Zhang Yue headed to the map portal, telling everyone to wait for him. Disbelieving, 2 of the 3 women scoffed. Who does he think he is to go alone? Does he think he can solo the boss? 3 minutes later, Zhang Yue exited the portal and was mocked. He probably noticed he can't defeat the boss and came back to ask for help. Zhang Yue, however, merely informed Liu Yao that he was already done, leaving because he had other things to do. The women thought he was joking, but when they opened the quest window, they were shocked. Liu Yao boasted, "I told you my brother was the best. So according to our bet, who will be my girlfriend?" Liu Yao noticed that one of the girls was leaving. She apologized, running toward Zhang Yue and shouting for him, "Asura!" Zhang Yue frowned and corrected her. "That person perished in battle 1,000 years ago, didn't you know?" The woman, however, stated with conviction, "No, he's right here. He's you." Zhang Yue quickly grabbed her, questioning firmly, "Did you send that letter? Who are you?" Asking him to help her with something, the woman swore she would tell him. Zhang Yue's gaze became gloomy as he was threatened, but she quickly apologized. "Don't worry, help me with this, and I swear I won't say anything about it." Knowing that if he eliminated her at that moment, she would come back, Zhang Yue decided to play along and asked what she wanted. The young woman was direct. Coughing, she stated, "I want you to team up with me in the professional league." Confident, the young woman demanded that Zhang Yue carry her in the municipal preliminaries. The protagonist asked if she was doing this for money, but she denied it, claiming only to want to prove herself. Ignoring her, Zhang Yue told her to only talk to him again when she reached level 30. Excited that he was accepting, the young woman asked if she could add him to her contacts. Zhang Yue did not answer her questions and stopped suddenly, causing her to bump into him. He gave a final warning. "Don't tell me. I told you to come see me only at level 30 after registering." Zhang Yue then opened the portal to the 4th world, the Dragon Valley. After the portal was a castle where countless flying beings filled the night sky. The area was shared by the cities of Linhai and Ganyang, where all players belonged to the Temple of Light. Arriving in the world of dragons, Zhang Yue checked the stage information. 1,000 years ago, after the battle between light and shadow dragons, their powers formed a pact, agreeing to non-aggression. The Shadow Dragon clan continued to gather strength in secret and, over the last 100 years, frequently invaded the territory of light, breaking 9 centuries of peace. The scenario required adventurers to help the Light Dragon clan's knights, defending the Temple of Light. As a quest, it was necessary to defeat at least 3 dragon lords of different species and gain 5 levels of trust from the dragon knights. With the goal of reaching level 30 to get a new pet, Zhang Yue wanted a dragon to serve as a mount. As soon as he obtained the Increase Morale quest, he traveled with the Skeleton King, who bravely faced the first dragon. Zhang Yue had obtained the Increase Morale quest. He was to go to the Shadowy Mountains, in the north of the continent, and hunt 12 giant shadow dragons to increase morale with the Light Dragon clan. The prerequisite for completing the world quest was to gain the trust of the Light Dragons, and the best way was through quests. While Zhang Yue waited, the Skeleton King defended against the dragon's energy attacks, launching a counterattack afterward. The Skeleton Warrior was also alongside him, tearing at the enemy dragons. Thanks to the Skeleton King's high defense, the damage from the black dragons was negligible. With the Skeleton Warrior next to him, it was more than enough. This gave Zhang Yue more time to complete quests quests and analyze monsters. While waiting for his pets to finish the battle, Zhang Yue heard a constant noise. He looked up at the sky and saw the beating of wings. Innumerable dragons were approaching the area. He discovered there was a secret quest. It was the first time he had seen something like this. Due to Zhang Yue's location, a video clip would be played. A hidden opportunity was released as compensation. Would you like to evolve the Increase Morale quest to the rare secret quest called Crush the Darkness? Zhang Yue immediately ordered the quest evolution. Zhang Yue received the new quest, whose description reported a huge number of dragons emerging from the ancient ruins in the north. In constant preparation for an invasion, the quest required adventurers to work with the Light Dragon clan to eliminate the dragons in the ruins. Thus, Zhang Yue called the Skeleton King and the Skeleton Warrior to check the location of the new quest. In a cave, a roar could be heard. Fire strikes could be seen everywhere, showing that the battle had already begun. Several dragons launched their fire jets against the shadow dragons, pressuring them. Zhang Yue could see how the battle seemed one-sided and would soon end, but he realized that the truth was different. The battle was not so simple. A giant dragon appeared in the sky, using an energy attack that fell upon the light dragons. The powerful energy spread upon impact with the ground, forcing even Zhang Yue and the Skeleton King, who were distant, to take cover. Zhang Yue discovered that this was the Shadow Battle Dragon Lord, the level 35 physical type monster. Facing 3 level 35 boss monsters, Zhang Yue questioned whether the quest system was trying to finish him off. The Shadow Dragon glimpsed Zhang Yue and spoke, "Human, the Light Clan is finished. Come to the dark side of the Force, and you will live forever." Zhang Yue was surprised to see the dragon speak the human language. The dragon stared at him, offering, "I will give you a chance to abandon the light and join the Dark Clan. Do that, and I will spare your life." These were level 35 Lord-class dragons. To refuse would be to perish in vain and lose a level. Failure would bring a double punishment. Joining the dragons would mean staying alive, but it didn't seem like a secret mission. It looked like a trap prepared by the Dark Dragon clan. Zhang Yue recited that saying, "If you can't beat them, join them." The Shadow Dragon accepted the answer as a yes, and promptly began gathering energy in its mouth. A portal was created in front of Zhang Yue, and the dragon ordered him to enter. The protagonist frowned but obeyed. After Zhang Yue passed through the portal, the dragons followed him. A glow appeared in the distant mountains. The portal had opened, and Zhang Yue descended into the Shadow Hall. He received the welcome to the Dragon Valley. He was now in the Shadow Hall, an area that wasn't safe and served only as a respawn point, as well as for login or logout. Before Zhang Yue, a knight in dark armor emerged. Goya greeted him, "Welcome to the Shadow Hall. Together we will destroy the hypocritical Light Clan and rule the entire Dragon Valley." The faction invitation was sent to Zhang Yue. At that moment, the previous mission he had accepted failed, causing him to lose a level, in addition to losing reputation with the Light Clan. Thinking deeply, Zhang Yue didn't remember any players who had challenged the Light Clan in the Fourth World before, but then he accepted. Goya demanded, "To prove your loyalty, go to the Light Clan's territory and hunt some giant light dragons." Although only common characters gave missions in the Light Clan, Zhang Yue was receiving missions from the leader of the Dark Clan, which made the rewards 50% greater. 180,000 experience points would be obtained in the Challenge the Light mission, which required him to help the Dark Clan defeat 300 light dragons and 360 light flame war dragons. Zhang Yue was satisfied, as the mission was basically the same as the ones the Light Clan gave him. At that moment, Zhang Yue received a message. Someone was pleading for him to help with a mission, offering 500 yuan. Zhang Yue refused the girl's request, reminding her that he had only agreed to help her with the preliminaries. However, she made a proposal. "Help me this time, and I'll tell you a secret about Asura. I'll be waiting in the desert of End City." The girl was at the foggy location, waiting with a worried look. She was shocked that Zhang Yue had come when she asked. Apologizing, she claimed she was supposed to do the mission with her best friend, but ended up being abandoned. Since there was only half a day left before the time ran out, it would take too long to find a new group. Ignoring her excuses, Zhang Yue ordered her to share the mission details. Head bowed, she nodded. Unexpectedly, Su Jinyan appeared in the same location. "Zhang Yue, haven't you finished your missions? Why are you here?" Su Jinyan frowned when she saw a girl with Zhang Yue. "Who is she?" The unknown girl quickly averted her gaze and introduced herself. "Hello, sis. I'm Ning Tiantian, his cousin. I asked him to help me with this mission." Tiantian whispered to Zhang Yue, "I'll keep your secret." Discovering that the young woman was Zhang Yue's cousin, Jinyan was relieved and happy. "Oh, then I can help her too." Zhang Yue liked the suggestion. Soon, explosions happened in the forest. Empowering Zhang Yue, Jinyan left the attack to him. With his staff, the protagonist launched powerful fire attacks, which rained down on the zombies like meteors. Tiantian watched Zhang Yue fight alongside Jinyan and commented to herself, "This big sister is amazing too, so confident. Unlike me, who's just tagging along for experience." I'm useless. Shaking off the bad feeling, Tiantian praised them for defeating the monsters so quickly. Jinyan agreed and gave the credit to Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue listened to the two girls talk for a while until Tiantian checked the mission content. She immensely thanked both Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan for their help. Su Jinyan then, stating that she needed to level up, said goodbye, running into the forest. Having been left alone with Ning Tiantian, the protagonist asked what secret she knew. With a serious look, she stated, Asura is now living in Linhai City, in the elegant Shiyu community. Upon hearing the girl say his address, the protagonist was shocked. He quickly summoned his pets to restrain her and, overflowing with energy, questioned, Who are you, really? Being grabbed by the skeleton, Tiantian coughed, reminding him, We agreed that you would help me with the competition, and only then would I give the answer. The grip on her increased for a moment, until Zhang Yue recalled his summons. Releasing her, he gave her an irritated look. Come back when you're level 30. If you lie to me, I won't hesitate to finish you off. Coughing? She assured him that no one else would know what she knew. To ensure his safety, Zhang Yue knew he needed to leave home quickly after completing the mission. He then went to the City of Destruction, where various dragons were flying across the sky. Among the slain dragons was the player Unrivaled, cursing, Ning Tiantian, that damn girl dared to betray me? Next to him, a partner yelled, Who dared to steal the girl from the vice leader of our God of War guild? Unrivaled had no idea, as the other side was using false information. The only thing they knew was that such a person was a summoner with the Skeleton King. At that moment, another dragon attacked a group from the guild, and someone shouted, Vice leader, the shadow dragon is out of our range. Unrivaled roared upon hearing, Let's go! Let's finish the mission first. As they walked across the battlefield, they encountered someone. Zhang Yue was there, observing the surroundings. Unrivaled smiled upon seeing a companion in fear. Do you think anyone would dare steal our prey? Confidently, they called the unknown person, Hey brother, help us collect the loot. Seeing someone had reached the fourth world, Zhang Yue was surprised. He wondered if such people were veterans. Seeing the unknown man stare at him in silence, Unrivaled frowned. Do you want to oppose the God of War Guild? The guild's name was unknown to Zhang Yue. He wondered if they were from Linhai City, but he didn't care. Wanting to avoid getting involved, he simply ignored them and walked away. Furious to see a tamer be so arrogant, Unrivaled wanted to attack him, but his companions stopped him from being impulsive. Boss, a tamer arriving in the fourth world must be a professional. Both our Ganyang City and Linhai accessed the fourth world. Maybe he's one of the best players from there. However, Unrivaled swore that the next time he found such a tamer, he would punish him. At that moment, a notification appeared. The Destruction Dragon boss appeared in the field of the City of Destruction. Everyone awakened a secret mission. The fifth mission against the darkness they possessed could be evolved into the new mission, Defeat the Destruction Dragon. A large dragon emerged above the hunting grounds. With an immense amount of energy surging in its open mouth, it used the fallen dragon's breath. A torrent of energy fell upon the light dragons, eliminating them. Unrivaled immediately roared, Brothers, gather your weapons! Even if we perish here, we'll take it with us. However, when Unrivaled tried to advance, a spell fell on his foot, freezing him. The dragon targeted him with an energy attack, which fell before him. Furious, Unrivaled roared, Who did that? The summoner Unrivaled had just threatened appeared before the dragon and warned, The boss is mine. Unrivaled was surprised and challenged his own fear. You haven't left yet? Want to try to steal the boss? Do you think you have what it takes? Zhang Yue gave him one last warning, ordering them to get out of the boss's range within 10 seconds. Unrivaled laughed upon being challenged by a single man and ordered, Attack him! A light arrow was fired at Zhang Yue. However, a skeleton emerged with the flames the protagonist created, reflecting the attack and launching a counterattack at the same time. An explosion of fire fell upon the one who tried to attack Zhang Yue, causing a critical hit with over 2,300 points of damage. Zhang Yue had eliminated Du Zun, a member of the God of War Guild. Unrivaled was shocked to see the level 24 archer perish with a single attack. He had never seen a tamer with so much damage before. Unrivaled was even more shocked because the dragon was not attacking the tamer. Looking at them once more, he realized that the dragon and the tamer were together. Zhang Yue had received a mission, protect the Destruction Dragon. Immediately, Zhang Yue summoned the Skeleton King, which, overflowing with energy, joined the battle. One of the members of the God of War Guild shouted, Vice Leader, is this guy really allied with the dragon? Unrivaled also screamed, Were you the one who went out with my woman? Having failed the last mission, Zhang Yue was more focused on not failing this time. Furious at having found the tamer who supposedly went out with his woman, Unrivaled roared, How dare you! Attack that tamer for me. However, the Destruction Dragon attacked first with a burst of energy. Everyone tried to protect themselves, yelling at Unrivaled. The dragon is already hard enough to face, and now there's this mysterious guy. Zhang Yue wouldn't let them escape. Raising his staff, he cast fire magic, exploding the enemies. Unrivaled quickly shouted, Flee! Inform the guild leader and the rest that we need reinforcements. Soon, everyone disappeared, but But since the mission was supposed to last 24 hours, Zhang Yue knew they would return. While planning to wait for their return, Zhang Yue wondered about what the group leader was shouting. He opened the forum and quickly found news about the God of War Guild. There, it was said that it was from the Zhejiang province. Ningbo discovering that it was a strong guild, Zhang Yue realized that he would need help. Asking the dragon to wait for him, he informed it that he would return soon. Su Jinyan, who had discovered that Zhang Yue would face the God of War Guild, imagined that he would definitely be at a great disadvantage fighting alone. She then called everyone who was with her, ordering them to quickly finish the world missions to fight the world boss and move on to the fourth world. Zhang Yue met with Goya and explained, "My lord, I was attacked by the Light Clan. May I ask for a favor?" Goya asked him to proceed with the request. Zhang Yue hadn't expected the Shadow Clan to offer help, something the Light Clan would never do. The protagonist then revealed, "I am currently doing the Protect the Destruction Dragon mission. The enemy is about to launch a massive attack, and I want to receive help from the Shadow Clan." Goya placed his hand on his shoulder and reassured him. At that exact moment, the notification appeared that the Destruction Dragon was under attack. Surprised, Zhang Yue informed Goya that he would be going ahead, and the leader wished, "May the shadows be with you." In the field of destruction, the dragon roared fiercely. It attacked with all its power, launching a beam of energy, but the attack stopped upon hitting a protection dome. Quickly, Unrivaled shouted, "Bind it!" Mages extended their staffs, casting spells. Rings of light appeared around the dragon, restricting its movements. Then, rogues advanced, carrying their twin swords. They quickly approached the dragon to attack it. However, at the last instant, a purple lightning spell fell from the sky onto the rogues. The dragon was saved by Zhang Yue, Unrivaled. Upon seeing him, shouted, "The tamer is here! Finish him!" Summoning the Skeleton King, Zhang Yue declared, "If you want to say goodbye to your life, go ahead." Tian Qian, the leader of the God of War Guild, stepped forward, ordering his companions, "Defeat the dragon. I will deal with the tamer." The protagonist looked at Tian Qian, questioning, "Were you the one who touched my boss dragon?" Tian Qian returned the question, "Were you the one who attacked the members of the God of War Guild?" Immediately, the lightning mage extended his staff spear, launching an energy attack against Zhang Yue. The Skeleton King stepped in front of the attack, blocking it. Tian Qian was shocked, as the damage he caused should normally instantly defeat anyone below level 30, but it didn't even scratch Zhang Yue's pet. The Skeleton King kept advancing while the mage pondered. Tian Qian managed to dodge, realizing he shouldn't face the enemy head-on. At the same instant, 2 fire attacks crossed the battlefield. At the last instant, Tian Qian managed to raise a magic shield, blocking the attacks, but not for long. The shield broke, and the attack fell upon Tian Qian. The mage warrior was pushed back and gritted his teeth. He was facing only one person, but was forced to retreat. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster the guy he was facing was. Tian Qian did not give up and roared, "I, the leader of the God of War Guild, will never lose to someone who is alone." A magic circle appeared below him, while the tip of his spear glowed. Zhang Yue warned beforehand, "Even if you use all the power of your guild, you won't complete your mission." The dragon opened its mouth once more, showing its sharp teeth. It howled to the skies, and its call caused several other dragons to come to its aid. Tian Qian was shocked to see so many dragons. Zhang Yue smiled confidently. "Are you still going to fight?" Tian Qian gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and, making a decision, ordered everyone to retreat. Unrivaled did not want to accept the command. "Guild leader, this is a secret mission. If we retreat now, we will fail. Let's all go together. We can defeat them." Accepting defeat, Tian Qian questioned him. "For a single mission, do you want the entire guild to be wiped out?" Tian Qian also asked, "The Destruction Dragon, as well as the 3 Black Dragon Lords, why aren't they attacking the Tamer?" "It's because he's not here to steal the boss kill, but to protect it, even against his will." Tian Qian ordered his companions to abandon the mission immediately, as it would be impossible to complete it. Tian Qian also warned, "The next time you find this guy, let me know." Gritting his teeth, Unrivaled nodded, but internally swore, "Damned bastard, prepare to perish for stealing my woman." 24 hours later, Zhang Yue found himself atop a dragon. After defeating a countless number of them, he received a notification congratulating him for successfully protecting the Destruction Dragon for 24 hours. The dragon roared to the night sky, showing all its power. Zhang Yue dismounted and greeted the dragon, touching its snout. "It's over. You can go." Thus, the Destruction Dragon, the Dragon Lords, and all the others who accompanied them departed. Zhang Yue completed the secret mission, obtaining 750,000 gold. He reached level 28, also achieving trust level 3 with the Shadow Clan and level 3 with the leader Goya. Finally finishing the mission and receiving good rewards, he could now give the Destroyer equipment set to the Skeleton King. When a professional reached level 30 in the second class, 6 skill slots would be unlocked as well as a second pet slot. Zhang Yue kept 3 eggs, as they could turn into rare rewards later. Suddenly, a message appeared for him. Zhang Yue, where are you? I need you, brother. Come back quickly. It's urgent. I'm in the 4th world. Seeing the various locations Liu Yao sent, Zhang Yek wondered what kind of emergency existed. Destruction City, as the name suggested, was a completely destroyed modern world city. There, Unrivaled was hiding while a companion asked, Vice Leader, do you think that kid will really show up? Since all the missions at the beginning of the 4th world involved such a place, Unrivaled was sure he would find him. He warned the guild member that as soon as the tamer appeared, they should notify the guild leader immediately. A few minutes later, they located the tamer approaching. Unrivaled quickly announced, call the leader immediately to bring reinforcements. As Zhang Yue walked down the deserted street, Unrivaled stepped into his path. Followed by several companions, Unrivaled roared, You brat! I don't know what tricks you used before, but today, without those dragons helping you, I want to see how arrogant you'll be. The protagonist rolled his eyes, asking the man if he had leveled down. Furious, Unrivaled replied, Why are you asking that? It's all your fault. Unrivaled revealed a bloodthirsty aura as he complained through clenched teeth. You stole my mission and my woman. I won't forgive you. With a bored look, Zhang Yue sighed. You keep saying I stole your woman, but I don't even know what you're talking about. Furious at him playing dumb, Unrivaled advanced. However, before he approached Zhang Yue, a lightning bolt fell between the two, making him stop. Unrivaled, furious, roared, Who dares to stop me? Unexpectedly, the lightning had been cast by Tianqian, who was approaching. Shocked, Unrivaled tried to understand what was happening. Leader! We found the guy who sabotaged our mission. Give the order and we'll attack him! Nodding, Tianqian stated, I will deal with him. Laughing, Unrivaled cheered, looking at Zhang Yue. You're done for! Preparing for an imminent battle, Zhang Yue drew his staff. With a serious look and energy covering his body, Tianqian faced Zhang Yue and said, Brother, do you want to join our God of War guild? Unrivaled's jaw dropped, unable to believe what his leader had said. Tianqian approached Zhang Yue, offering, If you accept, I will ignore the fact that you offended our guild. Consider this a chance for reconciliation. The protagonist smiled, mocking. Do your God of War guild eyes look out the back of your head? You're underestimating people. Shocked, Tianqian asked if he would really become an enemy of the God of War guild. It was at that moment that an angry voice emerged, catching Tianqian's attention. Who dares to touch him? Liu Yao walked in front of a group, roaring, Who dares to touch the chief of my supreme guild? On the other side, Jinyan also appeared. People of the Misty Rain Pavilion, protect Zhang Yue. Unrivaled was shocked to see the two guilds. Jaw dropped, Tianqian frowned. You want to go against the second largest guild in the province? Confidently, Liu Yao smiled. So what if you're second? Do you have more money than me? Or are you better looking than me? Jinyan was angry. If you dare to touch this man, my Misty Rain Pavilion will not allow it. Unrivaled was furious at the challenge. You are only ranked 3rd and 5th in the province. Do you perhaps want to be eliminated? Tianqian ordered him to calm down and commanded everyone to retreat for now. Unrivaled did not accept the order. Guild leader, let's fight head on. With the strength of our guild, we won't lose. Tianqian, however, reminded him that the global tournament was approaching and that they couldn't lose strength before the fight. He then addressed Zhang Yue. Sorry, I didn't think much. Such an accomplished tamer, protected by 2 of the biggest guilds, must have extraordinary support. Turning his back, Tianqian prepared to leave, but not without stating that he would recruit him anyway. As soon as Tianqian and Unrivaled left, Liu Yao approached Zhang Wei to ask if he was okay. The protagonist reassured him, but Su Jinyan didn't want to let the situation go. They must have thought Zhang Yue would be easy to bully because he was alone. Huffing, Liu Yao swore that they would have to face his sword first. Zhang Yue asked the two if that was the reason they had approached him. Su Jinyan immediately invited him to join the Misty Rain Pavilion, but Liu Yao stepped in front of her. Brother Yue, join my supreme guild. The two looked at each other, and lightning seemed to come out of their eyes before they started arguing about which guild Zhang Yue should join. Su Jinyan, remembering that Chen Jun had left, offered his salary for Zhang Yue to join the guild. Liu Yao went further, stating that he would give him a treasure key, in addition to introducing him to beautiful women. Upon seeing Liu Yao's offer, Jinyan scolded him. You're introducing women to him? Aren't you ashamed? Confused, Liu Yao asked if that wouldn't be normal and reminded her, if he joins your pavilion, you won't even meet my brother's needs. Blushing deeply, Su Jinyan yelled, Why wouldn't I? Zhang Yue and Liu Yao looked at Su Jinyan with strange looks. She quickly tried to mend what she had said, but it was too late. Zhang Yue made it easy for her, stating that he wouldn't join any guild. Now, being in the 4th world, he stated that he would focus on leveling up and doing missions. In the end, the duo had to accept his decision and watched him walk away. Before, however, Su Jinyan asked, confused, seeing where he was going, Zhang Yue, where are you going? Aren't you going to do missions? Zhang Yue stated that he was going to get them at that very moment. which left Su Jinyan confused, since the light pavilion was in the opposite direction. In front of a computer, a man was doing some research while talking to himself. To make professionals betray the light faction and join the Shadow Clan, such a mission, which was just a rumor among players, no one dared to take it. That's why I thought it was a myth. Unrivaled smiled excitedly at the thought that Zhang Yue had taken such a mission, as he could deal with him somehow without even losing soldiers. In the other world, shadow dragons were launching energy breath attacks against the humans. They, however, fought back with bursts of abilities. Su Jinyan yelled to Liu Yao, "The divine dragon is getting furious again." Liu Yao confirmed what she had said, revealing that every year someone tried to steal the dragon's eggs. At that moment, the duo spotted Zhang Yue. Liu Yao imagined he was there to do the mission and invited him to team up. Jinyan was excited, as together they could defeat monsters more quickly. However, Zhang Yue frustrated them, stating that they were on different missions, warning that he would need to go to the light dragon field to hunt. Jinyan was confused, as that was where the missions were obtained. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in the sky, flapping its wings towards where the professionals were. Liu Yao looked at the sky, wondering why the Divine Light Dragon, a 4-star level 35 boss, was so angry. Zhang Yue reassured him, stating that the dragon must be looking for whoever stole its eggs, so they would be fine if they didn't get involved. The dragon, however, spotted him and descended from the heavens. Destroying the ground, the dragon landed in front of Zhang Yue, making Liu Yao yell, "Didn't you say the light dragon wouldn't attack innocent professionals?" While Liu Yao and Jinyan tried to convince the dragon that they hadn't done anything, it opened its mouth, conjuring a powerful light attack towards Zhang Yue. Facing the dragon's attack, Zhang Yue raised a shield. The attack fell upon him, causing him to lose almost 3,000 health points. Behind the shield, he stood resolute. Leaping, he retreated from the attack. Everyone in the area was shocked, wondering why the divine dragon had attacked the tamer. Liu Yao chuckled, asking, "Big brother, was it you who took the dragon egg?" "That's insane." Zhang Yue hastily denied doing such a thing and continued to evade. Internally, the protagonist wondered if the dragon was attacking him because it sensed he belonged to the Dark Clan. Without time for analysis, he summoned the Skeleton King and the Skeleton Soldier. The light dragon opened its mouth once again, launching a breath attack of flames and light. The skeletons blocked the attack, protecting Zhang Yue. However, the protagonist watched the massive health of the Skeleton King drop rapidly before the attack of the 4-star boss. While Zhang Yue was worried, someone was smiling. Unrivaled confidently challenged, "Let's see if you can survive this time." Liu Yao and Su Jinyan hastily ordered their guilds to protect Zhang Yue, and soon the two groups faced the fire and light attacks. Jinyan hurriedly ran toward the dragon. "You misunderstood. Shangyake would never do something so wicked." The dragon responded to her for the first time, questioning, "Can you prove it?" Su Jinyan couldn't answer, which made the dragon even angrier. "Since you wish to help him, you will be eliminated along with him." With a great roar, the dragon launched another breath attack, like a cannon of light, this time aimed at the sky, blowing away everyone who approached with a gust of wind. Unexpectedly, Ning Tiantian appeared, shouting, "Wait! I can prove he didn't steal the egg." The dragon momentarily calmed down, staring at the young woman. Unrivaled's subordinate was shocked to see Tiantian. Unrivaled bellowed, "That wretched girl is actually protecting another man in public." Tiantian raised the crystal, asserting, "There is a recording present in this image crystal." In the recording, Unrivaled was ordering his subordinates, "Bring the bodies of the black dragons here, as well as some skeletons. That damn tamer, I'm going to destroy him." Tiantian pointed to the top of a cliff where Unrivaled was standing and shouted, "The true culprit is him." Unrivaled was furious at being accused and cursed Tiantian in every possible way for daring to betray him. Furious, Ning Tiantian screamed at him, "We broke up a long time ago. You are an extremely filthy person for using this kind of scheme to hurt people." The dragon ceased its attacks and asked where the egg was. It looked at Unrivaled and his subordinate, who reminded it that they had already sold the egg. Upon hearing Unrivaled's subordinate, the dragon attacked with a blast of fire. Unrivaled and his subordinates were caught in the attack and were turned to ash. Soon the dragon flew away. Liu Yao and the others ran to check how Zhang Yue was doing. "I didn't expect that God of War Guild would actually use a dragon against you." Su Jinyan was relieved because, thanks to Tiantian, they hadn't been evaporated. Looking at the girl who helped him, he stated, "This time I owe you one." Blushing slightly, Tiantian nodded. Curious, Liu Yao asked Zhang Yue what he would do next. Zhang Yue thought and stated, "Since they insist on reminding me of them, I will give them the attention they seek. While we are in the City of Destruction, I will not allow even a single member of the God of War Guild to remain alive." In a building in Gunyang City was the God of War Guild headquarters. One of the employees reported, "Currently, Vice Leader Wu Di and his group are being hunted by the Divine Dragon and have left the other world to escape." A second employee continued, "Meanwhile, Zhang Yue is indiscriminately attacking our guild members. Lin Tian, whose nickname was Tian Qian, the master of the God of War Guild, was furious. That idiot Wu Di! I told him not to mess with the tamer, and now I have to clean up his mess. Lin Tian gave an order that no one should enter the City of Destruction, even if they had a mission there, and also that Wu Di, the Unrivaled, and everyone involved in the egg theft incident should be expelled from the guild. Remembering that the professional tournament was approaching, the guild member asked Lin Tian if he was sure. Frowning, Lin Tian stated firmly, "Offer great rewards to recruit high-level professionals from Ganyang City to fill the vacancies in the guild. As for that tamer, I will deal with him personally." While Zhang Yue was on a call with a real estate agent who informed him she had found a new place for him to live and they arranged to meet, a suspicious man knocked on a house door. The resident asked who was knocking and he replied, "It's a delivery." As the young woman, unexpectedly Ning Tiantian, opened the door, she was faced with a familiar face that left her shocked. "What are you doing here?" The man pushed the door open and looked at her with a maniacal gaze. "You smelly woman, did you think I wouldn't find you just because you moved?" Woody forced her to back away due to fear. Furious, he bellowed, "I heard you're going to the league with that tamer. I was expelled from the guild because of him. You ruined my promising future." Claiming not to know what he was talking about, Tiantian tried to evade the blame, but Woody furiously leaped onto her. "I saw you with him before. There's only one reason he's doing quests with you." With tears in her eyes, Tiantian screamed for him to let go and yelled for help. As the girl panicked, someone appeared, pulling the back collar of Wu Di's shirt. He didn't have time to be confused as he was thrown against a wall. Shocked, he realized who had done this to him, the very tamer he hated. Seeing Zhang Yue, Tiantian ran up to him. Furious, Wu Di roared, "So you're living together? Did you know she's my woman?" In tears, Tiantian denied having anything to do with this madman, which only made him angrier. Wu Di hastily got up and attacked her. But before he could reach Tiantian, a kick blocked his path. Hit in the stomach, he doubled over, trembling as he retched. Before Wu Di could even think, a punch made his nose paint his own face red. Wu Di fell to the ground unconscious. Tiantian was worried that he might have died, but Zhang Yue reassured her. She hastily tried to explain that Wu Di wasn't her boyfriend, just someone she had done quests with, but Zhang Yue interrupted her. "I'm not interested in your drama." Figuring out that she was his neighbor, Zhang Yue asked if that was how she knew where he lived. Tiantian revealed the truth. She had seen him through the crack in her door, and later coincidentally found him in the game world. Curious, Zhang Yue asked why she had called him Asura. Tiantian revealed that once when he wasn't present, a letter had arrived for him, and coincidentally, she happened to read it. Frowning, Zhang Yue took the letter which called him Asura, and said it hoped he would be at the tournament. He saw no lie in Ning Tiantian's eyes. The enemy seemed to be plotting in broad daylight, but he had no clues, which needed to be found by participating in this tournament. Warning her that she should keep quiet, Zhang Yue prepared to leave. Worried, Tiantian asked where he was going. He stopped, looking at her, and she hastily pleaded, "Can I go with you?" He found my address. "I can't stay here anymore." Stating that he didn't like living with anyone, he told her to find a house for herself, but she quickly asserted that she couldn't find a place immediately, nor did she have money. Zhang Yue ended up remembering how Tiantian had helped him with the dragon incident and asked for her phone number. In an instant, Zhang Yue transferred 100,000 yuan to Tiantian. The girl was shocked and asked what the money was for. Stating that it was an advance on the regional tournament bonus, Zhang Yue said she wouldn't need to pay it back. Leaving the girl behind, Zhang Yue reminded her that they were now even. Tiantian was surprised, but with a warm feeling in her chest, she commented to herself, "I, someone without money or connections, always needed help. I thought no one would ever like a loser like me." Returning to the other world and reaching level 30, as well as reaching Goya's trust level 4, Zhang Yue met with the leader. Goya praised him. "Brave warrior, I can see that you wholeheartedly supported the Dark Clan. Keep it up. Soon I will give you a special mission. If you complete it, you will receive high rewards from our clan." Zhang Yue figured he needed to reach a certain trust level to get such a mission, but now was the time to focus on the class change mission. Pressing the button, he promptly initiated it. In a white desert, Zhang Yue and the Skeleton King appeared. The class advancement notification popped up. He had entered the underworld trial, mirror image shackles. Zhang Yue could not leave the map until the quest was finished, and if he was eliminated, he would lose 3 levels. Zhang Yue looked around at the location where he would be doing the Necromancer class advancement quest. A window appeared before him, marking his location on the island. As soon as Zhang Yue took a step forward, intending to advance, he spotted something. Fragments of skeletons. A strong gust of wind forced him to close his eyes until he asked, "Where is this wind full of dark energy coming from?" Suddenly, a fist rose from the earth. One after another, buried skeletons rose. The protagonist didn't stand still and ordered his Skeleton King to advance. However, the enemy skeletons jumped onto the Skeleton King, making it roar as it suffered attacks. Zhang Yue hastily tried to help it, but a skeleton rose from the ground behind him, interrupting him. Zhang Yue felt various debuff spells trying to hit him, and faced with such a disturbance of the mental field, he raised his staff engulfed in fire. With a powerful attack, Zhang Yue decimated the skeletons. The explosion was so powerful that even he had to retreat. At that moment, he discovered that the Skeleton King was being pulled into the ground, unable to do anything else against the small skeletons. Sensing that the Skeleton King was weakened, Zhang Yue wondered if he couldn't use pets during the class advancement quest. He then looked at the point in the center of the island and decided to go directly there to find out what was happening. Decision made, he advanced rapidly, ignoring the skeletons. Zhang Yue moved through the white desert, and the closer he got to the center of the island, the less intense the spatial disturbance felt, becoming an airy but calm place. Climbing a sand mountain, Zhang Yue could see the horizon. Right ahead was a giant crystal floating solitarily. He imagined that the mirror image shackles might be referring to the crystal. Since he didn't know what would appear upon touching it, Zhang Yue remained alert and used his staff to interact with the crystal. The sight of the crystal emerged in his eyes, which saw the piece begin to vibrate. The crystal's energy overflowed, trying to pull Zhang Yue inside it. A blink of an eye later, Zhang Yue disappeared. The protagonist woke up falling onto a crystal floor. He looked around hastily as he got up. All he could understand was that the quest had imprisoned him in a separate world. In that world, several souls seemed to wander and approach another Zhang Yue who was staring at him. The protagonist was surprised to see a copy of himself. Annoyed at being challenged this way, Zhang Yue advanced, wielding his staff. Using the magic item, he lunged at the copy, but it dodged easily. The copy grabbed its own staff, wrapped in souls, and counterattacked to Zhang Yue's surprise. The protagonist hastily moved his own staff, blocking the enemy's attack. Brandishing the staff and throwing the copy away, he bellowed, "Get out of my way!" At the tip of his staff, a lightning spell emerged. Unexpectedly, the copy repeated his movements. Both lightning attacks met, exploding against each other. Zhang Yue felt in the confrontation that the copy's speed, strength, casting habits, and mana intensity were identical to his. Even his own instincts were being replicated by that copy. However, he soon realized something was wrong. The copy only imitated him the moment he attacked, without demonstrating human instincts. Having never expected the class advancement quest to be this way, upon discovering how it worked, Zhang Yue believed things would be easier than they were initially supposed to be. Continuing the battle, Zhang Yue used the flaming missiles to attack the copy, which promptly copied him. Once again, the mirrored spells met head-on. However, Zhang Yue used the explosion as a distraction to advance quickly. Most of the time, warriors relied on their instincts, which is why he anticipated the moves the copy would use, allowing him to strike it with a thrust of his sharpened staff. Zhang Yue managed to throw the copy away, because surely, as long as his reactions were faster, there was no way the copy could perfectly reproduce his movements. Zhang Yue cast the spells aside, throwing several thrusts at the copy at a speed it couldn't react to in time. The copy gritted its teeth, trying to conjure a spell. Zhang Yue was doing the same, engulfing his staff in fire. The two flame spells exploded against each other once more, but amidst the explosion, electric missiles appeared. With the electricity hitting the copy, the imprisonment spell was used, causing the electricity to engulf it. Zhang Yue took advantage of the copy being immobilized to launch a final thrust, which destroyed the shadows of his enemy. Smiling, Zhang Yue boasted, "A copy is just a copy. It will never be able to reach the feet of the real thing." Thus, the copy disappeared, leaving the protagonist alone once again in the vast crystal world. Suddenly, Zhang Yue felt something different. Golden energy overflowed from his chest. The mission completion notification had appeared. The total professional growth level had increased to 140 stars. The growth of magic attack was 35, hit points 30, physical defense 24, and defensive magic and mana 25 and 26 respectively. As a second-tier professional, he could now evolve his level skills to rank S, as well as unlock a second pet slot. With such an achievement, Zhang Yue hoped he could find a stronger pet than the Skeleton King, so that his strength would increase drastically. So, he decided to evolve the skills he possessed first. The Fireball spell advanced to the Scorching Celestial Fire spell, rank S, as well as all of Zhang Yue's other skills, such as the Ice Circle, evolved into Frozen World, the Lightning spell, evolved into Stunning Shock, and all the others. With such new power, Zhang Yue planned to hunt some light dragons, as he would seek the mission the Shadow Leader mentioned as soon as he reached the trust level specified by Goya. Meanwhile, in a forest, Tiantian had been surrounded by Unrivaled, who furiously shouted, "Damn it! Did you think I wouldn't find you just because you moved?" Tiantian was arguing with Unrivaled because he had attacked the people who were teaming up with her. Using his character's power to throw her to the ground, he bellowed, "I'll let everyone in the Hall of Light know that anyone who teams up with you will perish." Laughing, he asked, "Where is that man who went out with you and then kicked you out? You have terrible taste in men, Ning Tiantian." Annoyed, Tiantian denied that Zhang Yue had abandoned her, which served as a reason for Unrivaled to provoke. "Then call him to rescue you. This time I'll make sure he never comes back." At that moment, one of Unrivaled's companions shouted, "Brother, look! Zhang Yue unexpectedly walked towards the group with his staff in hand. Unrivaled got excited when he saw him. Speaking of the devil, he appeared. I never thought this guy would sacrifice himself for you, Tiantian. Tiantian smiled brightly when she saw Zhang Yue, as she thought she would never see him again. Frowning, Zhang Yue asked what was happening there. Before he could get his answer, Unrivaled shouted, Brothers! A tamer's hit points are their weakness. Even if his damage is high, we'll be able to take him down. Excited, the group Unrivaled commanded advanced. Zhang Yue smiled gently. As such enemies would be perfect for testing the new skills he had just obtained. Before the group could reach him, several fire arrows crossed the forest, hitting them. These arrows were shot by the group commanded by Tian Qian, who, with a serious expression, questioned, Didn't I already tell you that you shouldn't touch this tamer? Unrivaled didn't like Tian Qian's argument and bellowed back. Clearly he's the one who ruined my mission and touched my woman first, Lin Tianqian. As the guild president, not only did you fail to help your own people, but you helped him, your people's enemy. Stating that he didn't need Unrivaled to teach him how to do things, Tian Qian gave a signal to a rogue in his guild. This rogue attacked, and before Unrivaled could realize it, he was already being thrown backward due to the force of an attack. Tian Qian then walked up to Zhang Yue. Brother, on behalf of the God of War Guild, I apologize for what happened before. If you are willing, I, as the guild president, sincerely invite you to join our guild and offer you the position of vice president. Stating that they could talk at another time, Zhang Yue declared that he had no relation to his guild. Approaching Tiantian, Zhang Yue threw a potion to her. At the same time, he received a message from Liu Yao. Big brother, save me. Sister-in-law and I are about to be eliminated. Giant two-headed dragons, magical versions of the light dragons. It's unknown if they mutated on their own or if someone altered their genes. The two heads launched energy cannons that rained down on the shield raised by the two guilds. Su Jinyan hastily ordered, Archers, attack the one on the left, it has lower physical defense. Mages, attack the one on the right. Knights, attract the aggro. Priests, keep healing. One of the mages from the Supreme Guild quickly asked Liu Yao how they should fight, and without much thought, he ordered them to follow the same commands as the leader of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Soon, several attacks fell upon the dragon, which roared furiously. Instigated against the humans, the dragon's two heads opened fire once more. The energy blasts crashed against the golden dome, which seemed to withstand the attacks. Although the members in battle didn't think they could win, Guild leader, this pair of dragons is too strong. At that moment, someone everyone knew appeared asking, What is going on? Everyone turned, and upon seeing Zhang Yue, they became extremely excited, concerned. Jinyan approached Zhang Yue, warning him that he should be careful, as the dragons had high resistances. He asked her not to worry, and to leave the battle to him. Those dragons had been corrupted from the Light Clan. Technically, they still belonged to the Light Clan, so Zhang Yue wouldn't be punished for facing them. Thinking this was a great chance to test his new skills, Zhang Yue hit the staff on the ground, and a glacial energy emerged, forming the frozen wasteland. Like sand in the wind, the ice hit the dragon, causing every part of it to be frozen. Liu Yao was shocked. That damage was insane. Yue, did you complete the second-class advancement? Jinyan, shocked, asked how he evolved his skills to rank S so quickly. The dragon managed to break the ice and launch a joint attack, decimating everything in its path with energy. Having dodged the attack, Zhang Yue activated the Thunder Domain, as well as the Celestial Fire Flame, creating orbs that traveled toward the dragon. Immense amounts of damage fell upon the dragon, which couldn't defend itself. Excited, Liu Yao and Su Jinyan ordered their subordinates to attack. Soon, dozens of long-range attacks fell upon the dragon flying above them. In the end, the dragon fell, causing the large group to celebrate. Zhang Yue had activated the Necromancer's Harvest, but nothing happened. He needed a pet stronger than the Skeleton King. Guild invitations and a hidden mission with excitement. Liu Yao stated that Zhang Yue could easily win the municipal preliminaries with his current strength, and promptly invited him to join the Supreme Guild to crush the other guilds and become first place in Zhejiang. Liu Yao was surprised, as Su Jinyan did not oppose his idea. Jinyan had remained silent because she knew her current strength wasn't enough to recruit Zhang Yue. Suddenly, one of Liu Yao's companions ran up, shouting, Boss! Bad news. The main force of the God of War Guild was annihilated in the Fourth World by a group of mysterious professionals. Even their leader didn't survive. Liu Yao was shocked, and both he and Su Jinyan looked at Zhang Yue. The protagonist was confused by the look, and stated that if he had wanted to eliminate the God of War group, he would have done it a long time ago. Liu Yao was relieved that Zhang Yue didn't want to face a world again. Su Jinyan sighed and smiled, stating that now Liu Yao's guild had surpassed the God of War Guild in the province's ranking. Having met Tian Qian not long ago, Zhang Yu wondered who could have eliminated their entire squad. a notification congratulated Zhang Yue, as the trust of the Dark Clan leader, Goya, had reached level 5, the maximum level. Zhang Yue immediately returned to Goya's hall, receiving a welcome. Goya then revealed, for 100 years, you have been the only one who fulfilled the requirements for the Dark Clan's final mission. Zhang Yue frowned upon hearing about such a mission. The clan leader then told a story. For millennia, we have been unable to defeat the hypocritical Light Clan and dominate the Dragon Valley because of the Divine Light Dragon and its royal guard, Zhang. Yue questioned if Goya was asking him to eliminate the Divine Dragon, but Goya delivered a different mission. I want you to enter its territory and destroy the royal guard. Surprised, Zhang Yue asked if he would need to eliminate the entire royal guard. Goya confirmed and passed on the location of where they were, in the forbidden zone of the Light Clan, where only a human could go, making him the only hope for victory. The mission notification appeared for Zhang Yue. Congratulations, you have unlocked the unique hidden mission, Glory of the Dark Clan. Except, Zhang Yue was surprised, as this was a mission that hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. The mission asked him to infiltrate the forbidden zone of the Light Clan and destroy the royal guard. The time limit was 10 days, and the reward was unknown. Wondering if the mission would disappear if he failed, he accepted it, hoping the reward would be better than the mission. Goya placed his hands on the shoulders of the Dark Clan's warrior. Warrior, the glory of our clan is in your hands. Go with confidence. We will prevent the Divine Light Dragon from returning to the Forbidden Zone. For the mission, Zhang Yu would pass through a portal which approved entry into the Forbidden Zone. Zhang Yu crossed the portal, receiving the welcome to the special map, Forbidden Zone of the Light Clan. He could not leave the Forbidden Zone during the mission. Leaving it or being eliminated would count as a failure for the mission. Frowning, Zhang Yue was surprised that he couldn't leave the location. As the starting point would be the place where he spawned, Zhang Yue wondered if the system was afraid he would be eliminated somehow. While looking at the surrounding canyons, he heard a roar. In the sky, several battle dragons of the Luminous Guard, level 35 monsters, were flying. Zhang Yue wondered how long it would take to eliminate an entire army. However, he thought 10 days would be enough. Immediately, he began the hunt, launching a fire strike against the dragons. The attack exploded in the sky, drawing the attention of the flying monsters. Zhang Yue was located, and the first dragon launched a fire blast. Zhang Yue promptly jumped back, dodging the attack. However, before he realized it, arrows flew towards him. The protagonist managed to defend himself by summoning the skeleton warrior. Frowning, Zhang Yuk wondered who was attacking him, on top of a dragon. A man in golden armor questioned, "Who dares to trespass the gates of the Forbidden Land?" Zhang Yue was already wondering why a group of dragons was so difficult to deal with. Now he found out there were knights with them. The knight was also worried. The attack he suffered had been so strong that if he hadn't had a complete set of equipment, it could have been much worse than light injuries. Calling the Skeleton King, Zhang Yue ordered it to protect him. Laughing with red eyes, the Skeleton King used the taunt ability. The dragons and knights were affected by the ability, starting their attacks. Arrows and fire attacks rained down on the Skeleton King one after another. Zhang Yue trusted that classes with powerful attacks never had high hit points. With the skeleton defending him, Zhang Yue hoped to be able to launch stealth attacks. Thus, the protagonist raised his staff, conjuring a fire spell. A sun seemed to have appeared as the fire exploded amidst the dragons. The Cataclysm of Divine Flames ability destabilized the dragons and their knights. The dragons roared, diving towards Zhang Yue in an attempt to suppress him. Zhang Yue immediately shouted to the Skeleton King, "Get them!" The Skeleton King released its dark energy, using the Shadow Sword formation, blocking the advance of the dragons with the swords. Zhang Yue added an attack by raising his staff. The frozen wasteland took form, along with the Thunder Domain, which fell upon the dragons and their knights. One after another, the dragons and the Luminous Guard dragon knights were eliminated. By eliminating the knights, the dragons were barely a problem. Thunder and ice united, eliminating the dragons. Shadow swords blocked the paths, allowing Zhang Yue to choose the adversaries he would fight. Beside the protagonist was also the skeleton warrior, who, with fury, knocked the knights off their flying mounts. Zhang Yue saw so many enemies that the continuous use of his abilities was draining his mana at high speed and almost depleting his mana potions. Thus, Zhang Yue left the parallel world to restock his utility items. Considering the high price of mana potions, he estimated that he would need a large quantity of them, which worried him, as someone who discovered he was the one buying them could sabotage him. However, he soon remembered someone. Liu Yao had said that his father was an epic-level pharmacist and owned the largest pharmacy in Linhai Jiangyue, then contacted Liu Yao to buy 200 mana potions, scaring him, but without stating the true purpose for needing them. Leaving everything aside, Zhang Yue lay down to rest and recover his strength. The mission wouldn't fail just because of a good night's sleep. In a large building, Liu Yao was arguing with someone, frustrated. "Why did you tell me to tell Brother Yue that I can't give him the potions for free? As the young master of the Liu family, wouldn't it be pathetic for me not to even have the power to do that?" The man before him crossed his arms, teaching him, "If we want Zhang Yue to join the Supreme Guild, we need to pressure him. Just let him know the benefits our guild provides, and he'll be motivated to join us." Liu Yao was surprised by the idea and complimented his assistant. "From now on, your monthly salary will be reduced by 10,000. That way you'll work even better." Crying, the assistant tried to understand what the leader meant. Unexpectedly, a security guard entered the meeting room shouting, "Guild leader!" Our guild members were attacked in the fourth world by an unidentified group of professionals and suffered several losses. The Misty Rain Pavilion also lost many people. Liu Yao and the assistant furiously jumped up. "Who dares to touch the members of the Supreme Guild? Gather everyone who is online!" With the great dark castle in the background, explosions engulfed the battlefield as fire spells rained down on Su Jinyan's and Liu Yao's guilds. Faced with a danger that could take their lives, the guild members shouted in fear, "Guild leader, they are too strong. We've been holding them off for days, but we can't take it anymore." Many of the guild members had already used their resurrection scrolls once. They could no longer join the battle, or they would risk an eternal game over. Faced with the pressure imposed by the enemy, Su Jinyan tried to organize her guild members. "Supports, use your defensive skills. Slowly retreat. Once we reach the safe zone, they won't be able to attack us anymore." Liu Yao rushed towards Su Jinyan, accompanied by the Supreme Guild to help her. Su Jinyan was happy to see Liu Yao, who reassured her, "Don't worry about owing us a favor. My guild was attacked too. We barely managed to win." Suddenly, someone raised a hand, ordering, "Stop the attack!" A man with a breastplate of armor, red boots, and a red cloak stepped forward onto the battlefield, drawing attention as he addressed them. "I didn't think one of the top 5 guilds would be so pathetic. You should just give up on this year's professional tournament. It would save you the shame of being destroyed by us, Wuji." With him was also a cold-eyed samurai, besides several other guildmates who smiled mockingly. Su Jinyan was shocked to recognize that man. That was the #1 guild in Jining Province, the Everlasting Guild. Upon hearing the so-called in-law, Liu Yao was as shocked as she was. The Everlasting Guild isn't in Tianlang City, Jining Province. In the fourth world, only Linhai City and Ganyang City are connected. Why are there people from Tianlang here? Su Jinyan became furious as she understood the Everlasting Guild's intentions. "So it was you who attacked our members of the Misty Rain Pavilion. How despicable, attacking your opponents before the tournament." Seeing that this simple girl was the leader of the Misty Rain Pavilion Guild, the man in red burst into laughter. "Oh, what a bombastic revelation. Hey, cute girl, I'm the vice leader of the Everlasting Guild. How about becoming my girlfriend? If you accept, I won't attack your guild anymore." Upon hearing the proposal made by their vice leader, the swordsman warned him, "Hey, Wu Haotian, you are disobeying the guild leader's orders." Wu Haotian winked at his guild member, reassuring him, "Why be afraid? It's just the Misty Rain Pavilion. This won't affect the leader's plans." At that moment, Liu Yao couldn't take the provocations anymore and shouted, "You have no idea how strong our #1 tamer from Linhai City is. When he returns, he will crush your Everlasting Guild." Wu Haotian smiled, belittling Liu Yao's words. "Oh, Linhai has such a master, and why haven't I seen him yet?" Liu Yao quickly whispered to Su Jinyan, asking if she had contacted Zhang Yue. Rolling her eyes, she replied that he hadn't replied to her messages yet. As nothing happened, Wu Haotian moved on. "Since your #1 isn't showing up, don't blame me for what happens next." He then gave the order, "Spare only the beautiful girl. Eliminate everyone else." The moment the order was given, a global announcement occurred. "Congratulations to Player 0 for completing the unique rank secret mission. Glory to the Dark Clan." Wu Haotian was shocked to see the quest rank. Beside him, the samurai was also surprised. Who would have thought that in the fourth world there was still a unique mission undiscovered for over 100 years? Liu Yao and Su Jinyan cheered happily when they saw Zhang Yue's name in the announcement. This meant he was already returning. At that moment, the samurai got tired of waiting and shouted, "Take them all down!" The Everlasting Guild members excitedly advanced, drawing their swords and using their movement skills to quickly approach. In a distant area, amidst the shadows of the night, Zhang Yue stood up after falling to his knees. In front of him was the Skeleton King, in a situation not much better. As he got up, Zhang Yue was contacted again. "Boss, where are you? We are being attacked by the Everlasting Guild. Your wife is about to fall due to another man's schemes." Standing, Zhang Yue observed how everything had ended. Now, all that remained was to pass through the portal and deliver the mission result. After leaving that realm and returning to the Dark Castle, Zhang Yue received the system's congratulations for completing the mission. He had received countless rewards, including 3 levels in experience, 5 billion energy, and equipment. Among them, the rare skill book, Heavenly Punishment. Immediately upon receiving the items, Zhang Yue shone golden as he spent his points refining the items. The Dark Lord's armor achieved the gold tier attribute, as did the Eternal Dark Commander's armor. The D-rank skill, Heavenly Punishment, was evolved until it reached S rank and became Underworld Judgment. The skill that resembled a fire whirlwind summoned 100 fire blades to strike a designated area. The actions of the affected targets would be interrupted, and a large amount of damage would be inflicted. As soon as Zhang Yue also evolved the skill book, he heard someone call him, "Brave warrior, please wait." Goya, the leader of the shadows, had extended his hands and a dark energy appeared in them. Goya addressed Zhang Yue saying, "In the name of your brilliant performance and your great contributions to our dark clan, I must reward you accordingly with something special." Zhang Yue was curious to know what he would receive. From the energy in Goya's hands, a red egg formed. This egg was formed 1,000 years ago, created by the bloodline of our dark dragon clan's matriarch before she perished. Only a hero of the Dark Clan can command it. From this day forward, let it follow you. Zhang Yue didn't even know how to react as he saw the dragon egg approach him. As the egg approached Zhang Yue, it began to crack. The dragon that was being hatched there was beginning to be born. While Zhang Yue received his final reward, the battle continued. Su Jinyan held her staff tightly, using all the spells she was capable of. Supported by her, Liu Yao wielded a sword furiously to attack the Everlasting Guild. However, at the same time, the members of the Supreme Guild suffered at the hands of the adversary. The worry in Liu Yao's expression grew larger and larger. Damn it! I can't even handle 2 level 30 leaders who already have the second-class advancement. How can their subordinates be so strong too? Su Jinyan could understand how. Their equipment is incredible. They must be dressed in gold rank equipment. While Liu Yao was shocked to discover that the enemy was richer than him, he got distracted and allowed a shadow to sneak up behind him, attacking him with a sword. At the last second, Su Jinyan shouted, "Stay focused!" She released lightning energies, attacking the enemy who was about to eliminate Liu Yao with just one blow. As soon as she saved Liu Yao, she explained to him, "The Everlasting Guild, they are supported by the #1 family in Tianjing, the Tian family. They are their main subordinate guild. The founder of the Everlasting Guild is Wu Jiba, known for being the strongest expert in Ning province. The power they possess cannot be measured by money." The samurai from the Everlasting Guild frowned, commenting to Wu Haotian, "That mage is problematic. We need to take her down first." However, Wu Haotian refused such a thing. "I've already set my eyes on that woman. You can't touch her." Seeing how much Haotian liked Su Jinyan, the samurai advanced with a menacing look. "Then I will eliminate her right before your eyes." Seeing the enemy advance, Liu Yao shouted in warning, "Stop! My big brother won't let you get away with it." Su Jinyan was startled to see the sword traveling towards her. She could only place her staff in front of her body, waiting for the worst. The enemy attacked while mocking, "Even if that loser shows up, he won't even be able to withstand one of my attacks. A sacred sword warrior." At that moment, the night sky shone as a fireball crossed the battlefield. The fireball fell on the swordsman who was trying to attack Su Jinyan, swallowing him like a sun. The powerful fireball knocked the man down, who dropped his sword. A foot stepped on his chest, pressing him against the ground. The foot of Zhang Yue, who questioned furiously, "You dare to touch my people?" Seeing Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan smiled with happiness. The swordsman, who had been hit by the fireball and was now beneath Zhang Yue's feet, stammered, Who are you?" The protagonist smiled, delivering the answer. "I am the one you said wouldn't be able to withstand even one of your attacks." The Everlasting Guild wouldn't let their great member be massacred like that. Several members ran toward Zhang Yue, cursing him. Wu Haotian led them. "Brothers, let's go!" Zhang Yue faced the approaching group and released a strong energy that shimmered like lightning. "If you don't value your lives, come." Wu Haotian stopped his advance midway upon seeing Zhang Yue's strength. "He is level 35? He's at a higher level than our guild master." The other guild members stopped behind Wu Haotian, equally shocked. "What kind of class is a necromancer? I've never seen that before. Wait, he's not hiding his name. He is Zero." At that moment, an attack landed on the swordsman's chest. Zhang Yue delivered his end to him. Unconscious, a glow appeared around the player Zhang Yue sent to the lobby, making him slowly disappear. The protagonist faced the Everlasting Guild, asking them, "Who will be next?" Wu Haotian trembled with rage and shouted in response, "Stop pretending. I don't believe you can handle all of us." The protagonist smiled, asking them not to say later that he didn't give them a chance. Zhang Yue raised his staff, and at its tip a sphere of energy began to form, gathering all the surrounding fire energy into a spiral. As the Underworld Judgment skill was activated, a circle of fire emerged around Zhang Yue's enemies. Several skeletons and necrotic beings were summoned, surrounding them. At the same time, 2 skills were used. A great thunderbolt fell on the group and a frozen world attacked them, preventing them from escaping. Being surrounded by the walls of ice, the Everlasting Guild became scared and leaned on Wu Hyoshin. They had never seen those skills. The damage caused by them was gigantic. They begged Wu Hyoshin to order a retreat. Wu Haotian gritted his teeth. He had confirmed what had been said. Lin Hai possessed a new powerful professional, a tamer on top of that. This made him extremely curious to know everything about Zero. Immediately, Wu Haotian started running, giving the order to retreat. As soon as the battlefield became calm, with only a frosty breeze, Liu Yao approached Zhang Yue. "Boss, you are incredible! You defeated Zhening's #1 guild all by yourself." Su Jinyan moved, thanked Zhang Yue. The protagonist apologized for being late, but Su Jinyan was too happy to blame him. Lin Tian was also present and thanked Zhang Yue. "Thank you. This time the Everlasting Guild also attacked us. By the way, are you going to join our guild? You can set any condition." Liu Yao suddenly stepped in front of Zhang Yue, yelling at Lin Tian, "The boss is going to join our Supreme Guild." Su Jinyan, who came slower, had to argue with the two. "Wait, he's closer to my pavilion. Of course he'll join us. Zhang Yue, I promise our pavilion won't hinder you at all." Lightning sparked between the three who were vying for Zhang Yue. The protagonist interrupted the discussion with a proposal. "Let me borrow 1 million from each of you. I will help you level up and pay the amount back in 1 month." Lin Tian was surprised by the request for borrowed money. Liu Yao promptly stepped forward to help. "My father might have frozen my money, but I can arrange funds if necessary." Zhang Yue didn't want Liu Yao to get into trouble to help him. It was at that moment that Su Jinyan emerged as a savior. "I have that money. I will lend you the 3 million. Before Zhang Yue could ask how she had such an amount, Su Jinyan asked him with a smile, "You want to found your own guild, don't you?" Su Jinyan had hit the nail on the head. Zhang Yue liked how sharp she was. As expected of the talented and beautiful second young lady, you guessed correctly. Concerned, Liu Yao asked if Zhang Yue was sure, as managing a guild wasn't easy. However, Zhang Yue had already made his decision. What no one knew was that, in his past life, he planned to use fame to recruit all the strongest people in the Dragon Country to build a world-class guild. Unfortunately, before he could even start, he encountered the 9-level beasts. Lin Tian agreed with Liu Yao and warned Zhang Yue that managing a guild as a novice wouldn't be easy. With a bright smile, Zhang Yue reassured them, "There's no need to worry. I will be able to safely carry you each time for 10,000 yuan. The services for the Misty Rain Pavilion will be free. Consider this as retribution for the 3 million. Seeing how much they lost, Liu Yao and Lin Tian wished they had withdrawn the money earlier. With the view of the castle in the distance, Zhang Yue said goodbye to the group, as he still had some things to do. Upon reaching a hall, the protagonist extended his hands, causing spheres of energy to begin flying around a small, still dormant dragon. The energies traveled towards the small animal, entering its body. As the energy touched the dragon, they enveloped it, and a notification appeared. "Congratulations, your pet. The Dark War Dragon, Elite Rank, will be able to evolve into the world-annihilating Dark Dragon, Rare Rank." The dragon woke up. Now its open yellow eye with a sharp pupil could see the world for the first time. Growing to a terrifying size, the dragon roared a powerful bellow, making the entire environment tremble. In the dragon's eyes, a red light overflowed like mist. The Dark Dragon, even at level 0, displayed its power. It possessed a 12-star growth level, indicating that the growth of its stats would be overwhelming. Zhang Yue was satisfied to see the Dark Dragon. It had already reached elite rank in a young form. When it transformed into the world-annihilating dragon, it would become even stronger. Zhang Yue nodded to the great dragon, calling it to test its abilities. As Zhang Yue was training his dragon, Su Jinyan unexpectedly joined Wu Haotian. They were running together, fleeing a group of players. While running, Su Jinyan questioned, confused, "Why did you save me? Aren't you the vice leader of the Everlasting Guild?" Wu Haotian, however, revealed, "I can't accept the fact that the so-called Holy Sword user secretly tried to ambush a girl. They are far too shameless." Wu Haotian smiled, teasing Su Jinyan. "A hero saving a pretty girl. Maybe that will make you fall in love in return, won't it, little Jinner?" Greatly annoyed, Su Jinyan denied. "Impossible!" At that moment, like a comet, someone landed in front of the two. With a severe look, the Sword Saint stared at Wu Haotian, warning, "The guild master issued an order to lay siege to Linhai City's guilds. That woman is the guild master of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Are you saving her to betray the Everlasting Guild?" As several other guild members began to surround them, Wu Haotian beat his chest. "You and I are both vice leaders of the guild. How dare you call me a traitor?" Pointing his sword at Wu Haotian, the second vice leader smiled provocatively. "The moment you rescued that woman, you were already expelled from the guild." Delivering the news of the expulsion, he shouted, "Finish them both!" While already under attack, Wu Haotian roared, "Let's see who dares!" However, while trying to defend Su Jinyan from a guild member, Wu Haotian was attacked from behind. A cowardly blow stained his entire armor with a red more intense than its original color. Sujinyan didn't stand still. Extending her bow, she launched a light spell against the swordsman, trying to entangle and trap him. Upon being hit by the attack, the swordsman mocked, "You might have sharp control, but we have more people." As he ordered everyone to attack together, the guild members charged towards Sujinyan, who was closer to the front. However, suddenly, a large crimson circle emerged, covering the entire area. A dragon appeared in the sky. Zhang Yue was using it as a winged mount. The sacred swordsman was shocked. He recognized Zero, the most powerful in Linhai. He had never heard or seen anyone use a dragon as a pet before. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhang Yue, "Zero, I've already investigated you. You have no background and only grew so well thanks to the Misty Rain Pavilion and the Supreme Guild. The guild master said that if you are sensible, our eternal guild can give you a chance." The protagonist internally scoffed at the enemy's comment and, extending his staff to create a fire spell, pointed at him. "Your words are ridiculous. I don't even need you to give me a chance for anything." Even while being engulfed by the flames, the swordsman yelled, "I will make you face the consequences of going against the Everlasting Guild." As the vice leader was consumed by the flames, the rest of the Everlasting Guild attempted to flee. The protagonist descended to the battlefield, but didn't waste time with small insects. Sujinyan rushed towards him. "Zhang Yue, are you all right?" The protagonist reassured her and revealed he was just passing by when he saw her. Releasing an oppressive crimson energy, Zhang Yue looked at Wu Haoqian, who had his back to him, and asked, "I heard you were expelled from the Everlasting Guild, is that true?" Thinking that Zero wanted to mock him, Wu Haoqian warned, "I'm the one who doesn't want to stay in that guild anymore." Hearing this, Zhang Yue extended an invitation. "Since you are still a principled person, would you be interested in joining my guild?" Both Wu Haoqian and Sujinyan were shocked by the invitation. The protagonist extended a hand, stating that the monthly salary would be 50,000. Wu Haoqian firmly shook his hand and declared excitedly, "I accept." Thrilled to join the guild of someone stronger, he approached Zhang Yue. "What is the name of our guild? How many members do we currently have?" The protagonist thought for a moment before answering the two questions. "Destiny Hall. With you, we are 2 people." Wu Haoqian was so shocked that he nearly fell backward. Sujinyan, however, spoke reassuringly. "With a new guild being established, there will be more and more members, won't there, Zhang Yue?" The protagonist nodded, confirming that he had already started recruitment. Wu Haoqian ended up approaching Zhang Yue and, putting his arm over his shoulder, whispered, "Hey man, I have a question for you. Are you guys really a couple?" The protagonist ignored the question and said goodbye. "I'm going to level up. If I need anything, I'll call on the guild chat." Sujinyan quickly ran to catch up with Zhang Yue and not be left behind. It wasn't long before, in another area, the Dark War Dragon began attacking other dragons in Zhang Yue's hunting session. The protagonist merely watched the battle while taking care of some affairs. In addition to registering the new guild, he also published recruitment information. However, most of those who wanted to join the guild were common people below level 30. However, Zhang Yue expected this. Powerful professionals would not choose a newly established guild. As Zhang Yue checked the information on a holographic window, he heard a scream. "Save me! Ah! Someone come help me!" Zhang Yue spotted a young woman with pink hair styled in pigtails. With a holster on her leg, she ran hurriedly, being chased by 3 men. While running, the young woman ended up tripping and falling like a ripe fruit. The men managed to get closer. The first to reach the girl, a shirtless big guy, smiled, mocking in his question. "Ning Tian, you thought we wouldn't be able to find your hiding spot, didn't you? It's only natural that you pay for your debts." The pink-haired young woman glared at the big guy, cursing him. "I owe you nothing. You're the one who framed me. It was Wu Di." Before the girl could continue speaking, the big guy attacked her, grabbing her while she screamed. Before they could realize it, however, the big guy was kicked away with a forceful blow. Zhang Yue had saved the girl and, with a cold gaze, questioned how much the young woman owed. The shirtless big guy got up, ignoring the humiliation he suffered. Clenching a fist to punch Zhang Yue, he bellowed, "Mind your own business, weakling!" But with just a wave of his hand that swung his staff, Zhang Yue conjured a fireball that easily hit his large target, throwing him far away once more. With Zhang Yue's blow, everyone stared at him and recognized him. "Hey, that guy is Zero. He's the one who challenged the Everlasting Guild all by himself. Run!" While the group fled, Zhang Yue looked away so as not to stare at the girl's ripped clothes and, concerned, asked if she was all right. With a weary look, Ning Tiantian replied, "I don't owe them any money. They were hired by Wu Di to take revenge on me." Zhang Yue didn't want to get too involved and said goodbye. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." However, he noticed that Ning Tiantian was following him. The young woman didn't want to be alone. She feared the group would look for her as soon as she was isolated. Zhang Yue thought about eliminating the entire group, but if he did so without a reason, his name would be flagged. and it would become difficult to obtain experience points. To keep the girl from being scared, Zheng Yue asked her to stay together while he hunted. Ning Tiantian followed Zheng Yue to an area with large rocks sculpted by the hot wind that swept through the place. Occasionally, embers were carried by the wind, against which Ning Tiantian shielded herself as she commented, "This place seems a little different from other areas, doesn't it?" The protagonist agreed with her as he continued to move forward. It wasn't long before a large gray dragon found them. The flying monster was resting on top of a rock and upon seeing them, roared furiously while beginning to prepare a breath attack. Zhang Yue stood in front of Ning Tiantian so that she wouldn't be in danger. The girl became extremely excited when she saw him draw his staff, creating flames and bravely stating, "I'll deal with it." Before the dragon attacked, Zhang Yue launched a powerful fireball which exploded over the dragon. The attack caused a loud noise, alerting other earth dragons who, flying over Zhang Yue, launched their spells, conjuring sharp rock shards to attack. Faced with the rain of rocks, Zhang Yue tried to move quickly, dodging the attacks. While dodging, Zhang Yue realized that one of the rocks moved slightly as it attacked him, correcting the angle of the attack. Still managing to stop all the attacks, the protagonist noted to himself that he needed to be careful. The rock dragons possessed the power of skill control. Keeping an eye on the various dragons flying overhead, he cursed them. Even a hero couldn't deal with these vultures. Being ambushed isn't the worst thing that could happen, but it still ruins the mood. At that moment, Zhang Yue's greaves shone with a green color. He was surprised to discover that it could not only remove control effects, but also heal him. Zhang Yue ended up summoning the Dark War Dragon and ordered, "Take care of them for me." As soon as he gave the order to the dragon, Zhang Yue turned to Ning Tiantian, asking what her profession was. The young woman revealed she was a holy light priestess. This surprised Zhang Yue, as this was an elite rank class. When powerful individuals faced each other, what they feared most was being affected by control. Currently, everyone's level was still low, so such a weakness wasn't yet apparent. However, upon encountering a forbidden mage like Su Jinyan in the future, the affected person could suffer an instant defeat. In Zhang Yue's memories, the elite rank Holy Light Priestess class had the effect of removing all control effects affecting a target. Zhang Yue couldn't help but think that having a Holy Light Priestess by his side would make him invincible. He then asked the young woman, "Would you like to join my guild? The pay is 50,000 a month." Even before hearing the amount, Ning Tiantian replied excitedly, "I accept." However, she became sad the next moment. "But I don't have many combat skills, and my companions always complain that I'm a burden," Zhang Yue reassured her. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he stated, "They don't understand anything. Your status and position in my heart are 10 times, 100 times greater than you can imagine." Ning Tiantian was moved by Zhang Yue's words. She thanked him, emotional. Having recruited one more person, Zhang Yue opened the conversation chat and sent a message to Wu Haochin, calling him. He also sent the location of where he was. 10 minutes later, Wu Haodian arrived running. "What happened? Is a battle about to take place?" The protagonist pointed to Ning Tiantian, replying to Wu Haotian, "New members need to meet." Wu Haodian was shocked. "Hey, that's something that can be done by message. Why did I need to make a special trip?" However, upon looking closely at Ning Tiantian, Haochin's attitude changed. He quickly approached the girl. "Hello, cutie. I'm Wu Haochin, the second member. You can call me Brother Tian." Ning Tiantian was surprised by the approach and timidly introduced herself. Wu Haodian wasted no time. "Oh, besides being beautiful, you have an equally beautiful name. What level is Sister Tiantian? What is your class?" Pressured by the frequent questions, Tiantian revealed she was level 29 and a priestess. Despite Tiantian's low level, Haochin reassured her, "Don't worry, this brother will help you." It was then that Wu Haotian thought better about Tiantian's class and was speechless due to the surprise. He sneaked up to Zhang Yue, commenting, "You are so lucky. Doesn't she even know how much she's worth? This is a class that the best guilds would offer 3 million a year for." Zhang Yue himself didn't know this, however. Wu Haotian, however, went on to comment on what Zhang Yue was already keenly aware of. Most people aren't at the level yet, so they haven't discovered the advantages of her class. To avoid losing Tiantian, Zhang Yue ended the conversation, which they could have later. Curious about what they were talking about, Tiantian approached, worriedly asking if there was any problem, but Wu Haoshin answered her with a thumbs up. "There is absolutely no problem. We are just happy to have you as a companion." Zhang Yue finally cut the small talk and stated something that came to startle both Wu Haotian and Ning Tiantian. "The global professional competition is coming in 3 days. We need to complete the 4th world immediately before that." Hearing what they were about to do, Wu Haodian quickly tried to stop Zhang Yue. Wait. Are you saying that not only are the three of us going to clear the fourth world alone, but we'll also participate in the professional tournament together? The protagonist nodded at the question. Wu Haotian felt severely dizzy. He put his hands to his head as he spoke. Not to mention the two of us. She isn't even level 30 yet. She is just a hindrance. How can she compete with the others? Upon hearing the question, the protagonist started thinking. He then replied, "That is true. Both of you still need to at least pass the second class advancement." He then called the two to continue leveling up. As Zhang Yue had the highest level among the trio, he just sat aside. Meanwhile, Wu Haotian and Ning Tiantian fought desperately against the dragons, which launched stone, spat fire, and created all kinds of powerful attacks. While the hunt was taking place, some people ended up arriving at that location and were impressed. Wow, that guy has a dragon as a pet. How did he get it? That is super cool. Remembering how most tamers only had cats or dogs at most, they began to wonder if the tamer profession was really that powerful. The protagonist ignored them and focused on checking the information for the world-annihilating dark dragon. It was now level 30 and going through its second advancement, reaching the rare rank. With 1,280 physical attack points, 520 physical defense, and 480 magical defense, it also possessed over 5,500 health points, and all its skills were S rank. Since the dragon was a ranged physical damage dealer, similar to an archer, Zhang Yue figured he should equip the dragon with gear that followed this line of thought. He hoped that after that hunt, both Haoshan and Tiantian would have no trouble completing their second-class advancement quests. 2 days later, the new and experienced professionals from around the world would prepare for the competition. Therefore, it was necessary to complete the fourth world as quickly as possible so that they would also have some time to purchase what they needed. While still thinking, Zhang Yue saw Haoshan and Ning Tiantian approach. "Hey, have you finished fighting?" Tired to the point of walking with his body hunched over, Haoshan replied, relieved. "Yes, all 6 quests are complete." Since everyone could now go for their second advancement quests, Zhang Yue laid out a plan. "Let's turn in the quests, and then we'll meet to fight the boss tomorrow." Ning Tiantian and Haoshan did not object and agreed. The next day, the group headed to a gloomy region. The trees were already stripped of their leaves, the atmosphere was dense, and dragons could be seen flying in the sky between the mountains. Wu Haotian was worried. "I've never tried fighting a world boss with only 3 people before." When the trio entered the field, a notification popped up. "Welcome to the 4th World Boss Challenge area, the Dragon Valley. Please defeat the world boss, the Divine Black Dragon." Surrounded by a dark energy, the dragon they were supposed to defeat took a step forward when it saw the trio and roared furiously, spreading its obscure energy. On the dragon, 3 eyes that conveyed a feeling of deep dread opened, staring at Zhang Yue. Even though he was on the side of the dark faction, he had no choice but to defeat the dragon to advance in the game. Being the only melee fighter in the group, Wu Haotian stated that he would prevent the dragon from advancing and requested, "You guys can deal all the damage possible from the rear." Against the dragon that was releasing an extremely malicious energy, Wu Haotian charged forward, bravely yelling. As soon as he got close, however, the dragon opened its mouth, sucking in energy from the surroundings and trying to suck in Wu Haotian as well. As the warrior lost his balance and saw the dragon's paw approach, he shouted in regret, "I knew we couldn't do it with just 3 people." At that moment, Zhang Yue released the Skeleton King to attack. The undead jumped in front of Wu Haotian, rescuing him by throwing him back. As Wu Haotian retreated, the protagonist took a step forward and announced, "You guys stay back, I'll take care of the boss." The protagonist summoned the world-annihilating dark dragon, which joined him for the battle. The annihilating dragon flew towards the divine dragon, launching a purple flame blast. However, Zhang Yue saw no significant damage being dealt. As expected of a 4-star level 35 boss monster, the monster's resistance was high to the point where the annihilating dragon didn't cause much damage. The divine dragon stood up and roared furiously while flapping its wings, creating a sonic shockwave. Before the divine dragon could create a more powerful attack, Zhang Yue summoned the Skeleton King. "Control it, Skeleton King!" The Skeleton King let out a piercing scream, causing a powerful energy to be released from its entire body. Countless chains were created, leaving the Skeleton King's body and attacking the divine dragon. The chains were accompanied by iron pins, which pierced the dragon, clinging to its body. As the dragon was immobilized, Zhang Yue drew his staff, casting 3 spells at the same time. Frozen World, Thundershock, Divine Fire, Retribution. The spells fell upon the dragon, creating a rainbow of fire, ice, and lightning that removed almost a 5th of its health points. The dragon, however, did not remain still. It used all its strength to break free and targeted the Skeleton King with a blast of energy. The Skeleton King managed to conjure a shield that enveloped it like a sphere of energy, impenetrable to the dragon's attack. However, since the Skeleton King had low health, Zhang Yue shouted to Ning Tiantian, "White Rabbit, heal the Skeleton King!" Ning Tiantian didn't know how to act with the sudden request, but quickly recovered, nodding. The Skeleton King was being targeted by the dragon's breath. Ning Tiantian continued to try to heal it, while Zhang Yue used his fire spells to damage the dragon. It wasn't long before the dragon was defeated. It didn't even have a chance to break the shield of the Skeleton King that was drawing its attacks. A series of notifications began to appear. Players with Nyx 0, White Rabbit Milky Candy, and Eternal Heavenly Venerable defeated the Divine Black Dragon, the final world monster of the Fourth World. Wu Haodian read the notifications, dumbfounded. That was simply shocking. Zhang Yue was the sole damage dealer against the 4-star boss. This showed that he greatly surpassed the damage that level 30 players could deal. It was then that Wu Haodian realized that in that battle, he was just a decorative vase on the table while everyone else was fighting, a mere decoration. After the battle ended, Zhang Yue met with his companions and asked if they had time the next day to meet outside the game and organize for the professional competition. As soon as Wu Haodian and Ning Tiantian agreed, the protagonist advised that he would send them the address where they would meet. Wu Haodian was the most excited about the meeting. That would be the first one for the Destiny Hall Guild.
During the night, the crowded streets were decorated with balloons. It seemed like an event was going on. Zange spotted a player and walked over, introducing himself as Player 0. Wei Haodian was surprised and greeted him with an enthusiastic handshake. Suddenly, an even more excited girl ran toward them. "Sorry I'm late." With the three of them gathered, they headed to a bar to celebrate their meeting. Haoken was happy to meet the guild leader and asked for advice regarding the profession tournament. The protagonist realized they needed to prepare and explained the system. Last year, there were 2 modes, individual battles and doubles. Each participant would have 10 chances to compete, earning 1 point for each victory. They wouldn't lose points if they were defeated. If they reached at least 5 points, they could advance confidently. Finally, he explained that only 100 people from the entire city could participate in the provincial competition for a prize of 100,000. At the end of his explanation, Zhang Ge asked if the two agreed to form a team. He knew there were benefits for new guilds. Innovados would even receive double points if any guild member placed in the top 3 for municipal, provincial, national, or global competitions. Their individual points would be multiplied by 5. Starting with the individual fights, he said he wouldn't restrict anyone's fighting style. He just asked them to score as many points as possible. In the future, they could adapt to the situation. Slamming the table, Ryochian immediately agreed and ordered 2 more bottles of beer. When they left the bar, the protagonist had to support Tian Tian. Ryochian said goodbye. "Don't worry about me. Nothing will go wrong. You'll see me in the top 3. As Raochan walked away, Zhang Yue asked Tian Tian where she lived so he could take her home. The young girl suddenly started crying. "I don't have a home. I got kicked out by my friends, and I'm broke. I'm such a loser." Zhang Ge tried to calm her down before she drew more attention. In the end, Tian Tian dozed off on her feet, collapsing into his arms. The protagonist ended up taking her back to his place and tossed her onto the bed. Even though Tian Tian looked slim, she was surprisingly heavy to carry. Before Zhang Yue could pull away, Tian Tian suddenly grabbed him. "Don't go!" The protagonist tried to push her away, warning that she was drunk. Tian Tian immediately denied it. "I'm not drunk." With a dazed look, she continued, "Brother Yung Yue, you're the only person in this world who's nice to me, besides my parents. I don't know how to repay you. If you don't mind, I'd like to surrender to you." The protagonist was taken aback. Tian Tian threw herself at him, but just ended up falling asleep in his arms. Seeing her doze off, the protagonist mentally noted to not let her drink alcohol next time. When morning came, Tian Tian jumped out of bed. "What did I do yesterday?" Realizing that nothing had happened, she blushed slightly, acknowledging how decent Zhang Ge was. However, she soon brought her hands to her head, worried he might think she was easy. In her panic, Tian Tian heard someone knock on the bedroom door. She heard Yung Yue's voice. "Come have breakfast. We're meeting in the light hall at 10. In the grand hall, reminiscent of ancient cathedrals, dozens of players gathered, each wearing their gear. Tian Tian and Zhang Ge stood a bit apart, their faces slightly flushed as they recalled what had happened the night before. A portal suddenly appeared below the ceiling of the hall. Several pillars of energy descended upon the players, selecting them. Zhang Yue, Tian Tian, and Ryotian exchanged glances, ready for what was to come. Zhang Yue was teleported. An announcement rang out. Dragon Kingdom, Jining Province, Linhai City. The professional player Zero is about to face off against the non-guild player from Linhai City, Tian Lai. The match is about to start. Get ready with your staffs in hand. Tian Lai waved at the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother is about to fight in the competition. The protagonist, confused, called out to his opponent, who told him to shut up. Tian Lai focused on the camera, striking a movie star pose. My brother's luck is amazing. His opponent is the weakest class, a beast tamer. Send me gifts. Watch my older brother use spectacular magic to completely crush the opponent and dominate the arena. Thanks, Sister Rua, for the free pass. Pointing his staff at Zhang Yue, he told him to summon his pet, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." The protagonist, however, declared he didn't need to summon his pets to handle him. He aimed his own scepter at his opponent. Zhang Yue cast a black lightning spell, stunning Tian Lai's mind with a single hit. Zhang Yue won and received congratulations from the system, gaining a glory point plus extra points for being a member of a guild formed less than 3 years ago. In the next moment, a flash of light hit the ground in front of Zhang Yue, revealing his next opponent, the Imperial General of the Imperial Guild from Linhai City. The man was shocked to see Zero, knowing he was the one who had taken down the Eternal Guild by himself. The protagonist confirmed his identity and told the man to prepare. However, the general knelt, begging for mercy as he surrendered. Confused, the protagonist gained another point. In the third battle, Zhang Yue won using a simple fireball. In the fourth round, the opponent Lao Chushu clung to Zhang Yue's leg, pleading not to suffer. Zhang Yue used all his battle chips. Quickly, he got a total of 10 points, qualifying for the intermediate round of the competition. Surprised it had ended so easily, Zhang returned to the hall. Hyotian and Tiantian were waiting for him. He asked how they had done. Hyotian, proud, revealed that, as the former leader of the Eternal Guild, winning 10 battles had been a breeze. Tiantian shyly said she had scored 7 points. Hyotian was surprised by her. He thought, as a healer, she would be weak. Zhang Yu commented that, as a healer, Tiantian could keep healing herself while dealing consistent damage, even if it was small. Sighing, Hyotian felt it was a shame the guild's member count was so low. He had heard the entire Eternal Guild was pre-selected. The #1 title in the province of Jining would definitely belong to them. The protagonist mentioned that in the early stages, points earned in smaller competitions were low, so a bit more or less didn't matter. Later, as the team's performance stabilized, one person's points could easily surpass those of an entire guild. Ryotian agreed, but didn't believe he could achieve that himself. The protagonist reassured him and asked him to have confidence. Ryotian rolled his eyes. Even though Zhang Ge was impressive, he was also an incredible talker. Changing the subject, Zhang Ge called them. "Let's go." The duo asked where they were headed. The protagonist warned them that their opponents the next day would undoubtedly be elite members, not to be underestimated. Therefore, they needed to head to the 5th world now, and boost their strength as much as possible. Hyotian felt he might faint with a competition the next day. Zhangwei wanted to level up again. When they arrived in the 5th world, the dark underground city, Zhangge appeared at the portal of the Twilight Sanctuary. The safe zone was a common area for professionals in the cities. Ganyang and Tianlang looked around. Haodian felt that the darkness of the place was eerie. Zhangguo also sensed an oppressive feeling. Information about the 5th world appeared for the group. Darkness envelops the land. Human cities have fallen into endless darkness. Will you perish in despair, or will you seek the light within the darkness, risking your life to explore a path to survival? Similarly, the world's mission was displayed. World Mission Number 1. Please collect 100 energy batteries in the dark underground city and take them to the Dawn Sanctuary, delivering them to Director Mal. World Mission Number 2. Please rescue at least 3 survivors and bring them safely to the Dawn Sanctuary. Tian asked where they should level up. Hyoshin suggested they head to the outskirts to hunt some monsters and also gather some batteries. Zhangge had another idea. He intended to go to the Dark Knight Fortress. Ryotian was surprised, knowing this was a secret realm that wasn't easily found. Zangye acknowledged the challenge, but revealed that there was a high chance of obtaining rare skill books that would increase the priest's damage. Haochin understood he was going to the fortress to help Tian Tian. Zangye pointed out that boosting her combat power would be necessary when team battles occurred. Tian Tian expressed her heartfelt gratitude since no one had ever thought so much about her before. Zangye corrected her. It was all for the team. As they left the safe area, Haochin asked why they didn't just buy the skill books. However, when he learned they cost $1 million, he refused to pay for them. Not long after, the group encountered their first monster, a giant ant with iron fangs and the divine fire retribution ability. Zhang Yu made the ant engulfed in flames. The giant, people-eating ant provided a substantial amount of experience. In addition to abnormal energy and attempts at refinement, the Haotian secret order remembered that Zhang Yui had mentioned the secret kingdom order could be refined into a golden token to open the secret kingdom. However, even after defeating dozens of giant ants, they still didn't have enough. Tian Tian suggested they should stop worrying about the secret kingdom. Creating the token would drain too much normal energy. He asked why she was scared. Zangye looked at the item in his hand and ordered, "Forge the golden token to unlock the secret kingdom." The token shone with a bright golden light, successfully forged. A group of people teleported to the fifth world. A man was buttering up his boss, the vice leader among the new professionals in the Jining province. "I doubt anyone has reached the fifth world faster than us, right?" The man crossed his arms, nodding while grunting. "Of course. Our Eternal Guild managed to get all members through the preliminary round, known as the Sword Saint," he declared confidently. "That beast tamer must still be on a mission in the fourth world, so I'll monopolize all resources in the fifth world. When he gets here, I'll make sure he knows the consequences of messing with me." The Sword Saint of the Eternal Guild went on. At that moment, a notification was sent to all members of Zero World. The Golden Secret Order had been used to evolve the secret dungeon Dark Knight Fortress into a hidden secret dungeon. For 1 hour, everyone would be welcome to challenge it. The Sword Saint grinded his teeth upon seeing that, besides already being in the fifth world, Zero had activated the secret dungeon. His subordinate revealed he had heard that this hidden secret dungeon contained records of rare poison healing book grants worth millions in the market. They were extremely rare and hard to find. The Sword Saint cursed Zero, thinking about using this opportunity to eliminate his enemy once and for all. The subordinate warned that they had already suffered significant losses this time. He asked if they should inform the guild leader. Holy Sword pointed out that the dungeon would only remain open for 1 hour. It would be too late if they waited for the leader. Since Zero didn't know they were in the fifth world, Holy Sword believed they could send thieves to ambush him. This way, they could get their revenge and the dungeon loot. Zhang Yu and his companions passed through the portal of the Dark Knight Fortress. Hao Tian questioned if they shouldn't have received permission to close the entrance. He was worried that the Eternal Guild would catch up with them and try to steal the secret realm. Zhang Ge was more concerned about the chance that they wouldn't even attempt to attack him. The protagonist equipped the Night Shadow Cloak, a level 35 gear with 4-star quality. It could block attacks and share incoming damage with his pets. Ryotian and Tian Tian were impressed with the amazing gear their leader had obtained. With that, Zhang Ge led them into the hunt. The deeper they went into the fortress, the more uncomfortable Tian Tian felt. It was easy to tell she believed monsters could leap at them any moment. Not even a second passed after she said that when a ghost monster appeared from one of the entrances. A fireball. Zhang Ge immediately took it down. The level 77 ghoul was defeated by the flames, indicating that the defenses of ghouls weren't high. The protagonist announced that they would use the old strategy. He and Haotian would fight on the front lines, while Tian Tian would use her heavenly fire healing. Zhang Ye charged forward, eliminating the monsters in his path. Using Invincible Charge, he slammed into the ghouls, taking them down with his staff. In the backline, Tian Tian used the Divine Blessing skill, boosting their health. And what about the team's regeneration? A notification popped up for the group. 50 ghouls had been defeated. King Jade, the Overlord monster and guardian of the tower, had been summoned. The beast, with a dragon's body and a skull with an open mouth on its forehead, looked like it had risen from the depths. Haotian rested his sword on his shoulder. He warned that the boss had arrived. Jang and he planned to take him down quickly. The duo charged at King Jade, who unleashed a blast of energy. Outside the fortress, Santo da Espada and the members of the Eternal Guild waited for the right moment. Suddenly, an attack from the monster hit Zangie, sending him flying, alarming Raotian and Tiantian. Santo da Espada seized the opportunity against a small group that was challenging an overlord boss. He sent all his minions to grab the loot. A number of players jumped onto the giant monster, targeting its 4 eyes. Raotian yelled in warning, "Someone's trying to steal from us." Instantly, a notification was sent to everyone. "Attention professionals in the secret dungeon, Dark Knight Fortress. Due to changes in the permissions of the secret dungeon by the bearer of the Golden Order 0, the free resurrection mechanism after defeat has been cancelled. Returned scrolls cannot be used in the secret dungeon. It is impossible to exit the secret dungeon midway. Elimination of white-named professionals will not increase sin value. Entering and exiting the secret dungeon are now closed." Santo da Espada was shocked. He thought Zero had been defeated by the monster's attack. He couldn't believe Zero was still capable of changing the dungeon's conditions. The boss monster became an even greater threat and started attacking the members of the Eternal Guild. Amid the chaos, Zero resurfaced, murmuring, "Hell's judgment!" Red spears erupted from the ground, piercing the monster's body. "Overlord!" The holy sword roared, hitting each member of the Eternal Guild. He warned his teammates that Zero was still alive. The protagonist used heavenly fire to block the path of those rushing towards him. When the flames hit, the holy sword realized that he couldn't win or claim the boss's reward. So, he ordered everyone to fall back. Hayoshin appeared in his path. "Little swordsman, where do you think you're going?" Surprised, he begged them to stop the pointless attacks. He looked around, searching for Zero. The protagonist emerged behind him, wearing a furious expression. "Looking for me? Do you want to kneel and beg me to let you go?" The holy sword blustered, accusing him. "You're the one who set a trap for us." Crossing his arms, Hayoshin scoffed at those words, reminding himself of who had tried to steal the boss kill. Desperate, the holy sword reminded Hayoshin how long they had been teammates, pleading for him not to attack. Hayotian reminded him of something else. "Did you forget how you sent people to attack me?" Stabbing his sword into the stone ground, he growled, "If you want to leave, you'll have to leave your body behind." The vice leader of the Eternal Guild drew his sword, ready to fight. "Hayochin!" he roared. "Come on, let's settle this." The holy sword charged, not at Hayochin, but at Tiantian. He believed that if he controlled the healer, they would have no choice but to let him go. The sword flew towards Tiantian. Hayotian shouted, cursing the holy sword for being so shameless. Tiantian leaned back, trying to escape the blade. At that exact moment, a powerful energy descended upon them. A crimson fire obliterated all enemies in the sky. A dragon appeared, saving Tiantian. She rushed towards the dragon and hugged it. "Black Dragon, thank you so much," Hayotian lamented, frustrated for being tricked. He never expected the enemy to try to ambush his sister. Tiantian approached Zhang Yue and thanked him. They had defeated the boss. Ryotian wondered why they hadn't received the dungeon completion notification. Zhang Yue considered a possibility. Looking back, he realized that the fallen people on the ground had their energy absorbed by the Devourer. An announcement was sent out across the entire map of the Dark Knight Fortress. The Dark Knight Overlord entered a berserk state and evolved into the 4-star boss, Monarch of the Eternal Night. The gigantic monarch roared fiercely, shaking the ground. Hawaiian was shocked to see the monster in that state. Quickly, Zhang Yue summoned the Black Dragon and the Skeleton King to fight. The dragon unleashed a breath of dark energy against the Overlord monster. Zhang Yue created ice spikes, fire explosions, and lightning, combining various spells into a single attack. The protagonist urged Ryotian to help, warning him that he should deliver the finishing blow. Surprised, Ryotian asked if Zero wasn't the dungeon's activator. The protagonist quickly explained that the dungeon activator always lost the secret scroll of the dungeon when defeating the leader. Understanding his role, Ryotian used the cleaving strike from the clouds, sending his spear against the giant monster. King Jade was defeated, and a notification appeared. "Congratulations for participating in the defeat of the Monarch of the Eternal Night, King Jade. You have completed the hidden dungeon of the Dark Knight Fortress. Based on your overall performance score, you received the basic reward for achieving a higher level completion. In front of chests and rivers of treasures, Ocean recognized how insanely powerful her leader was for defeating that boss in a near one-on-one situation. The protagonist crouched down, searching through the pile of gold. He quickly found a golden skill book. Hao-Tien felt that luck had chosen them for truly managing to acquire the book. Surprised, he asked if Zero had known everything from the start. You didn't close the entrance to the hidden dungeon because you wanted the Eternal Guild to enter, right? Or did you want to take advantage of the boss's ability to grow by devouring people? You fed the Lord of the Black Knight to make him go crazy and evolve. All this to increase the chance of getting a rare item. Next to him, Aunt Tien felt she agreed with the compliments. Zange glared at Ryotian and warned him that he knew too much. Ryotian was glad he hadn't stayed with the Eternal Guild and that he had become friends with him. The protagonist handed the skill book to Aunt Tien, who ended up refusing it because it was too expensive. Zange then placed the book in her hands, asking her to understand something. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, money is just dirt. Opening the book, she learned the skill, Poison Healer. Passive skill. When the user uses any healing skill, it will deal damage equal to 10% of the healed value to an enemy within the skill's range. The protagonist recommended that she use all the leftover abnormal energy to evolve the skill. In the following battles, her gains would be unexpected. The Scientian assured, "I will work hard to contribute even more to the guild." Having escaped thanks to the holy resurrection of the sword, he gasped, frustrated for almost being permanently eliminated. As he walked, a shadow surrounded by energy approached. "You can't defeat Zero, but I had an excellent idea." In an arena packed with spectators, Zhang Yue's group waited on the terrace of a preparation room. Aunt Tien assured, "I will definitely do my best not to mess anyone up." Hu Tian reassured her, "Don't worry, sis. With me here, a 10-win streak is nothing. Just give it your all." Zhang Yue sensed the request and encouraged Aunt Tien to do her best. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone shout, "I'm warning you. This is the last time I'm doing this. If you still can't get it right and offend the folks at Heavenly Palace, it's better you leave the guild." The guy with glasses who was getting scolded noticed Yung Yue watching and looked away. Wu Haodian realized Yung Yue was focused on something and called him. The protagonist quickly followed. Shortly after, the battles began. Zange, with the name Zero, secured 10 wins in a row. Tiantian, the White Rabbit, had 7 consecutive victories using poison healing. Wu Haodian and Sudinhan ended up facing off. He warned her, "Even though I like you, if I win, I'll have 10 victories in a row. I won't hold back." She advised him to show no mercy for his own sake, knowing Dinhan's specialty was control. Raochan hoped to dodge her control. Sudinhan raised her staff and unleashed a flow of light. Her attack didn't hit Hyosian, who immediately seized the chance created by her mistake. With a single advance, the Celestial Elder from the Destiny Hall achieved 10 wins in a row. The guild's name caught attention. No one had ever heard of it. The most puzzling part was the presence of the former vice leader of the Eternal Guild in Destiny Hall. To everyone's surprise, 3 spots in the top 100 were occupied by the guild. In a hallway, Dinhan watched the rankings with a smile. She received a message from Zero thanking her for letting him pass this time. Sudinhan replied, "Newly registered guild professionals who rank in the top 3 in multiple professional competitions will earn 5 times the points. Don't miss out on that benefit." At the end of the day, a celebration took place. Aunt Tiana thanked Zhang Yue and Wu Haotian. She never imagined she would make it to the top 100. Seeing her drink juice, Haotian asked, confused, why she hadn't grabbed any alcohol. Zhang Yue answered for Aunt. "Tiana can't drink." Aunt Tiana blushed slightly. She was hiding what had happened the day before while they chatted. A person Jane and Aiwei were waiting for approached them. The man pulled the chair next to Hyochin and took a seat. He was the 4th member of the Destiny Hall, introducing himself for duty. "Hello, guild leader. I'm Lintian. My ID in the other world is War God's Retribution, a rare lightning mage at level 34. The protagonist welcomed him. Hyochin was left speechless. He was surprised to see Zhang and the recruited Ether, the War God's guild leader. Lintian adjusted his glasses. He asked Hayoshin if he wasn't the former vice leader of the Eternal Guild. This put them in a similar situation. After hearing what had happened with Lintian, the protagonist asked why he preferred to leave the guild instead of settling the outcome of a battle. Lintian explained that the superiors had instructed the War Gods Guild to intentionally lose to the Heavenly Palace Guild. He didn't like cheating. The protagonist reassured him, "Don't worry, in the Destiny Hall, there's no need to cheat, whether in the professional tournament or daily combat operations. Just give your best." Speaking of salary, Jange explained that the starting amount wouldn't be as high as what he received in the War Gods Guild, but once they won the cash prize from the competition, everyone's ranking would improve. Antia joined the conversation, stating that the top prize for advancing to the provincial championship was $1 million. The national competition was $3 million, and the world finals could reach $10 million. Raoul Tian got excited. If they won, they would be rich. Lintian didn't care about money. He mentioned he would update his registration the next day, transferring to the Destiny Hall Guild. With everything settled, Zhang Yue declared, "With only a few days left until the provincial competition, everyone should enjoy a nice meal. We will continue with missions and leveling up tomorrow." The whole group agreed. In a dark room, a young girl with short hair was looking at her phone. She was searching for information about the competition. She discovered that the best player in the city of Linhai was not from the Supreme Guild. He wasn't from the Misty Rain Pavilion either. He was from the Hall of Destiny, their leader, Zero. The girl sent a message. "Hey Zero, your guild needs members. You guys need an assassin at level 30. However, the messaging was blocked. This only piqued the girl's interest. She smirked, wondering how something like this could be hard for such a clever girl. As they drank, Hao Qian analyzed the situation. Our guild currently has 4 members, an elite-level Holy Light Priest, 2 rare Fire Knights, and a Lightning Mage. While we don't have issues with raw strength, the competition will get tougher in the future. So, we still need to keep boosting our combat power, having already conquered the secret dungeon on the 5th floor. Tiantian believed they could tackle some regular missions. Yung Weino mentioned a place more valuable than secret dungeons to explore. Surprised, Lintian asked if he was talking about the gates to the underworld. The protagonist nodded. For those who didn't know, Lintian revealed that a legend said there was a portal to the underworld in the 5th world. It was said to hide countless rare treasures, but no one had set foot there in over 110 years. Tiantian asked why, intrigued by the topic. Ryotian also wanted to know, "Didn't you say there were lots of treasures? There must be top-notch gear. Doesn't anyone want them?" Zhang Yue answered, "Because of the gatekeeper, Boas, the messenger of the underworld. You can only cross the gates by defeating him. In Zhanggui's previous life, he also tried to get through the gates, but couldn't defeat Boas. That's why he gave up and moved to the 6th floor." Excited, Hayotian decided, "Tomorrow, we're going straight to the gates of the underworld." The next day, in front of a massive stone gate, a minotaur stood, shielding himself from the numerous spells raining down on him. Positioned in front of the gate, he was guarding it. The attack was being coordinated by Sudenhan. Team 1 used taunts to grab the boss's attention. Team 2 destroyed the magical box. Team 3 launched their attack. The strikes followed the flow of commands from the young girl. When they arrived at the spot and saw the nebulous rain pavilion, Hayotian asked if they could win. Lintian explained that, although this was a level 45-star boss, he wasn't that terrifying. The real issue was the box he was guarding. Those who passed through the gates would be crushed by the overwhelming aura belonging to the boss monster. From a distance, Raochan was surprised. The box seemed to constantly shift shapes to assist the Minotaur. With the nebulous rain pavilion under pressure, the protagonist felt it was his turn to try. He signaled his teammates to fall back if they couldn't keep up with him. Of course, Lintian and Rauktian got ready to go with him. The two advanced alongside the Bone King and the Black Dragon summoned by Zhangye. The sight of the summoned creatures thrilled Sudenhan as she ran towards him. Tiantian stepped back, saying she would help the guild brothers. Looking at Zhangye's team, Dinhan praised him for managing to recruit a vice leader and even the leader of another guild. Noticing her averted gaze, Zhangye asked if she wanted to join them too. With a tired expression, Dinhan explained that if she were just a regular member of the nebulous rain pavilion, she would definitely accept. Meanwhile, the battle against the Minotaur intensified. A massive fireball crashed onto his shield, but the magical box transformed to protect him. Dinhan cursed the magical box. She was way too powerful. She was blocking almost all the damage the boss was supposed to take. She was already thinking about finding another place to level up. Just like Zange, Us always had a plan. She asked if he needed help. The protagonist thanked her, saying he could handle everything on his own. Seeing that the battle had become pointless, Sudian called all his subordinates to retreat. The group left quickly. At that moment, Raoultian and Tiantian approached Zero, asking what they should do. He revealed that he believed they needed to find a way to destroy the magic box if they wanted to defeat the messenger, even after the Misty Rain Pavilion had given up. Heoshin asked what they could do, thinking about how each item they could get was worth millions. Zhangyi started to ponder after hearing the value of the items. Heoshin promptly asked if he should hire a locksmith. At that moment, a notification popped up for everyone. The professional Pete activated 10 times more energy in the Devourer Rat Tribe for 2 hours. Go to the Devourer Rat Tribe map and claim your rewards. Hawaiian was surprised and asked who would be generous enough to offer such a benefit. The protagonist explained how specific maps consumed a large amount of gold coins, which is why people typically avoided items like that. Excited, Houghton imagined that this person might come from a wealthy family and might even be doing live streams. Lintian approached, warning that there had been an unusual energy shortage lately. With that warning, Jiangui decided to check what was going on. Far away, Sword Saint was on a hunt. The energy surged after he took down a man and mocked him. Though your idea was good, it's a shame you're a member of the Misty Rain Pavilion, and the Eternal Guild can't tolerate you. The vice leader's subordinate approached, warning. The 3 major guilds also received the announcement. They came to hunt monsters. Sword Saint was excited about the trap he had set up. Awesome. This time, I'm going to do something amazing for the Eternal Guild. Not only are we going to take down that brat, but we'll also paralyze the top 3 guilds at the same time. In front of a massive portal, a bunch of people gathered. Some were solitary, looking for teams. Suddenly, one of them recognized the vice leader of the Eternal Guild, as well as the leader of the War God Guild. Unexpectedly, walking in front of them was Zero. Some girls were impressed to see Chantian, feeling jealous of her. Only big shots were next to Zero, and all of them wanted to be carried by him. Suddenly, 3 people came out of the portal, heading back to the 5th floor. One of them shouted, "Don't go in. The rats inside are level 38. They are big and fat. They are really strong. Don't risk your lives for 10 times the energy." As they watched various people flee, Zhang Yu's team began to discuss. Lintian wanted to know if they should enter solo or as a group. Zhang Yu advised them to stick together. In these maps, with buffs, the damage done by players gradually decreased as the monsters were eliminated to maintain balance. Playing as a team would only affect experience gains, not the abnormal energy. Everyone working together would be more efficient. Rao Tian agreed, as did Tian Tian. Soon, lightning and ice spikes began to rain down on the giant rats. The protagonist's group easily handled the first rats they encountered, earning over 2,000 points with a single kill. Fighting alongside Lin Tian, Hao Tian celebrated how amazing the 10-fold increase in gains was. Suddenly, Zhang Yue saw a cloud of dust forming as a large group of people started running through the mist. Someone screamed, "Eternal, your shameless guild. The Supreme Guild will never forgive you." Lineal was running for his life. He still couldn't believe that the Eternal Guild had used weakness buffs from lower maps to ambush them. He bravely shouted, "If you have the guts, challenge the Destiny Hall Guild first." Liu Yao gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been weakened, he knew he could do something against the enemies. As he fled, a rogue jumped at his back, only to explode in a fireball. Lineal ended up meeting young Yue, who asked what was happening. Lineal pointed in the direction he came from. "Brother Yue, this map is a trap. The Eternal Guild ambushed us while our damage was reduced, planning to annihilate all the guilds in Linhai City." Hearing that, Sword Saint approached. He asked if Lineal liked the gift. Yung Yui managed to understand what was happening next to him. Hao Chan taunted, "I was wondering which big shot was so generous. You should be a vice leader. How can you resort to such dishonest tactics? You have no self-respect, or are you just scared because you can't win?" Crossed arms, the swordsman taunted Heoshin, "What right do you have, a traitor, to bark at us now? You've been weakened by 60%. Let's see how you fight, Zhang Yu interrupted, revealing, I just need 10% to take you down. The captain of the Eternal Guild group ignored those words and shouted, they only have 40% of their strength. Eliminate them. Against all the enemies advancing towards them, Zhang raised his staff. Gathering magical power in his crystal, a rain of energy strikes fell from the sky onto each of the enemies, destroying their advance. Sword Saint was left speechless. Player 0 didn't seem to have lost even a fraction of his strength. The protagonist smiled, warning them. Did you not know that the buffs from secret dungeons can stack? Ryotian finished. Here's a little known fact. Activating the energy multiplication buff repeatedly 10 times means you won't receive any other effects. Behind the Sword Saint, a man appeared, applauding how Yung Yue solved the problem. The Eternal Ghost, leader of the Eternal Guild, congratulated them for being clever. So, you repeatedly activated the energy multiplication bonus and took advantage of the rule that lets the activator remove negative effects from other players, thus freeing yourselves from trouble. The protagonist shot back, actually, your people are the stupid ones. There's no free lunch. I get that all too well. Furious at being mocked in front of his leader, the Sword Saint declared, everyone, advance. There are only 4 of them. Even if we need to do a rotation battle, we'll take them down. Realizing he needed to see the fight through, Zhang summoned the Skeleton King and the Black Dragon. The two attacked together, unleashing a fire breath and a surge of energy on the enemies. Ryotian was thrilled to see gear lying on the ground, left behind by those who had been eliminated. Wow, I'm getting deliveries right to my door. Just as Ryotian was about to grab the items, someone quick enough to avoid being noticed stole everything and darted away. Ryotian yelled to the protagonist, the guild leader, someone took advantage of the situation and grabbed our items. The protagonist saw a shadow moving away. Being faster, he stepped into its path, blocking the hooded figure. With Zhang in front of him, Lintian approached from behind, warning, hand over all the items, and I might spare your life. The person remained silent, as if making a decision. Zhang warned, buddy, all I need is for you to return what belongs to us. However, at our Salon of Destiny, the person chose to take a different approach. Using a skill that created multiple copies of herself, each one ran in a different direction, trying to escape. While some unexpectedly advanced to attack Lintian and Yung Yue, Django realized that the hooded figure coming towards him was just an illusion, wielding a long knife. The leader of the Everlasting Guild had also been attacked. He mocked, that was a dumb choice. The ghost in front of him huffed, finding his words amusing. A sudden mist appeared around the Everlasting leader. His blade, Blood Shadow, vanished from his hand. Heoshin and Lintian were shocked to see the ghost get stolen. The person they were facing was a professional thief. To their surprise, Django was also extremely fast. Even as a summoner, the protagonist reached the real version of the hooded person. The thief stopped and greeted him. I knew you would be the hardest to deal with. Removing her hood, the young woman asked, are you going to eliminate me? Don't tell me the infamous leader of the Zero Destiny Salon is a bloodthirsty monster. Django made a proposal. In exchange for a favor, he would spare and save her life. The young woman huffed, stating she didn't need protection. As soon as she finished speaking, Django charged at her with a grim look. He pushed his staff forward, blocking an attack from the Everlasting Ghost. Confident in his hand-to-hand combat skills, the leader of the other guild asked if he wanted to fight up close. Calmly, Zero asked if he had ever seen a mage fight hand-to-hand. To the surprise of the Everlasting Ghost, the protagonist conjured a massive fireball in front of him, engulfing the enemy. With extreme dodging skills, the assassin retreated to a safe distance, while protecting the young thief. The protagonist commented, looks like high-level assassins really are something special. As if agreeing with his words, a ghost emerged through a portal behind Zhang. This is why I will end you. The ghost used his dagger skill against Zero. Observing the blade, Zero dodged effortlessly while the enemy was still stunned. Zhang Yue cast an energy bolt magic at him. Next to him, the young thief gaped in awe at seeing him fight up close. The ghost was forced to evade the offensive spells. Retreating, he declared, I always eliminate my targets in under 3 seconds. I recognize you have some skills. The other 3 members of the Destiny Salon Guild joined Zero, along with his dragon. With disdain in his voice, the protagonist asked the ghost, "Are you really the leader of the rival guild?" He gritted his teeth, knowing other guilds would arrive soon. The longer they took, the worse the situation would be for them. As if outside support was a huge threat, he warned, "My guild is backed by the Tian family, the most powerful family in Tianjing. You're digging your own grave." In a mocking tone, the protagonist asked if he would ask for help, getting ready to flee. The ghost warned, "You'll pay the price for overestimating your abilities." As soon as the ghost vanished, Zhang Yue demanded the thief return the items. He said, with a calm look, "As long as you give back what's ours, I don't care about the rest you took." With a sigh, she pulled out several golden items from her inventory and placed them on the ground. Changing the subject, she asked what Zero needed. While checking the items, Raoshan asked if the guild leader needed her help. Without answering directly, Zero simply ordered her to follow him. As they walked towards the giant guardian monster, Howian seemed to understand. "You're not suggesting she opens the portal for us, are you?" Surprised, the thief quickly asserted she couldn't do it. Defeating the underworld messenger, the protagonist asked if she could steal stuff. She nodded, of course, pointing at the messenger. Jung commanded her to steal the magic box. He would take care of the rest. The young woman was confused by the order. Zero pushed her towards the monster. She tried to refuse the task, waving her arms. "No one had defeated the Hell Messenger for hundreds of years. And you want me to steal from him? I'm not doing that. I'd rather die than lose my life." The protagonist explained that the magic box had extremely powerful transformation abilities. Once stolen, they could defeat him. The thief was incredulous to hear they could actually beat the messenger. Brintian also tried to convince her, saying everyone would help. Ryotian joined the conversation, offering cash or even a partner for practice. The thief made her decision and asked to enter the Hall of Destiny. Zhang Yue was surprised by the request, but agreed. He warned her that the salary would be 50 grand a month, plus commissions. With flushed cheeks, she readily accepted. Putting on her hood again, she warned, "My thieving skill can only be used once every minute. Each use lasts 30 seconds. You figure out the timing and decide for yourselves. If you mess up, don't blame me." The young woman approached the giant minotaur. A dark energy surrounded him as she walked towards him. With an anxious look, the thief warned the messenger, "They made me do this." The thief vanished, activating her skills. The messenger minotaur frowned, unsure where the human had gone. Then, he felt intense pain. Zangue warned his group, "The magic box is gone. Get ready." Retreating with the box in hand, the thief asked if they really could defeat the messenger. Ryotian assured her the leader could even take him down alone. Zero immediately used celestial fire, dealing almost 10,000 damage in one hit. The thief warned, feeling the box slip from her hands, "This thing is connected to him. My ability is about to break." Zangwei ordered everyone to attack before the monster became invincible again. Ryotian and Lintian charged in, each taking a side of the monster. Zero summoned the Skeletal King and the Black Dragon of Annihilation. 4 strikes hit the messenger of the underworld. He was trying to defend himself somehow. The Minotaur's gaze turned to the thief. "This is all your fault. I'm going to finish you." The girl realized too late that the Minotaur was charging at her. Zero appeared between them, reaching out to block the messenger's advance. Worried, Hayoshin, Lintian, and Tiantian shouted the protagonist's name. However, in the clash between Zhangge and the Minotaur, it was the creature who was forced to retreat. The Minotaur couldn't believe that a mere human had blocked his advance with all his might. Having created a magical shield for protection, Zhangge counterattacked with a thunder shock. Lightning struck the Minotaur, dealing damage he couldn't withstand. The great messenger of the underworld toppled over. Zhangge received the notification of victory against the boss, Bigoas. Sighing, the protagonist relaxed. He checked the rewards he received: pure gold, magical level crystals, hellish boots, and the key to the underworld. His attention shifted to the key, the only one capable of opening the underworld chest. Upon finding the chest within the gates, he would be able to obtain endless treasure. The thief approached Zhangye, thanking him for saving her. Hayotian urgently warned Zhangye that the gates were opening. An announcement was made. Each professional has only one chance to enter the gates of hell in their lifetime. Entering the gates of hell grants 3 hours of exploration. If you die during this time, you can never enter the gates of the underworld again. Zhang and his group headed towards the gates. Lintian was blown away. The gates, sealed for hundreds of years, had finally been opened. Raoul Tian stood there, mouth agape. It was something that happened only once in a lifetime. The protagonist rallied them together. Let's do this together. Let's make this our big chance. Inside the gates, they found a vast, eerie place filled with giant ants. Tia Tia was amazed by how the area looked. It wasn't at all what Raoul Tian had imagined. He thought it would be full of lava, or maybe gold. The thief was the first to step forward. She found a chest and dug it up, bringing it back to the group. Ocean explained that in this place, people would discover treasure chests. Each person could only claim one chest. The one in the thief's hands was black gold grade, so he advised her to think carefully before choosing it. The thief let go of the chest, claiming she was just checking its weight. The protagonist warned that, for average professionals, the highest level of treasure chests would be the king level. The higher the chest level, the stronger the monsters guarding it would be. The group got the idea. Hunt monsters to score the best treasures. Unlike the king-level chests, Zhang Ge was planning to go for something special, the only hell-rank chest. They quickly began digging, searching for chests. Suddenly, the thief heard a noise and warned that someone might be approaching. Rao Chan was already expecting this and remarked that the big guilds probably saw the announcement and were about to arrive. The thief was shocked because she thought only they would be allowed to pass through the gates. Otiana hurried to keep digging. Suddenly, a fight broke out at the gates. One person knocked another down while shouting, "Our guild, Everlasting, is #1 in the province of Jening. You're just a bunch of thieves." The ghost took out his anger for losing to Zhang. He raised his fist at the first person he saw. Brothers, right, grab all the chests deep in the underworld. Fire attacks took down the big ants. One of the monsters dropped a chest. Heochian scratched his head when he realized that over half an hour had passed. The fields were covered with iron and bronze chests. They had only found that one silver-ranked chest. The hunting efficiency was terrible. Zhang received 2 messages. The first was from Liu Yao, warning that the Everlasting Guild was attacking players to steal their chests. The second was from Sudinhan, advising him to run as soon as he got a chest. Learning what was happening made the protagonist eager to find those bandits. Members of the Everlasting Guild had cornered a couple, begging to be spared. They hadn't even found a treasure chest. The Sword Saint took the lead, taking them out and causing the chests they had hidden to drop to the ground. With a maniacal look, he warned, "Why not just hand over the chests and save your lives?" Suddenly, a shadow passed in front of him, and the chest in his hands vanished. After stealing the treasure, the newly hired thief handed it over to Yang Yue. The Sword Saint grew anxious seeing Zero. He quickly shouted, trying to avoid a conflict. "Zero, we haven't done anything against you. Don't be greedy like the enemies." They dared to push him like that. Zhang had no reason to back down. Summoning the Super Fireball, he attacked first, ignoring the warnings from the Sword Saint. Hidden in the back, the Everlasting Ghost Leader drew his sword, only to see it stolen once again. Heotian charged at him, even as the Everlasting Ghost reminded him he was their former guild leader. The warrior corrected him. "The only leader I accept is Zero." With Raotian pressuring the main enemy leader, Zhang was free to summon Heavenly Fire. The offensive magic descended upon the rival guild leader. Seeing his health points being drained, he threatened, "Just wait. Someday I'll be back to deal with you." The daily magic wiped out the entire Everlasting Guild group, causing all the treasure chests they had collected to fall to the ground. Raotian grew excited upon seeing a king-tier chest, a smile creeping at the corner of his lips. Zero agreed. "Not bad." An announcement echoed throughout the floor from the server. "Attention! The only Inferno-grade treasure chest has appeared, with the treasure of fate finally revealed." Zhang became even more hyped. In the deeper parts of the underworld, an arena held a chest at its center. Towering flames surrounded it, while countless monsters guarded the place. The purple chest caught their eye. Even from a distance, the heat was so intense that the closer Young Wei's group got, the more Tiantian felt like he would melt. They realized the monsters guarding the chest were at the peak of strength for the 5th floor. In the end, everyone left the task to Young Wei. The first monster that appeared had a humanoid body, but grotesque arms and legs, wings on its back, and a mouth resembling that of a leech. The Heart Devourer was level 40, just like the many other monsters, equally grotesque. Facing them, Zange warned the guild he couldn't handle everything alone. He asked the thief if she could steal the chest. She shook her head, claiming the chest was sealed. Strength was required to defeat the guardians to free it. Lintian suggested they first examine the king-ranked treasure chest they had obtained, as it might contain equipment to help them. The suggestion made sense. They chose someone to open the king-rank chest. The king-rank chest granted a level point, 100 gold coins, 1 million normal energy, and a special level item, the Eye of Death. This item was a 5-star staff with a golden attribute having an independent system advancement. Previously, Zhang Gui had reached level 38. Now he could use some gear he had stored away. With a click, he reorganized his items. 2 pieces of golden attribute gear, plus various bonuses. Zhang Gui felt much more prepared. Remembering that the provincial competition would take place the next day, Zhang Gui instructed his team to wait for him outside. The protagonist moved forward, crossing the fire barriers. He headed toward the strongest monsters, challenging them directly. Outside, another group appeared. The young master and young lady of the Tian family had received a mission from the leader of the Everlasting Guild to eliminate a summoner, but they couldn't find him anywhere. Lady Tian Shiner thought that their target might have already left. The Hellgrade treasure chest was something a single summoner shouldn't even dream of acquiring. Since there was only one chest of that level, Tianyu warned that many guilds would fight for it. He advised his subordinates, "As soon as you go in, hold off the common heart devourers while Shiner and I take on the 3 supreme lords. Then, we'll destroy the Hellgrade treasure chest all at once." The group walked toward the arena, surrounded by fire, and was met with a rain of fireballs. The Tian family subordinates raised their shields to protect their masters. The leader of the Glorious World Galaxy Guild gestured with his spear, commanding his subordinates, "Fire!" Tian was surprised to encounter that guild. They had been chasing him since the capital. The Glorious Galaxy declared that whoever takes out the young master and the young lady from the Tian family would receive a 1 million reward. Tian Yu challenged them to try. The whole guild charged under the Glorious Galaxy's order against their advance. Tian Yu unleashed a rain of arrows, while Tian Shiner pushed forward with a dagger in hand. Glorious Galaxy used a shield, facing off against the number 1 in the capital. Tian Shiner struck down every enemy in sight, but the sheer number of opponents worried her. Tian Yu started to feel the pressure with so many elites around. Glorious Galaxy laughed. "Ha ha, young master, stop fighting. After that bunch of trash from the Everlasting Guild was wiped out by that abnormal summoner, they can't come back. No one is coming to save you." Suddenly, a massive fireball crashed into the arena, hitting members from both teams. Zhang Gui walked toward them. "What are you doing in my domain?" The Glorious Galaxy yelled at Zhang Gui. "You little punk! Do you dare attack our glorious guild? The world is looking for trouble." The protagonist told him to be a good dog and stay out of his way. However, the Glorious Galaxy sent his men to attack. Zero, a black dragon, appeared in the arena, and its breath of energy decimated the enemies. The name above the protagonist's head, Zero, turned red. Upon seeing Zero's red name, the Glorious Galaxy realized this was the abnormal summoner. Also surprised, Shiner asked her brother if this was the guy the Everlasting Guild had been tasked to face. Tianyu was shocked. "I never imagined the target would be so powerful." The protagonist warned them with a sharp look. "This is your last chance to get out of my way." The Glorious Galaxy turned to the protagonist. "Buddy, you may not know the identity and status of the Glorious World Guild." A subordinate agreed. "That's right. We are backed by the 3 greats, families of the city of Tian. Listen, kid, I suggest you play it smart and hand over that couple." Tian Shiner tried to defend himself by bringing Zange to his side. "Dude, don't believe what they're saying. Our family, Tian, is number 1. The main guy warned that he didn't care who was lying. Once again, he told everyone to back off. The Glorious Guild didn't accept that answer and charged in together. A sword strike hit Zange, but his defense was high enough to block it. The swordsman thought that landing the hit gave him the upper hand. After all, he was just facing a weak beast summoner. However, when he saw Zero lost only 3 HP, he was completely shocked. Swinging his staff, Zhang Yue unleashed a thunder shock, taking the enemy down. Zero summoned the Skeletal King. The boss creature made the air around it dark. Wielding his great sword, he created energy slashes that hit all nearby enemies. The leader of the Glorious World Guild was stunned by how powerful that summoning was. Fearing the skeleton, he ordered a retreat while running for his life. The Tia family duo approached, introducing themselves. The main guy told them to get lost if they were done thanking him. Annoyed, Shiner asked how he could be so cold. While they were talking, several monsters that hadn't been defeated yet charged at them. Zero used his triad of skills, Frozen World, Thundershock, and Celestial Fire. Tien Shiner joined him in hunting the monsters, charging at them with her explosive cuts. Tien Shiner was a radiant rare-level assassin, with attacks that naturally caused blindness. Tien Yu used a necromancy summoning skill, raising knights from the shadows. Thanks to his undead hunter class, the main guy didn't expect them to be hiding the fact that they were specialists, so he warned them, if you try to steal the treasure chest, they'll end up in jail before they even manage to do anything. Tien Shiner was annoyed to hear him think so little of her. Her brother needed to calm her down. Tien Yu assured her, "Don't worry, we're not ungrateful. With our help, you'll be able to finish the dungeon much faster. You already have enough confidence in yourself." The protagonist thanked them for their efficiency. This only irritated Tien Shiner once again. Despite that, she and her brother continued helping with the monster hunting. After watching them for a moment, the protagonist started dealing with the monsters on his own. He used his elemental spells. He took them down with ease. In the end, Zhang Ge managed to reach the chest. Tian Yu approached, asking which family Zero belonged to. The answer was Fate's Hall. Tien Shiner claimed she had never heard of it and asked if it was a newly formed guild. Tian Yu asked if he would like to join the Tien family. The protagonist simply declined, saying, "I'm not interested, and I don't want to think about it. Thanks." After that cold response, Tian Yu tried to stop him before Zero could leave. The protagonist looked back with a frosty gaze. Tian Yu spoke quickly. "What I meant is that this is the only infernal-level treasure chest in the world. Now that you got it, you're leaving already?" Zhang Yo asked if he had a problem with that. In the end, Zhang Yo exited through the portal to the underworld, followed by the Tian siblings. Many people were waiting outside, taking pictures when they found out that Zero had obtained the highest-level treasure chest and that he was a summoner. Everyone wondered how that class had suddenly become so powerful. The ghost of Everlasting, who had been defeated earlier, appeared, blocking Zero's path. "Hand over the chest," he said, remembering how the man was always trying to provoke him. The protagonist asked if he was so eager to be eliminated. Confidently, the leader of Everlasting warned, "Zero, a lone phoenix is no better than a chicken. Behind me, it's not just the Everlasting Guild, it's the entire Tien family as well." Flames ignite on their staff. The protagonist responded, "If that's the case, I will take all of you down." Just like that family, Shiner was quick to order everyone to stop. Surprised, Phantom asked what the young lady was doing next to Zero. "This is the bastard I told you about. You all need to help me teach this arrogant punk a lesson." Unexpectedly, Shiner clung to Zhang Yue's arm and proclaimed, "This is the guy I've got a crush on. Anyone who dares to touch him will be challenging the Tien family." Phantom from Everlasting was shocked to hear her and nearly fainted. He tried to explain to young Master Yue that Zero was an enemy of the Everlasting Guild. Tian Yu walked by him and warned, "Shiner is right. Zero is a friend of the Tien family. You'd better watch your actions." When they mentioned the Tian family, everyone remembered who the #1 family in Tianjing was. No one expected Zero to have risen to a position comparable to such an influential family. Phantom's subordinate approached him, advising him not to go against the Tien family. Excited, Shiner asked Zero if he had a girlfriend. Sighing, the protagonist stated that he wasn't interested in relationships. To her frustration, he asked if there was anything else they wanted to discuss. Zero informed them that he was leaving. He then walked past everyone, attracting looks of admiration and envy. Shiner watched him with a slightly flushed face, tall and handsome, with powerful skills and a striking personality. "He is not bad at all." Tian Yu agreed with her, saying, "This guy is truly exceptional." He then added, "As soon as we return to Tianjin, I'll have someone investigate his background right away." Phantom approached the young master, asking if he had become friends with Zero. Then he explained that Zero. He didn't have a big family behind him, no extraordinary identity in their eyes. It shouldn't be worth that much. Tinder crossed his arms and shot back. Are you questioning who I'm interested in? Ghost quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. Tianyu wondered what the problem was with someone not having important background. The fact that he was already so talented was impressive by itself. Annoyed, he blamed the Everlasting Guild for letting so many members from the Glorious World Guild enter the underworld without being stopped. Ghost was surprised because he hadn't seen anyone. He quickly knelt, accepting blame and asking for forgiveness. Tian Xin scoffed in annoyance, claiming that if it weren't for Zero, everyone would have suffered huge losses or something even worse. With anger written all over his face, Tian Xin warned, saying anything more is pointless. As soon as I get back, I'll call an immediate meeting. I want to declare all-out war on the Glorious World Guild. As he walked away, Zhang Ge finally opened the chest he had obtained, grabbing the key that unlocked it. He waited to see what surprises awaited him. The chest, overflowing with golden power, opened, flooding Zero's eyes with its shine. The protagonist got 2 pieces of the black gear set, level 35, along with gold and 2 rare skill books. He was satisfied with the gear, which was worth over $1 million. He clicked the refinement option, raising the max level of all of them. The heavy armor received a 20% attack bonus, while the light armor gained attack speed and boosts to all attributes. One of the skill books transformed into Sword Shadow Storm, a skill that summoned 100 swords to create a storm within a 30-meter radius. The second book, Storm of the Dead, created a storm within the same range, summoning spirits to damage enemies. Tens of millions of abnormal energy had been spent. This resulted in golden attribute gear and rare ranked abilities. These should be the top-tier equipment for newly promoted professionals. The power of the Necrostorm was greater than that of the Fire Judgment. Its attributes also suited Zero much better. As for the rest of the gear, Zero didn't see much improvement for himself. In the end, he handed over both sets of gear to the Skeleton King and the Annihilation Dragon. Equipped with the new attributes, the Annihilation Dragon reached almost 2,700 physical attack points. The Skeleton King had less offensive power, but his defense reached 1,300 points. Both the dragon and the skeleton celebrated getting stronger. The protagonist felt satisfied. Now, both were as strong as pros who had reached their second advancement. Zhang Yu also gave a skill book to the Skeleton King. He was thrilled. The Annihilation Dragon, on the other hand, showed irritation and jealousy. The protagonist reassured him not to worry. The next rare skill book he got would be handed to him. Looking away, the dragon just huffed in annoyance. Changing the subject, Zero turned his attention to the chest. There was still something hidden inside. At the bottom of the container, he found a ring with a skull face. For Zero, that ring seemed to be the real prize of the chest. Before the protagonist could check its attributes, the rest of his guild rushed toward him, curious. They asked what good items the leader had found in the chest. The protagonist revealed both sets of equipment and the rare books. Ryotian praised him for having such luck. Most people would get at most 1 or 2 valuable items, but he had obtained 2 complete sets. He looked at the ring still sitting in the chest. He wondered if it was a treasure, since it didn't seem like a high-tier item. The protagonist praised her for having a good eye for identifying item quality, but he revealed that she had misunderstood something. By pouring his own essence onto the ring, he unveiled its true power. The bond with the ring was established, and it couldn't be removed anymore. A mission was created, allowing the ring's bearer to level up by completing it. With the contract ring in hand, he explained that it was a much higher quality item than they could imagine. The ring would absorb 5% of all abnormal energy gained from then on. This accumulated energy could be transferred to other targets. One effect of the ring would unlock after defeating 10,000 monsters of a level higher than the bearers. In the other world, there exists a type of equipment that surpasses all other tiers. It's known by professionals as a treasure. These can grant professionals much more powerful bonus effects. The bonus of 10,000 times the normal energy came from the mystical treasure, Supreme Oracle, which he had acquired in his past life. Now, he wondered what kind of reward that ring would give him. Upon discovering that the ring was an evolving item, he realized that although its current quality was low, it could reach epic, legendary, or even mythical rankings. Crossing through the gates of the underworld had been uneventful. The protagonist warned that they should prepare for the provincial championship next. Both the contract ring and the Death Eye staff had missions related to monster hunting. Since those missions couldn't be completed quickly, Zange decided to put them off for later. Curious, Rao-chan asked if there was any special reward for those who successfully advanced in the provincial competition. He shyly revealed that he was already at level 35. He was still using gear 10 levels below, the same gear he had since he left the Everlasting Guild. He wanted to buy some items after leveling up. Unexpectedly, Zangwei asked why he needed to wait until then. The protagonist decided to use the regular energy stored in the contract ring to upgrade all his gear to level 35. Then, he initiated a trade offer with his team. Everyone accepted. When they realized it, their gear had evolved to golden rank. The thief was impressed by how rich the guild leader was. The protagonist nodded, stating that the most important thing in this world wasn't money, but rather abnormal energy. He looked at his own hand. The 5% of energy that the contract consumed could be transferred, breaking the energy limit that could normally be used in trades. This meant future guild members could obtain practically unlimited abnormal energy, making equipment easy to acquire. Haoshian got excited and vowed to score 10 straight wins. Lin Tian teased him, "Let's talk after we level up. Don't get knocked out in the first round." Tian promised to give her best, just like the thief. Seeing they were putting so much pressure on themselves, Yung Yue urged them to stay calm. The next day came quickly. The preliminary competition of Jining Province took place in a packed arena. In the center of the arena, Yung Yue was facing off against a participant from the Shadow Divine Guild, one of the top 3 guilds in Tianlang, the capital of Jining Province. The spear-wielding warrior in front of him boasted as the vice leader of the Shadow Divine Guild, "Meeting me? You've truly taken a big step." As soon as he finished speaking, flames engulfed him. He fell to the ground, coughing desperately. His armor had even melted. The protagonist secured a quick win, and everyone was impressed. After all, they expected nothing less than a 0. The number 1 tamer in Linhai, Otian, managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Lin Tian, known as the Lone Shadow of the Wind, also pulled off the same feat. Tian, the White Rabbit, scored 7 wins. Meanwhile, the genius cat girl snagged 8 thanks to her sneaky skills. When the competition ended, the group went for a walk in a forest. They chatted about how easy the battles had been. Among them, Lin Tian agreed. It was clear that the opponents in the provincial competition were way stronger than those in previous local contests. The upcoming fights would likely get tougher. The genius cat girl credited Zhang Yue. Thanks to the guild leader, they had become practically unstoppable. Remembering the various individual missions Zero had given them, Tian asked if he was planning to challenge the boss of the 5th world. The protagonist nodded, saying it would be quicker to complete the missions, hunting the man-eating pythons if they worked together. As they talked, suddenly, a group of troublemakers appeared from behind a tree. Their leader shouted, "Hey girls, there's no future hanging out with these losers. How about you join our werewolf gang? From now on, Brother Kwang will take you to a whole new world of luxury." Otian smiled at Zange, pointing out that those guys had called them losers. The protagonist clarified, only the 3 men in the group were insulted. Hyotian walked up to the werewolves, suggesting they scram in 3 seconds, and reminding them that resurrection scrolls weren't cheap. One of the gang's lackeys laughed. "Look at that, someone crazier than me." Brother Kwang, the gang leader, joined in the laughter and ordered, "Brothers, show them a lesson." Raotia warned us that they had already been given a chance. Lin Tian stepped forward, agreeing, "Don't blame us for what's about to happen." Arrows fell in front of the group of wolfmen. They shouted, "Who dares ambush us?" A figure appeared between the Zange group and the wolfmen. They recognized him immediately. "We're sorry. We didn't know you were from the Everlasting Guild. Please have mercy." They hurried away upon encountering the ghost of Everlasting. Raotian wondered if he had forgotten to take his meds since he was helping them. The guild leader ignored the jab and waved his hand. A subordinate approached, bringing a chest. He revealed that inside were 1,000 gold coins, a level 35 piece of equipment, 4-star, black gold rank, and a rare book for tamers. The protagonist asked what he wanted in return for giving them that. The ghost revealed it was an order from the old master of the Tian family, who instructed him to deliver the gifts. Ocean asked if the Tien family was that powerful, high-ranking family. The genius cat girl questioned why they were sending so many valuable items to the leader Zero. The protagonist remained silent, his expression dark. The ghost warned, "Although I don't like you, you're very lucky. This is the Tien family's engagement gift for you, Miss Tien Shiner of the Tien family. They liked you." Everyone was shocked to discover that it was actually an engagement gift. The protagonist told the ghost to thank the Tien family for their kindness, but warned him he didn't have time for romance. Surprised, the ghost asked if Zero wasn't afraid of retaliation from the Tien family for rejecting her. As he walked away, Zhang Ge paused and replied with a slight smile, "The Hall of Fate is not like the Everlasting Guild." The ghost was taken aback by the response. Time passed, and Zhang Ge faced a giant snake, defeating it with his fire magic. While they hunted, Ryotian asked why Zero hadn't accepted such a beneficial offer from the most prestigious families in Tianjin. Marrying a beautiful and rich woman would be the peak of life for most people. The protagonist sent Ryo-chan in his place, laughing while blushing. The man said he would have liked to accept, but it was a shame Tien Shiner wasn't interested in him. Timidly, Ryo-chan revealed he already liked someone. The protagonist fell silent upon discovering Rodion was a love-struck guy. As for him, he ended up revealing that he had his own goals. When asked what those goals were, the protagonist thought to himself that he wanted to become the strongest in another world and lead the Dragon Nation, making it #1 in the world. After the fight, Zhang sent a notification to everyone in the group, transferring 10 million abnormal energy to each one. Everyone was shocked by the amount. Excited, the genius girl asked where he got so much energy. The protagonist explained they were about to face the boss of the Fifth World, and he wanted everyone at their best. The whole guild celebrated excitedly. Moving through the forest, they crossed a portal and reached the underworld city, where they would confront the Emperor Beast, Virga. As they walked, Lintian revealed that, thanks to the energy transferred by Zero, he had evolved all his skills to rank S. He was sure he could contribute to the battle. The rest of the team shared the same thought, nodding. Zero urged everyone to give their best. Soon, they advanced and found Virga, a creature with a dog's face and the body of a minotaur. It roared fiercely upon noticing the invaders in its domain. Otian was the first to rush in, eager to test the power of his rank S skills. Flames erupted from the spear he held as he used the burning charge ability. He was so impressed with the outcome that he smiled. The rank S skill was at least 40% stronger than before. However, that overconfidence distracted him, and with a swipe of claws, the boss monster threw him back. Lintian jumped in right away. He unleashed a barrage of lightning at the colossal creature. This made it turn its attention to him. The genius girl seized the opportunity to get closer. She used her magic trick ability to steal her opponent's most precious treasure. After activating the skill, she quickly backed away to Zero, seeing what her teammate had stolen. Aunt Tien asked if she was sure that item was the most valuable thing she could get, holding a massive tooth in her hands. Even Linger looked surprised. "Why is it a giant tooth? It stinks. How can that be the strongest weapon? Don't tell me it's to bite." Furious, the monster opened its mouth and unleashed an energy blast at the whole group. Zero reacted instantly. "Watch out!" He raised a magic shield to try and block the attack. The blast hit the group, igniting a fire explosion. The protagonist warned everyone, "This boss is really strong. Be careful." To help in the battle, he summoned the Skeleton King and the World Annihilator Dragon. The Skeleton King was the first to reach the massive beast, throwing his body into the monster's face and taking down nearly 900 hit points. At the same time, the Black Dragon used its World Annihilator ability, turning the entire domain into a sea of flames. The dragon's breath hit Virga squarely, forcing her to shield herself. With the way clear to unleash her spells, Yung Yue lifted her staff and conjured celestial fire. With that attack, they completely took control of the battle. The thief, known as the Genius Girl, was impressed. This was the fastest fight against a boss monster she had ever witnessed. Haochin remarked, amazed, "Every time I fight monsters with the guild leader, I feel like a parasite. All I can do is lie down and do nothing." Aunt Tien didn't want to be left behind. She wanted to help her leader in some way. Then, he conjured a large-scale healing spell. Focusing all the effects, the protagonist smiled and expressed his gratitude. Lin Tian and Hyotian also wanted to chip in, so they jumped back into the fight. While the black dragon kept Virga on the ropes with its energy breath, Zhangge was casting ice spells. Lin Tian unleashed electric strikes. Hyotian and the genius girl charged into close combat, delivering their most powerful attacks with spear and dagger. A notification soon announced, "Congratulations to Player 0 for defeating the Beast World Queen Virga and completing the 5th realm." The portal to the 6th realm opened up in front of the group. In his past life, Zhangge had missed out on a triple S rank reward in this place because he wasn't strong enough. Now, he was determined to get it. As they transitioned to the 6th realm, the Land of End, they were teleported to a city of ice and snow. A blizzard was falling on the group, which shielded themselves with cloaks. Ryotian furrowed his brow, questioning why the 6th realm was so cold. On the flip side, Tian Tian opened her arms, letting the snow fall on her body. To her, that chilly sensation felt quite cozy. Approaching Ryotian, she teased, "Didn't you read the 6th realm guide? If the temperature weren't low, how could we freeze the bodies?" Ryotian was pretty confused by her question, but soon, Tian Tian ran across the snowy field, and when numerous skeletons were revealed, she got scared and hugged Zhangge to hide. Ryotian was irritated by Tian Tian's antics. If it was just about fallen people, they had seen that countless times already. The information about the 6th realm was conveyed to the group when the Lord of Death descended upon the world. Human cities were thrown into chaos overnight. Before perishing, the human mage Norm used ice power to create the city of ice and snow, freezing all the humans. Defeated by the Overlord, you will be the only one able to bring humanity back and save this world. There were 2 missions: save 10 characters in the 6th world and obtain 2 rank B rewards and 1 rank A reward from local NPCs. The genius girl, who had studied the information about the 6th world, explained that defeating monsters granted resurrection coin fragments. For every 100 fragments, it would be possible to get 1 coin to rescue a character. After hearing the explanation, Hyotian understood that the rewards would be given after saving them. Lin Tian agreed, but warned that the rank of the rewards is random. They can vary from rank D to triple S rank missions. According to historical records, in 100 years, only 1 professional from the country of Infin received a double S rank rare skill book as a reward. Trusting in that skill, he fought his way to the world finals of the professional tournament. Raoul Tian was surprised. "That sounds really impressive. I guess I need to score a high-level reward too." Tian Tian teased him, asking how he could manage something like that when the odds were so low. On the other hand, the genius girl believed the guild leader had a better chance. He felt that, confirming it. Zhang Yue remembered his past life when he last stepped into the 6th world. He ended up finding a triple S rank reward, but couldn't complete it because he wasn't strong enough. Looking at the frozen modern city, Zhang Yue told himself, with absolute confidence, that he would succeed in the mission that led to his failure last time. The distance to the city was still vast, needing to cross miles of mountains. So, he hurried his team. "Let's go. First, we'll head to the Underworld Palace Hall outside the city to collect some fragments." Outside, a palace resembling a cathedral. Various blocks of ice held the bodies of the people who once inhabited that kingdom. As they walked between the frozen blocks, Zhangge warned, "Listen up, everyone. The frozen bodies outside the city are different from those inside. As soon as they sense the body temperature of a living person, the ice covering them will melt. They can attack us at any moment." After moving a bit further, something resembling an attack fell near the palace. Otian looked around. He thought they were the first to arrive there, but he didn't expect anyone to have gotten there before them. Zhangge explained what was happening. The 6th world offers S-level rewards, and above. They're enough for a professional to live a life of luxury. That's why many veterans intentionally stay in the 6th world. A group emerged in front of them, wearing malicious looks. These are this year's newbies. Brother Qiang led the group, ready for what he considered a new harvest. He sized up the newcomers and remarked, "2 beauties, want us brothers to take you with us? We've been in the 6th world for several years, and our strength is way greater than those weaklings next to you." However, to the genius girl, that group seemed like the real trash. Crossing her arms, she declined, "You're only a level above us, but your strength might not be greater than ours." Brother Qiang sneered with pride. You're just newbies at level 35 max. Where does all that confidence come from? If anyone here is stronger than me, I'll film myself eating coconut." At that moment, the bodies near the palace began to break free of the ice that trapped them. Their empty eyes turned to the nearest person, Zange, and they rushed towards him. The protagonist used his super fireball to face them, and the explosion consumed the two skeletons. After showing his strength, he looked at the strangers and asked, "Do you still want to take my teammates?" The group quickly backed off, offering lame excuses. No, we already have enough people. We don't need new teammates." The genius girl stuck her tongue out at them, mocking, before following Zero into the palace. The leader, brother, stayed behind, complaining. Seriously? A level 35 newbie really defeated level 41 monsters all by himself? That guy is trouble. We'd better steer clear of him. One teammate sighed, realizing how the new generation was surpassing the previous one. Remembering his mission, the protagonist reminded himself that when the purity of demonic blood reached 100%, the exclusive hidden event of Cetro's Eye of Death would be triggered. He sighed, hoping to meet the requirements and gain another boost in power before tackling the triple S rank mission. Far away, a meeting was taking place at a table occupied by just a few people. The man sitting at the head, leader of the guild, Glorious World, Unmatched Glory, issued higher orders. In this professional tournament, our newly established branch won't be able to outdo the Tien family. If we want them to lose without even fighting, we need to find a way out of the arena. Upon hearing this, a man complained, "Damn, last time, the young master and young miss of the Tien family traveled alone to Xening province. We couldn't take them out, and I'm afraid we won't get another chance like that." A bearded man joined the conversation. "The one who took the initiative back then was the beast tamer named Zero, right? I heard the Tien family offered him an engagement gift worth tens of millions, intending to arrange a marriage for Aunt Shiner, but he turned them down." The vice leader of the new branch, Glorious Sky, revealed he had looked into a person named Zero. This year, he has secured the top spots in the 1st to 5th worlds, achieving a perfect score. In the professional tournament of the Xening province, 3 major guilds are competing to recruit him. If he is willing to join us, it would be a big win. However, since Zero didn't seem to care about the Tien family at all, Glorious Glory questioned why he would be interested in joining them. Suddenly, a girl walked into the room. She was the daughter of the president of the Link Care Guild. She replied with a sharp look, "The reason he looks down on the Tien family is, of course, because he doesn't like Tien Shiner." Excitedly, she revealed, "I checked the file on this Zero. He looks decent, and his strength is quite impressive. He would be a great partner for this young lady here." Confidently, Link Care declared, "I'll make him fall head over heels for me. Then, I'll get him to obey and join our Glorious World Guild to work for us." The warrior swung her sword with great power, slicing through one of the skeletons attacking the group. After receiving a fragment of coin, she complained, "Isn't the drop rate for fragments too low? We've been fighting for ages, and we've only gotten 40 of them." The cleansing of the new Young Center reached 100%, allowing the activation of its exclusive event. The protagonist asked everyone to take a break. Ryotian got excited because he wanted to drink. The genius girl approached Yang and, changing the subject, asked, "When are you going to create the guild base? I want to eat and drink with everyone too." Jane asked her to wait just a bit longer. The protagonist hadn't found a suitable place yet. Every place he checked was either too expensive or too small. Suddenly, Tien Shinger sent a friend request to Zero. The protagonist wondered why. Tien Shiner sent a message. "Can you come to the 5th world to help me with something?" Tien Shiner asked if he was in Tianjing. The protagonist revealed he was from Linhai. She tried to plead, "It's really urgent. By the way, didn't you just create a guild? There must be plenty of places. Where do you need to invest money now? All right, think of it like I'm paying to hire you. 3 million in commission. What do you think?" When Zange saw the offer of 3 million, his eyes lit up that night. He went to a forest and waited by a big tree. Zange crossed his arms, wondering why Shiner still hadn't shown up. Suddenly, a confident young woman in golden armor approached, followed by 4 subordinates. As she got closer to Zero, she asked, "Are you Yung Yue? You look kind of handsome, but you seem like just a regular person. The rumors about you are a bit exaggerated." Staring back at her, Zange asked where Sheena was. The young woman introduced herself. I'm Tiao Xin, the one who sent you a message. Frowning, the protagonist questioned why she had pretended to be Tiao Xin to lure him here. Winking, the fake Xin made a proposal. I'll give you the chance to be my boyfriend. How about that? Everyone around was shocked that such a beautiful woman would be interested in Zero. The girl had a plan. A common beast tamer wouldn't have the chance to reject her. When the time came, she intended to spread rumors about Tian Shiner and then kick him to the curb. Shaking his head in denial, Zhang Wei rejected her. This surprised the young woman. Beleza, one of the knights following her, became furious. The fact that our young lady took an interest in you is the biggest honor of your life, right? An insignificant beast tamer should not refuse. The protagonist agreed with him. Your young lady is very noble, and I don't deserve her. With that, he said his goodbyes. The warrior was enraged by his audacity, but was stopped by the young woman. Zhang Ge was quickly surrounded as she shouted, "If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over all your gear and your gold." The formation the group used to encircle him was disorganized, showing that there was no teamwork. Zhang Ge challenged them, "If you want to come, attack." The bald or hairy warriors charged at Zhang Ge. The protagonist drew his staff, ready to take down the whole group. The warrior who shouted at Yung Yue approached his boss. "Miss, we're not here to conquer him. We should help him out." The fake Tian Shenner crossed her arms confidently. "I have to wait until he's at his lowest point to make my move. Only then will he be grateful. At that moment, I'll make him repay my kindness by marrying me." Not a minute passed after she finished speaking when an explosion of skills created a dust cloud over the battlefield. Using Necrostorm, Zhang Ge unleashed a powerful area attack, dragging all enemies into a whirlpool of souls. Those caught in the whirlwind screamed in despair. The luckier ones managed to escape. As the fake Tian Shiner widened her eyes, the man beside her commented lightly, "Miss, the rumors about him were really not exaggerated." The protagonist warned them, "Next time, find someone stronger to face me." Unexpectedly, the young woman blushed, falling for him without realizing it. The warrior protecting his lady cursed, "I never thought the casual players from Linhai City would be this useless." The older lady said, "This Zero doesn't know what's good for him." She asked, thinking about their next steps, "Why don't we send guild members to teach him a lesson?" The young woman ignored her, understanding why Tian Shiner liked Zero. He was truly attractive. This motivated her even more to make him fall in love. As the protagonist walked away, he received a notification, a transfer of 300,000. The fake Tian Shiner sent a message, "You got it wrong. Those who showed up just now weren't sent by me to attack you. Also, thanks for saving me earlier. This is your reward." Zhang Yue sighed, not understanding what she was about. The young lady was deep in thought. Setting that aside, he just hoped she wouldn't interrupt him while he cleaned the secret dungeon. With his staff in hand, Zeng unleashed his power. Activating the Eye of Death, the eye on the staff opened. The secret event tied to it was activated. A massive eye appeared behind Zhang Ge. Before him, gates bathed in golden energy were summoned. The underworld gate had evolved. Now, anyone not authorized by its bearer could not enter. A large stone arch opened up. A golden portal formed. This attracted the attention of many people. Some even touched the portal, amazed by it. Others rushed toward the portal, but were repelled by it. A notification appeared for everyone. The gates of hell had been upgraded. Only those who are hosts or authorized users of the Eye of Death can enter. The groups in front of the gate were shocked. Frustrated after traveling so far, they were curious to know who the host was. The protagonist walked toward the portal and messaged a few people, inviting them. As he walked, he overheard someone talking. "I heard the Yaoshi Guild is going to capture the daughters of the Tiana and Su families. I better hurry up and check it out." Another person replied to the first man, "The Tiana family is the most prestigious. How could the Su family even have any connection with them?" The protagonist frowned, wondering what was happening. Far away, a battle was already ongoing. With dual swords, Tian Shiner struck her enemy's back. Tyner praised her friend, who she considered a sister. "Suzu, I didn't expect your combo control to be so strong." The young friend of Zhang Ge returned the compliment. "The amount of damage Shin deals is really high too." Dinhan thanked her friend for coming to Linhai, even though they hadn't met before. Seeing her best friend unhappy, Chin Chin decided to help her. Chin Chin murmured, avoiding eye contact. Blushing, Besides that, anyone I like is also in Linhai. Dinhan became curious. She couldn't believe her friend was dating. Sighing, Shiner revealed it was just a wish. The other person had already rejected her before. Tudinha couldn't believe there would be a guy who didn't like her friend. She was so beautiful and had an amazing personality. Aunt Shiner thought about the man she had fallen for. She revealed, "He's the most extraordinary person I've ever met. I'm not giving up. I'll definitely become a better person with him." Dinhan was surprised by her friend. Thinking about Zhang Jie, she said she wanted to know what the person she liked was like right now. As they were talking, the two girls didn't realize they were surrounded. Tian Shiner was taken aback. She didn't expect the people who wanted to attack her were still in Linhai. Only knowing her friend as Shin, Sudenhan asked, startled, "Are you the daughter of that noble family?" Tian Shiner apologized. "Sushu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide this from you. They're after me, not you. You should leave." However, Sudenhan was only intending to leave with her friend. A man advanced towards them, and Sudenhan used her staff to cast a control spell, throwing him up. Tian Shiner seized the opportunity and drew her sword to attack. The young noblewoman tried to force Sudenhan to leave, but soon someone appeared. "Long time no see, Tian Shiner." The one who had pretended to be Shiner to meet Zange and Linker appeared with her guards. "I heard you confessed your feelings to a guy and got rejected." Tian Shiner directly questioned her. "What does that have to do with you?" With a sharp look, tried to humiliate the young woman. "You were inferior to me in every way when we were in college. I never imagined you would be such a big failure, even in another world." Tinner wouldn't stay quiet under the provocations. "I hate competing with you. Otherwise, do you really think you'll be the Eternal? The second place can overshadow the Imperial family." Furious, Linker warned that she would regret it. Sudenhan and Tian Shiner got ready to fight. Then they heard a noise in the sky. A dragon swooped down. Jinhan immediately recognized it. It was Zhang. The protagonist quickly descended from the dragon to help them. Link Care was impressed that he had already heard the news. She ordered, "Be my boyfriend. You will not only enjoy endless wealth and luxury, but you will also become the heir of the Glory Guild." Such a bold proposal infuriated Tian Shiner. "Link Care, are you trying to steal my boyfriend?" Sudenhan was confused seeing the older girl from the Tian family and the older girl from the Glory Guild fighting over Yung Yue. Both liked him. Hearing Shiner call Zhe her boyfriend reminded her that he had rejected her, so she turned to Yung Yue and said, "If you help me get rid of these two, I'll let you be my boyfriend." Her words only evoked a dark look from him. John Shiner misunderstood and asked if he really liked that girl. The silence from John Yue made Shiner confident, believing that he had accepted. Yung Yue walked toward the two friends, stopping in front of them. Turning around, he faced Link Care and her group, warning, "You have 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. I am the eldest young lady of the Glory World Guild, and the only heir of the Ling family." Link Care warned Yung Yue. "Are you sure you want to make me your enemy over her? I'm warning you not to push your luck. Everyone here today is the elite of our guild." A bald man joined the threats. "If you don't submit to Miss Kier today, your only way out will be forced respawn." Another warrior warned, "Zhe, your name is already red. If you fall into our hands, all your equipment will drop, and your level will go back to 0. Think carefully." Tian Shiner didn't want to put Zhe in harm's way. "Don't worry about me. I'll lose a level or 2 at most. It's no big deal." He turned and faced Link. Care started a countdown. 10. Hearing him, Care shouted angrily, "Why are you so dense? You're really underestimating me." The response came with a single word, 9. After that came 8 and 7. Zange was already gripping his staff, infusing it with energy. Link wasn't backing down. He warned, "I'm going to take you down, just like I will with those two. If I can't have you, no one will." Under the command of their young lady, the members of the Glorious Guild advanced toward the three. A golden glow of reinforcement fell over them as they charged with swords and bows. The attacks fell against Zong. He was shielded by the dragon's aura. Sheener was shocked by how high the dragon's defense was. She couldn't believe it was just a pet. Raising his staff, Yung Yue used 2 skills, Necrostorm and Judgment of the Underworld. Skeletons rose from the ground, flying towards the enemies. Watching Yung Yu fight, the young noblewoman thought to herself, I knew the person I, Tian Shiner, fell in love with would surely be extraordinary in this life. My heart belongs to him. Meanwhile, Sudenhan observed closely. Sudenhan had received orders from the upper echelon of the guild to seduce Yung Yue. Even after being pursued, the upper members tried to convince her, reminding her that she already liked him. Simply being used didn't seem enough anymore. She now saw wanting to use her friends. This led her to make a decision to abandon the Su family, as well as the Misty Rain Pavilion. Sudian found herself in the midst of a rivalry. One competitor was the oldest young lady of the Tian family, and the other was the oldest young lady of the glorious world. She wondered how someone from the small southern family in Linhai could compare to them. Zhang Yue's enemies began to realize he was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, the bald guy received a message and alerted his leader. The Everlasting Guild brought their people and are fighting to capture the older miss. Should we retreat? Surprised, Kier asked why the Everlasting Guild was here. One of his subordinates reminded him, that's the #1 guild in the Zheng province, and it has always been a subordinate guild to the Tian family. They must have caught wind of the news and came to rescue Tian Sheener. The ring boasted that he wouldn't let her escape. He charged toward Sheener, but a massive dragon blocked his path. The dragon's roar made her tremble with fear and fall to the ground. Zange approached her. Do you still want to continue? He reminded her. You clearly took my money. But Zange shot back. You made it clear it was a reward for me protecting you. Plus, you know exactly why I came to the 5th world. Linker began to cry desperately until she found her courage again. I don't care. If you have guts, go ahead and finish me off once and for all. No way! I can't believe a peasant would dare insult the Ling family, one of the top 3 aristocratic families in Tiandim. The protagonist would make her believe that. Lightning energy began to swirl around him. A bolt of lightning struck Linker, lifting her off the ground with the force of the attack. Kerr's subordinates shouted for her, frightened by the blow. With a wave of his staff, Zange directed the lightning strike toward them. Tian Shiner approached, saying, If it weren't for you, I would definitely be done for. Not caring about the situation, Jane and Ju looked sideways, asking if Jinyan was okay. Looking away, downcast, she nodded. Tian Shiner was amazed to confirm that Jane and Jinyan knew each other. It seemed like fate. The protagonist nodded. He had things to do, so he announced he was leaving. First, Chinero stopped him before he could go. Even though he'd helped Tianchiner, he offered his help this time. A group had revived in the Dawn Sanctuary. Furious, Linkera cursed her subordinates. There were so many that she yelled, You couldn't even take down one Beastmaster. You're all useless. Since Tian Shiner had stolen the man she liked, and even tamed the Everlasting Care Guild, she planned to tell her father everything. She wanted to make Tian Shiner kneel before her. Meanwhile, a group was hunting spiders and scorpions inside a sealed domain. Zangwei was among them, using his staff to engage in close combat, dominating the monsters with magic. One warrior was impressed and remarked, I never thought one day all the brothers from the #1 guild in our Zengan province would actually help you clear your sinner status. The protagonist told him not to waste time talking and to get back to hunting. With an excited expression, Tian Shiner waved at his subordinates. Keep working hard. As soon as we finish, I'll treat you all to a late-night snack. Zhengaya thanked him, saying, That's why I thought you were awesome. You seem to do anything. No problem. After all, you only got that sinner status because you helped me. Sujin looked away, feeling troubled inside. She thought that if it were back in the day, she could rally the whole guild to support Zhang Yue. But now she no longer belonged to them. She knew they'd say she had no power anymore. Aunt Aninia had both strength and beauty. Sudinya felt someone touch her shoulder. Worried, Aunt Aninia asked why she looked so dazed, forcing a smile. Sudian changed the subject. Soon, Yang Yue's sinner value dropped to 0, and he had no more restrictions. He felt relieved to have received help and not have to spend the entire night hunting, the reddened name of Zero disappearing. They called him to join them for a late-night snack. The protagonist declined, saying he had something to do. So, he walked alone towards the forest, leaving them behind. Shinera told herself she would hit up Jange to hang out sometime, but then she realized she had forgotten to get his contact info. Sudenhan claimed to have Jung Yue's contact, which she would share with her. Curious, Tien Shiner asked how well Sudenhan knew Yue. With a big smile, the young girl revealed that it was young Yue who had broken her curse. Unaware of her friend's mixed feelings, Tien Shiner mentally hugged Sudenhan. She began to think that Shin Er was the girl Jiang Yu deserved, forcing a smile to hide her emotions. When they reached the portal to the underworld, Raoul Tian asked why the guild leader had sent them there. The rest of the group wanted to wait for Jung Yue to find out. Soon, he joined the group, surprised to see everyone had already arrived. Tian Tian was the first to greet him, mentioning she had heard that the underworld gate had been updated and that no one could enter without permission. Zhang Yue revealed what she didn't expect. He had the permission, consuming 40% of the staff's authority. He shared the authorization with 4 people. Everyone was impressed. Tian Tian praised Zhang Yue as the master of portals. With Zhang Yue leading, they all headed towards the next challenge. Passing through the portal, they received the divine notification, Mortal Tira. Once, he led the Blood Legion, sweeping through this city. The elite human guards of the Dawn Sanctuary defeated Tira, slicing his body into 7 parts and sealing it within the infernal city. Reading the notification, Ryotian asked if the messenger Bigodes could possibly be a servant of such a being, a character from the game. Kai, the leader of the Imperial Guard, was summoned near the group. He confirmed the question. Raudian remembered that Whiskers was a level 40 being, a 5-star boss. Worried, Auntie Tia asked if Tira could possibly be a 6-star boss. Seeing Zhang Yu wielding the scepter of the Eye of the End, the knight warned, "You might be the only one who can take down that being." The protagonist activated a special equipment. The unique quest, Death Exterminator, was generated. With extreme courage, Zhang Yu accepted the quest, which had a difficulty rating of 700. The quest instructed, follow the guide of the Eye of Death. Locate the 6 remaining parts of Tira's body, revive him, and eliminate him for good. The protagonist checked the quest rewards, gold, skill books, a rare pet egg, and even a unique gear set. Despite the generous rewards, the penalty for failure was severe, loss of 3 levels and his scepter. Still, he was determined to face it. Looking at his companions, he commanded, "Let's search for the other 6 parts." Since the area was massive, the thief asked where they should start. Heodian suggested they could split up. However, Tiantian thought it might be dangerous, and splitting the group was a bad idea. Lintian agreed with her. While they discussed, the protagonist used the power of the scepter, unleashing spectral energy in one direction. Angyi looked towards where the light pointed and wondered if it could be connected to the other parts. It wasn't long before monsters began to appear. The genius girl used control skills, while Lintian wielded his fire scepter. Tiantian charged at the humanoid monsters, using a long dagger. Meanwhile, Rao Tian fought solo against the level 40 monsters, making use of his sword. In the midst of it all, Zhang Yu used his scepter to cast devastating spells. Waves of fire rained down on the dark monsters. After the hunt began, the genius girl approached Ryotian, commenting on how well they were doing. 30% more experience points than when hunting in the outer territory. The abnormal energy reward was also high, reaching 5 times the normal rate. Raoultian agreed with her and focused on the item acquisition rate. After a long time of hunting, Jane and Yui managed to complete the mission to evolve the contract ring, upgrading it to elite status. Now, the contract he had with the ring also evolved into an experience contract. Jane and Yui thought internally. The enhanced absorption rate of abnormal energy increased from 5 to 8%. Additionally, it added the transfer of experience points to someone like him, who had an abnormal energy bonus of 10,000%. Those 8% were enough to allow their teammates to take off with the hunting in the outer territory. He could see from a distance the large castle surrounded by magical chains, the next hunting spot. The group arrived at the castle without difficulties. Entering the dark hall, they managed to see some ethereal energy throughout the environment. The genius girl and Aunt Tiana felt disgusted upon seeing the first monster before them, a slimy snake. It noticed the presence of the invaders with a sinister energy. Approaching, it lunged at the group. Lin Tian was quick, using Thundershock. He warned, "Guild leader, we need to take them out before they notice us. Otherwise, they'll all attack us as one unit. We can't delay the fight." Agreeing with his companion, Zhang and Yue pulled out their staffs, using heavenly fire magic. The flames engulfed the entire area, consuming the snakes. Soon, all the monsters were dead, and a chest was revealed in the center of the hall. The protagonist opened the lid of the chest with his foot. Inside was the Heart of Death, a 5-star necklace, part of a series. Currently, the equipment was sealed and could not be equipped. Haotian approached and said, "Seems like finding these parts isn't hard. I thought it would require more effort." The protagonist explained that the real challenge would be the resurrection. After gathering all the parts, since the start wasn't hard, they went back to look for the next parts outside the gate to the underworld. A subordinate of Tian Chinel asked, "Miss Elder, what are we doing here?" Chinel revealed that she wanted to wait for him, having heard he passed through the gate. Sudinhan, confused, asked if she wouldn't just ask Zhang directly since she had his contact. Tian Shiner sighed, looking dejected, revealing that she had been ignored. Suddenly, Kerr appeared, shouting, "Surround them all!" Her subordinates surrounded Sudinhan, Tian Shiner, and their followers. Annoyed, Shiner argued with Link Care, "Why don't you stop bothering me?" Confidently, Erbu warned, "Last time, you took advantage of having more people to make me suffer such a huge loss. My father even went to Longin Mountain at night to get help for me. This time, you're done." She then looked back and asked her subordinates where the support was. The questioned subordinate stated that judging by the time, help would arrive soon. A man with large iron shoulder pads and a broad sword on his back approached, immediately asking, "Who do you want eliminated?" The 10 was known as the Sword Emperor. When he got closer to her, Kerr questioned, "Are you the guy my dad hired? You must be joking. Just you, without the Tian family, probably can't even handle the Everlasting Guild, right?" The man glared at her arrogantly. "Don't make me ask again." A subordinate of Link Care stepped in front of her, warning the man about his attitude. The man quickly stated to Lua Cheng, "Sir, the Everlasting Guild is opposed to us and our enemy, especially that Tian Shiner and a beast tamer named Zero." Lua Cheng promptly walked towards Tian Shiner. As Kerr fell behind, she huffed in annoyance. She was confronted by one of her father's subordinates. The guy tried to calm her down. He was a specialist invited by the president. He was supposed to have solid skills. Tian Tinger's subordinate assured her, "Miss, I've got this guy. I'll take him down fast." She told him to be careful. The Tian Tinger subordinate rushed forward immediately. Luchin brought his hand back, gripping the hilt of his massive sword. The moment he unsheathed it, a powerful energy surged forth. It was hard to even get close to him. Shin's subordinate faced the released energy and was tossed back. Recovering, he lunged at Lauchen, who easily dodged. The warrior gritted his teeth, cursing the sharp reflexes of his opponent as he struggled to even advance. Lauchen slipped past him and struck him from behind. The man turned around with great effort, but the blow had already landed. Terrified, Tia Shiner recognized the attack. "Now I remember. He's ranked number 1 under Aunt Jin, a legendary class professional, the second Sword Emperor, Lauchen." What scared her was that no one had heard of a legendary pro emerging in the nation this year. Lauchen pointed his massive sword at the 2 girls and commanded, "Bring the person called Zero here now."